This is my first Firebase Summit, so I'm kind of like counting down the days for it. I think it's gonna be like so exciting.
I have never been to Prague, so I'm super excited to check it out.
I love Prague. Prague is amazing. I'm actually from the Czech Republic.
Prague is just a beautiful city. It is so much fun. Why wouldn't you want to come?
I'm actually really excited about the fact that I'm going to get a new yellow shirt, because this one says Dev Summit 2017 and it's 2018.
I think the Firebase Summit is like it's a great opportunity for you to meet a lot of like awesome and like-minded people.
We pretty much just finished the dress rehearsal for the keynote.
You get to hear about all the cool and exciting new features that we have in Firebase.
It's also a great opportunity for us to meet with our community and like hear all their feedback.
I'm just really excited to see people talk about how they're using it, learn from our customers, help them.
I'm here to answer your questions. I'm so excited to see what you build. My favorite part is when someone's like, check out this app I made, and they're pulling out their phones.
The Firebase Summit is an amazing time of year where the entire global Firebase community comes together.
I think with big events like this, it's always about the people. Every time we get a bunch of Googlers, a bunch of Firebasers, and a bunch of people using the products together, it's just magical.
And if you can't join us in Prague, join us on the live stream.
Yeah, Firebase Summit is going to be amazing, and I look forward to seeing you there.
Wow, this is a really nice powder tower. You know, I'm kind of a fan of gunpowder storage facilities, and this place definitely in my top 3. Anyway, hi live streamers, and welcome to the Firebase live stream. For the next 8 hours, we are going to be streaming live, hence the name live stream, from the Cubic Center in Prague. It is a lovely conference facility that I decided to ditch so I could check out more of the city. You're going to find out some exciting announcements from the Firebase keynote and get to know a little more about some in-depth topics like security, notifications, and everybody's favorite topic, GDPR compliance. So I believe the keynote is about to start, so we're going to switch the live stream over there. And as for me, I'm going to go check out a big fancy clock. So I'll see you in a little bit. Bye, live streamers.
Please welcome to the stage, Frank Van Puffelen.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to another Firebase Summit. We're so excited to host you here all today in the QX Center in Prague. In fact, it's really special to be in Prague right now, because a lot of us were out yesterday celebrating the 100th anniversary of Czechia. That's really cool. And we enjoyed the fireworks. Did anyone watch the fireworks last night? Cool. Yeah, I actually met with some locals, and they taught me all the Czech I know. So, Dobré ráno, jak se máš? I promise, that's the only Czech I'm going to do today. And in my defense, I'm on my third cup of coffee, so I'm sort of hyped. Actually, there's a lot going on today. I want to do a quick shout out to the friends who joined us on the live stream. I think you're in the back there. Like, hey, everyone. We're really happy that you can join us from remotely. We're going to have great Firebase content for you during the day. So stay tuned during the breaks, right? We wish you could be here because this room is actually really, really energetic right now. But we've prepared code labs and other activities for you that you can do from home. So stay tuned during the breaks, lots of things going on. Okay, back to all of us here. It's a reminder for today. Remember that none of us in here is as smart as all of us together. So please take a moment to actually look around you and see who we have here. This is our most diverse Firebase Summit so far, and we're very proud to host such a range of individuals here. So practice listening, make some connections, right? With people with a yellow shirt or with your fellow attendees. Okay, I think we're ready to get started with the keynote. Who's ready for some updates? I like that. Okay. So, we're very proud to have a VP of Product and Technology here. So please give a warm welcome to In-Jong Ray.
Well, hi. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Firebase Summit. Wow. My name is In-Jong Lee. I'm a VP of Product and Engineering at Google Cloud. And I'm so excited to be here because I was once a developer myself. And I developed TCP congestion control protocol and BIG and QBIG, and which a lot of you probably using it today. And if anything goes wrong with our live streaming, and you know who to blame. Being a developer has changed quite a bit since then, other than having a longer hair and maybe grown a few more pounds. But during that time, Google has strived to stay at the forefront of those changes. Whether it's investment we made in web technology through AMP and PWAs, or the massive mobile ecosystem of Android, and which is now home to more than 2 billion active devices around the world. If you see, world population is about 7.7 billion today, and 2 billion is, slightly significant number, right? Or TensorFlow Lite and our open source initiative to democratize machine learning. Along the way, Google has invested in infrastructures and tools that help our engineering team to work more efficiently and securely. With Google Cloud, right, we're bringing this innovation and technology to all of you. From infrastructures that removes the burden of provisioning and managing servers, and to products that enable safe deployment of your source code at scale, and then monitor performance in your production environment. And of course, as you all know, Firebase does all of this for application development. These advances in developer tools are immensely exciting. And I look forward to talking more about the work we've been doing at Google. Today, I'd like to make 2 promises to you. And first, we'll continue to deliver amazing innovations based on your input. And your feedback is super important. And we love meeting our fellow developers, interacting with them. And we hope that we can continue to learn from you today and in the future. The second is about how we achieve that innovation. Sustainable innovation is only possible if you have a foundation of trust, respect, diversity, and inclusion. And we believe that our developer community works best when they embrace diversity. So let's make a room for everyone to contribute. With all of that in mind, let's talk about today. Firebase's mission is to help application development teams succeed, no matter what their size is. We do this by developing and providing a platform to solve key problems across the life cycle of your application, from building an application to improving its stability and performance and quality, and to growing your business. As a developer platform, we're only as successful as the applications we support, which is why it's so exciting to see over 1.5 million applications actively use Firebase today every month. And I hope to see that numbers continues to grow. At the same time, we are humbled that so many of you have trusted us with your applications. As we look forward, we know that this journey is far from over. Google is an AI-first company, and in the last year, we made big steps to bring artificial intelligence to Firebase. First, through predictions, our ML-based user segmentation service, then through MLKit, which makes machine learning much more accessible to our mobile developers. We'll continue to invest heavily in AI, and we will hear more about it later. We also remain deeply committed to transparency and extensibility. This means easy data portability through integrations with products like BigQuery, as well as a continued investment in the open source. We strongly believe in an open source because it empowers our developers, all of you, to customize Firebase to meet your own specific needs. Finally, we know we have some work to do to support large enterprises. We have a few announcements to make regarding this, both in our products and also in non-product areas like support and terms of services. So we have more to come in the future, so stay tuned. AI and transparency and extensibility and the enterprise sophistication are some of the areas we'll be focusing next year. But first, let's talk about the improvement we have made to Firebase last year, as well as some new product stuff that we'll be launching today. For that, I'm going to turn it over to the head of product, Francis Ma. Francis.
Thank you, Youngjong. And hello, everybody. Welcome to another Firebase Summit. We're all so excited to be here in Prague, and in particular, looking forward to meet you, hear your feedback and stories, and help answer any questions that you might have. So please take some time to come meet one of our Firebase team members, and we should all be pretty easy to spot with these bright yellow t-shirts. So before we get started, I want to first share a story we heard from the development team behind Hotstar. Hotstar is India's largest entertainment app with over 150 million monthly active users worldwide. And their mission is to provide people with fast and high-quality streaming video with movies, sports, and news on demand. Now, back in May, there was a high-stakes cricket match in the Indian Premier League with over 10 million users that had tuned in to watch the live stream simultaneously through the Hotstar app. Now, they used Firebase Remote Config to roll out new features with emoji and gamification, and they also used Firebase Crashlytics to monitor the stability of their app during this rollout. But then they noticed a spike in crashes in low-end devices. So instead of abandoning the rollout altogether, they used Google Analytics for Firebase to segment out the low-end devices and to turn off the features so that they can continue to have their user base watch the live stream experience while buying them more time to fix the problem. And what's incredible about it is that they were able to do this rollout without publishing a new version of their app. And so with Firebase, Hotstar was able to successfully roll out a new feature right in the middle of a live streaming event. And with these updates, they saw over 38% of increased user engagement. And it's amazing stories like this and many others that we hear that motivate us to continue to work hard to help developers succeed. Now, as Yingzhang had mentioned, one piece of feedback that we've heard consistently from large and complex enterprises is that Firebase has not always been easy to adopt. And so to improve this, today, we're excited to announce that we'll be providing enterprise-grade support through Google Cloud. Now, we don't plan to change anything with our existing free support channel, so if you're using that, you can continue to do so. But if you're looking for a paid enterprise support solution, you can now get your questions answered through the Google Cloud support channels. And if you already have a paid GCP support package, Firebase will now be included. The cloud team is currently ramping up and has already begun answering questions, and we're going to make this available in beta later this year and in general availability early next year. You can learn more about it at g.co/cloud/support. So in addition to enterprise support, we've also made several other improvements to ensure that Firebase meets the needs of sophisticated app development teams. To talk to you about some of these, I'd like to welcome our developer relations lead, Ian Barber, to join me.
Thanks, Francis. And hello, everyone. As sophisticated app developers, you need control. You need transparency to ensure you understand what Firebase is doing. And you need extensibility to ensure that Firebase is flexible enough to meet your needs. Transparency has been top of mind for many of us because of the GDPR and other privacy regulations. And now, more than ever, developers need to have a clear understanding of how services you rely on are using and protecting your data. We've done a lot of work to ensure you have what you need. We continue to make progress on certifications like SOC and ISO cloud privacy standards, and we've launched data processing and security terms for all our products, which cover our security and privacy practices. We've ensured you have the APIs you need to properly implement consent flows, user-initiated data export and deletion, and we've published guides on best practices for doing this with Firebase. Finally, we know you care about where your data is stored. We recently announced new regions for Firestore. Frankfurt is now live, with additional locations in Europe and Asia coming soon.
Now, we also get a lot of requests for access to raw Firebase data. And we also hear that you want to be able to run custom analysis and join it with your own data sources. And BigQuery is our solution to that. It gives you a powerful set of tools to manage your data and perform deep data analysis, and which is why we've been investing to expand our integrations across BigQuery. Now, we've always had analytics exports since the beginning, and earlier this year, we added the ability to export your Crashlytics data as well. And today, we're excited to announce that you can also export Firebase predictions, FCM, and A/B testing to BigQuery. So let's take a look at what you can do with this Firebase data once it's been exported to BigQuery. Back to you, Ian.
Thank you. So imagine you have an e-commerce app and you're worried about your high-value customers churning, stopping using the app. You want to launch an email campaign, send those customers a promotion, encourage them to stick with you. So my user data lives here in Firestore, and I've used Firestore's managed exports to load my data into BigQuery for deeper analysis. Here in BigQuery, I can see the customer's name, spend, and so on. But even more easily, I can connect my Firebase project directly to BigQuery. Doing this will automatically export predictions as well as other services. Now, I can see my predictions data in BigQuery. I can see for each app install whether that user's predicted to churn, predicted to spend, or any other custom prediction I may have set up. So with the predictions in BigQuery, I can join these two data sets. I can combine my users and my predictions and filter by ones who have spent a certain amount and who are predicted to churn. If I run the query, you can see my customer list. And I can easily export the result set to a CSV, hop over to a tool like MailChimp, upload it, and have a mail ready to send. That's cool, but I can get even more targeted. When I connected my Firebase project, I also exported my Crashlytics data. And you can see that table here in BigQuery. I can easily add it to my current query. So by joining the Crashlytics table, grouping up, and add an account, I can augment my campaign with a number of crashes and send a bigger promo to users who have had a bad time with the app crashing recently. BigQuery is a powerful data analysis tool, and we're excited to deepen our integration between it and Firebase so you can have complete control over your data. But extensibility is about more than just data portability. As Injol mentioned earlier, transparency and extensibility include our SDKs and our APIs. As well as giving you the ability to customize Firebase, we love open sourcing our SDKs because of all the incredible contributions we receive. Just after we open sourced our iOS SDKs at last year's I/O, the community contributed macOS support. It was a big pull request, but we worked with the author to land it, and it's now here in our main repo. Just a few weeks ago, we open sourced our first set of Android SDKs, Firestore, Functions, Storage, and the real-time database. More than 600 of you have started the repo so far, and we've already seen some great contributions. But today, we're excited to announce that we've open sourced the Firebase in-app messaging display SDK. This gives you more control over your in-app messages, allowing you to customize typeface, colors, transitions, corner radii, and more. Another one of our libraries, Firebase UI, has developed an incredible community. In fact, on Android, the largest contributor isn't even a Googler. Big shout out and thank you to Super Silex for everything that he's done. Finally, we'd like to highlight the work of Invertase, a group that created a great set of open source React Native bindings for Firebase. We were so impressed with what they'd done, we decided to work with them to combine our design principles with their deep React Native knowledge. If you're using React Native, I highly recommend checking out RN Firebase. Thank you to all the contributors to our open source community. Whether you've filed an issue or sent that 9,000-line pull request, we're building Firebase together.
So it's very exciting to see all these enhancements to Firebase so the platform works better for large, complex enterprises, while still maintaining our core value of transparency, extensibility, and ease of use. Now I'm going to turn it over to Derek, our engineering lead, to talk more about how Firebase can help you grow your app and keep your users engaged.
Thank you, Francis, and good morning, everyone. Growing your app and your business is a tough challenge. From user segmentation and targeting to engagement and retention, there is no silver bullet for driving growth. Rather, what we've heard time and time again from developers like you is that growth is all about experimentation. We can't afford to let intuition drive our growth tactics. Instead, we need to run smart experiments and make sure data drives our decisions. That's why, with Firebase, we've built a set of tools that help across every stage of the growth process, from observation and hypothesis to testing to analysis. Let's look at how Firebase helps you understand your users and form segments that you can run experiments against. Mai, can you show us some of the ways that Google Analytics for Firebase helps in user segmentation?
Yes. Thanks, Derek. So as many of you know, audiences allow you to segment users with which you can filter your analytics reports and create a personalized experience for your users or re-engage them with ads or push notifications. It's one of the most powerful tools in analytics. And with that, I'm excited to announce that we built a few new changes on this front. So, audience exclusions, membership duration, and dynamic audience evaluations. Let's take a closer look. Please switch to the demo. First, the ability to exclude when building an audience. So let's say you're wanting to send a push notification to users who are close to making an in-app purchase but haven't quite pulled the trigger. You're thinking maybe a special notification tailored to this group could push them over the edge. I know that I instrumented the app so that the SDK logs a screen view event every time a user goes to the store. So I'm going to select event and screen view. And I know that the screen name contains the word shop in it. So I'm going to select the parameter value. Contains, and write shop. Now I need to exclude my users who went to the store and did make an in-app purchase. And I do that by clicking this Add Exclude Group button. I select Event and in-app purchase. And that's all it takes to exclude within audience building. Now, let's say I want to send an in-app message with a promotion to all my users who made an in-app purchase within the last 2 weeks. Now you can specify membership duration, meaning users will be removed from the audience after a specified period of time. So here I'm going to select Event, in-app purchase. And down here under membership duration, I can set the time after which members will expire out of the audience. And since I said 2 weeks earlier, I'm going to put 14. Now you know every time you send a message to this audience, the promotion will only reach people who've made a purchase in the last 2 weeks. All right, I saved the best for last. Dynamic audience evaluations. So my game has its toughest level at level 5. Many users get stuck there. And I want to send a notification with a clue on how to reach level 6 to all these users who are at this very tough level 5. If you've already been using Firebase and audiences, you know that currently our product does a static evaluation of the audience conditions. And with that, I mean, once a user enters an audience, they stay in it for the rest of time. In this example, it means once a user has reached level 5, they stay in the audience forever, even after they go on to level 6, and so on. And you can imagine many use cases where static evaluation doesn't meet your needs. So I'm so excited to announce today that we've built dynamic audience evaluation into our product. So I'm going to select user property, level, and I'm going to set it equal to 5. And with that, automatically, users will enter the audience when they reach level 5, and exit the audience when they reach level 6. And this is now the default way we evaluate audiences, so that you can reach the right group of users no matter what. But static evaluation is still an option. All you have to do is click this at any point box, and we will evaluate the condition if it held true at any time for the user in the app. So if you're as excited as I am about all these new audience features, you'll be happy to hear that my teammate Steve is going to take a deeper dive into all that I just showed you and more in his session that he's presenting with Jumana on smarter segmentation. Back to you, Derek, and back to the slides.
Thanks, Mai. So you can see how Google Analytics for Firebase helps you segment your users based on observed behavior. With dynamic audiences, this is a powerful way to target your experiments. However, when you're trying to segment users based on predicted behavior, like user churn or likelihood to spend, it can't be captured with a simple set of rules. To help with this sort of segmentation, we have Firebase Predictions. This applies Google's expertise in machine learning to the analytics data from your apps. This time last year, we launched Firebase Predictions into beta, and I'm excited to announce today that we're ready to graduate it out of beta and into general availability. Here to tell us some more about the improvements we've made is Jumana.
If you are already sending your app data to Firebase, you can get predictions for your app with just a click of a button, even if you have no ML expertise on the team. So I have a skating game demo here to show you what the product looks like and the improvements we've made since last year. Firebase handles all the machine learning model creation, training, and optimization on a daily basis. So when you come to your predictions homepage, you just see a ready-to-use predictive user segment based on likelihood of future spend and future engagement. You can also define predictions for any conversion event that you may be logging in your app. We also started exposing to you how a prediction is doing, the prediction performance. And we evaluate that by taking a chunk of your historical data and seeing how the prediction does. And we evaluate on 2 dimensions. One, how well is it finding users that you're interested in? And the other dimension is how many mistakes is it making? Or how many false positives is it committing? So over here you can see we have a little prediction health indicator. And this particular spend prediction was able to find 90% of all the spend, all the users who ended up spending in this app, and made no more than 10% false positives. Much like dynamic audiences, you can use predictions throughout the Firebase platform. Let's go have a look quick here. We can go to our brand new details page, and you can see that predictions has now been integrated into A/B testing, notifications, in-app messaging, and remote configuration. So for example, from here, I can set up a brand new remote configuration that determines whether or not an ad is shown in my app based on whether or not a user is likely to spend or not. I can also just export my raw data to BigQuery if I want to do that. We also, based on your feedback from the beta process, added this predictions input module, where you can see sort of what events, user properties, and app attributes actually contributed to a certain prediction. So I can see here also a histogram of these events. I hope you like the changes that we've made to predictions, and I look forward to seeing you integrate it into your apps and games. Back to you, Derek.
Once you've defined a user segment, whether based on past or future behavior, the next step is to test your hypothesis. For example, will in-app spending go up if I send a notification to a set of my users? What if I change the UI of my purchase flow? Firebase offers 3 products that integrate with analytics and predictions to run experiments: Firebase Cloud Messaging, in-app messaging, and remote config. First, let's talk about Firebase Cloud Messaging. FCM lets you send notifications to your user's home screen to bring them back into your app and keep them engaged. Up until now, these campaigns have been static. So this means if you set up a campaign to target users who first run your app but fail to complete your onboarding flow, then you have to rerun this same campaign every day to pull in the new users that are now part of this target audience. Today, I'm excited to announce that we're improving FCM so that it accommodates long-running campaigns. Now you can create that same campaign to send a push message to users who failed to complete your onboarding flow, and FCM will automatically trigger when a new user comes along and send them a notification. I'm going to turn it back over to Jumana to show you how long-running campaigns work in more detail.
So let's go back to our skating demo game. And from observing the game, we noticed that users who change the character, the skater character they're playing with, they end up staying in the game a lot longer. So I'm going to create an ongoing recurring campaign that will help me combat churn in the game. So this is the UI that you know with a few improvements. So I can say, try new character. And the message text will say, did you know different characters give you different power-ups? And in targeting, I can choose my Android or iOS app. So I'm going to choose my Android app for here. I have created a dynamic audience that actually observes which users have never changed their default skater. So we'll be using that. And I'm also going to try and select. The demo gods are not smiling up on me. But anyhow, it should be churn, but it's not churn. And we will select that. But it doesn't matter. I'm going to click this out. It still will only offer it to the users who are defaulting to not, who have never changed their default skaters. And this is the really exciting part. So you've always had the now and the scheduled, but now I can send this to send as a recurring daily message. And I can set it so it sends at noon at the recipient's time zone, so not waking up in the middle of the night. And I can set a frequency cap of once per campaign. So only users who have entered this audience and have not left it will receive this message, and they will only receive it once. So I'm being intentional and respectful of my users' time. And that's all we have.
Thanks, Jumana. Notifications are a great way to bring latent users back into your app. But often you need to communicate with people who are already actively using your app. To help you guide users towards a particular action, we have Firebase in-app messaging. In-app messaging, or as we call it, FIAM, is one of the most effective and powerful ways to engage active app users. Using FIAM, you can shape user behavior so they perform key in-app actions, like making a purchase or upgrading to the latest version of the app. You can target messages to specific audiences. You can trigger messages based on user behavior. And you can tailor those messages to suit user interests and your brand. Mega is one of the engineers on FIAM, so she's going to show us what it looks like in the Firebase console.
Thanks, Derek. I'm really excited to show FIAM off for you all. FIAM's integration client-side is actually super simple. Just add the dependency in your Gradle or PodSpec, and you're good to go. So let's focus on where you'll be spending most of your time, the Firebase console. Let's assume I have a thriving e-commerce app that sells pet supplies. My analytics data shows that consumers who buy 3 or more items are much more likely to come back and make a second purchase. So I want a campaign to offer 20% off orders of 3 items or more, and I want to target users who have just added 2 items to their shopping carts. Here we have the landing page for FIAM. At a glance, you can see all of your campaigns and how they're performing. Drilling further into a particular campaign, you can see the metrics for the last 30 days. But let's see how easy it could be to kick these campaigns off. FIAM provides 3 out-of-the-box templates, modal, image, and banner, to let you choose the most compelling visuals for the job. But as Ian mentioned earlier, we've recently open-sourced the display SDKs, giving you complete customizability. This preview is a great tool when you're composing your message, but I know you want to see exactly what your end users will see. In this case, we can see that our Chinchilla of Good Fortune message doesn't fully show up in the preview. Using Test on Device, you simply enter your Firebase instance ID, send the message, and it'll show up in your app on your own device. With the on-device preview, I can see my message fully display without issues. FIAM lets you trigger messages based on current user actions. These contextual triggers use Google Analytics for Firebase events, so you don't need to instrument anything new. They're evaluated client-side, so they trigger immediately. My campaign here is configured to trigger as soon as this event, second item added to cart, gets triggered. If you want to learn more about how to run effective messaging campaigns, definitely stop by my talk after the keynote. Engage your users with targeted notifications. Back to you, Derek.
So far, we've talked about segmenting your audience with predictions and analytics, and then taking action through cloud messaging and in-app messaging. Now let's talk about how to take these tools and run rigorous experiments. Firebase A/B testing is a product that allows you to easily run experiments and understand how confident you should be in the results. Megha is going to show us a little bit more about A/B testing and some of the recent improvements we've made.
Cheers, Derek. Let's walk through how A/B testing works using our e-commerce pet supplies app. We currently give a discount of 15% for users that are making their first purchase. We want to test whether changing that discount, perhaps offering a buy one, get one free instead, would result in more revenue. So here, we have our ABT landing page. We have our control group using the default value for first-time discount, which is 15%. Our variant A uses the buy one, get one value. Both of these branches do need to be instrumented in your app before kicking off your experiment. Now let's publish this experiment and get it running. It's a process. There we go. It can take time to run an experiment and find leaders. We now show you how many unique users have entered into your experiment in the last 30 minutes. You'll gain confidence early on that the experiment is active and that we're collecting data. We've also made improvements to how you roll out your experiments. Let's see if this is a good one to roll out. Perfect. In remote config. Now you can roll out any of your variants, and we ensure that all of its keys, parameters, and the targeting criteria is automatically applied to your new remote config. And that's what's new with ABT. Take it away, Derek.
Thanks, Megha. So we just saw how Firebase helps with every stage of the growth experimentation process. Google Analytics and Predictions helps you with segmentation of your users and targeting, while cloud messaging, in-app messaging, and remote config allow you to shape user behavior. Then you can use A/B testing, which provides a tool to run these experiments and better understand your results. By building products that work better together, we aim to make it easy for you to grow your app and your business. But no amount of growth experimentation will be enough if your app is buggy or has performance issues. So let's change gears and talk about how Firebase helps you improve your app quality. Firebase has 3 products that help you reduce crashes and improve the performance in your app: TestLab, Performance Monitoring, and Crashlytics. We've been working hard to improve these products so they work better for sophisticated app teams. It starts before you even release your app with TestLab. We've always wanted Firebase to work well across platforms. That's why it was so exciting to launch TestLab for iOS at Google I/O. Just like Espresso and UI Automator tests are run for Android, now XC tests can be run for iOS on real iOS devices added to our data centers. Over the last several months, we've received great feedback from our beta testers. We've run over 100,000 successful tests. We added support for iOS 12 and other older iOS versions, and many, many more things. Today, we're pleased to announce that we're graduating TestLab for iOS out of beta and into general availability. However, even the most robust set of tests won't catch everything. Inevitably, some performance issues and some other bugs will make it into your production app. I want to turn it over to Shobit to tell you more about how Firebase helps you solve these performance issues.
Thank you, Derek. Firebase Performance Monitoring helps you understand performance issues that are occurring in your production app. However, as your app grows, it's not enough to simply know that an issue exists. To help you diagnose exactly why a performance issue is occurring, today we're launching the ability to dive into an individual session of a trace so you can see exactly what happened before, during, and after the performance issue occurred. Let's switch to the demo. Cool. So here you can see I'm using an e-commerce app, and the median duration of my product image loading trace is low, but there's some traces that are taking longer. So let's deep dive into some of the sessions. So I've loaded a session here for you. And here what you can see is at the same time as the trace, I have a network load request that's loading a rather large image, more than 2 megabytes in size. In addition, you see a CPU and a memory spike, with a memory spike corresponding to the size of the image that was just loaded. This is because the downloaded data is being processed before it is being shown in the UI. Now, knowing all this information, I know exactly where to look into my code to address the performance issue. Now, let's say my team decides to do a performance bug bash so we can optimize our app, make it really performant. It can be overwhelming to look at all the issues that exist in the app. That's why we've added the ability to close and mute issues. Once I've fixed an issue, I can close it. And if it occurs again in a subsequent version of the app, Firebase will reopen it for me. Muting moves issues to silent, so I can focus on other work and unmute this issue whenever we are ready to tackle it. This lets my team focus on the issues that we decide are most important and shut out all the noise. Back to you, Derek.
These are some of the ways we're making it easier for you to monitor and improve the performance of your app. If you're interested in learning more, I highly encourage you to check out our session later today, appropriately titled, How Can Firebase Improve the Experience of Your App? It was only a year ago that we shared the news with you that we're bringing Fabric's Crashlytics into Firebase. Since then, we've made a number of improvements, including graduating it into general availability. As we've spoken with more teams, we've heard that it's important to be able to do much more with your data than just what's in the Firebase console. We've been working hard to integrate Crashlytics with third parties, as well as other Google tools. I'm going to turn it back over to Shobit to tell you more about these improvements.
Very well said, Derek. Now, we know that keeping an eye out for issues that affect your app stability is crucial. But we also know that you can't spend your entire day staring at the Firebase console. Or maybe you can, in which case, do come and talk to us, and we might have a job for you. To help you monitor your app stability on the go, we've integrated Crashlytics with several other third-party services, like Slack and Jira. Starting today, you'll be able to link Crashlytics with PagerDuty, so you can get woken up in the middle of the night if it's truly necessary. So switching to the demo, here you can see I've linked my app with PagerDuty. And by default, we turn on only the most critical alerts. As an example, crash velocity alerts. Now, when such an alert happens, I immediately get notified in Crashlytics, in PagerDuty, and my on-call gets paged right away. Now, another place where we're giving you more control over your Crashlytics data is through our integration with BigQuery. Ian mentioned some of this earlier. To make deeper analysis even easier, we've launched a Data Studio template that you can use to quickly visualize your Crashlytics data once you've exported it to BigQuery. Now, as an example, it's easy for my teammates who are experts in certain part of the code to filter down to crashes in the files that they work on, and only those crashes will be only the relevant crashes will be shown to them. Using these pre-built reports is simple. All I have to do is click the Use Template button, select the data source that I created with BigQuery, and there. It's ready for me to use with my data. I can customize this template to my needs, and I can also share it with my teammates, and we can collaborate on it together, just like we were working on a Google Doc. Back to you. This template can be found linked from our Crashlytics BigQuery docs, and if you want to learn more, please join us at a session today called Supercharge Your Apps with Firebase and BigQuery. And now back to you, Derek.
Thanks, Shobit. It's been quite a journey bringing our two teams and platforms together, so you can build and grow your app from one place. Now we're excited to give Fabric customers an easy path to migrate to Firebase. Here to tell you more about it is Kristen.
Thanks, Derek. Thanks, Derek. Hello, everybody. I joined Firebase along with the rest of the Fabric team in 2017. After a year and a half of hard work, we've made a ton of progress bringing our two platforms together. And a few months ago, we released a public roadmap to give you more visibility into what we're building and guidance into which actions you should be taking. So we start out by sharing the overall timeline for the migration. And then we also break out the transition plan into 3 phases to give you more details about what actions you should be taking so you can plan accordingly. We also have per product roadmaps, so you can see what exact features are available in Firebase, what's are exclusive to Firebase, what's in progress, and what we have coming soon. So we've gotten a lot of questions about Fabric's beta distribution product, and we're excited to share that we're working hard to bring that to you in 2019. And what this product does is it allows you to distribute pre-release versions of your app to trusted testers on both Android and iOS so that you can gain confidence before launching to the App Store. Now that Firebase contains many of the Fabric tools that you know and love and offers new capabilities, we recommend that you begin migrating your apps from Fabric to Firebase today. And we've made the journey to your new home as smooth as possible. Let's take a look at the steps. So I click here to start the migration, and it takes us into the Fabric console. So I log in using my Google account, and it shows me the 3 components of the migration. First is linking your apps to Firebase. If you're not already a Firebase user, then next is installing the Firebase Core SDK, and lastly, inviting your teammates to Firebase. So let's start by linking. So I'm using Cannonball, our open source sample app that already uses many of the tools in Firebase. So you can see that right here, our Cannonball project in Firebase. So I can click on these blue link buttons to automatically link my apps to the corresponding apps in Firebase based on bundle ID. Pretty simple. So then I come down here, and I link my 2 apps, and we're good to go. So we all know that a party is no fun if you're there by yourself. So let me invite some teammates over to Firebase too. So I'm going to invite my buddy Mike over. And now he will get an email to invite him to sign up or log in with Firebase as well. So let's go over and view Firebase. And what's so great about this migration is that your Crashlytics data is already flowing into Firebase. And you can see all of the same graphs and details into your issues that you had in Fabric. But don't worry, your access to Fabric isn't going away. We'll give you time to get used to your new home. Now we've had a lot of customers already migrate from Fabric to Firebase, including our friends over at SoundCloud. They were already using Firebase products like Remote Config and Cloud Messaging. But for them, it just made sense to consolidate into one platform, especially because they were eager to get their hands on the BigQuery integration that's only available on Firebase. Just like SoundCloud, we're excited to welcome all of our Fabric customers into Firebase and to support you in the transition. If you have any questions about the migration, we'll have team members in the Ask Firebase Lounge who are there to help. Back to you, Derek.
Thanks, Kristen. So we've just shown how Firebase helps you test your app before release and then monitor both performance and stability in your production versions. We looked at how TestLab is now fully released for both iOS and Android, allowing you to test in a consistent cross-platform manner. We talked about improvements to performance monitoring that allow you to dive directly into an individual user journey to better understand the behavior that's causing performance issues. And we looked at new integrations between Crashlytics and third parties, so you can be alerted about crashes wherever your team works. Finally, we looked at how, if you're a Fabric customer, you can migrate over to Firebase to take advantage of improved functionality in Crashlytics, as well as the rest of the platform. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Francis to talk more about how Firebase helps you with building your app's infrastructure.
Thanks, Eric. More than ever, building successful apps requires developers to carefully pick their battles. What do I build versus what do I grab off the shelf are the make or break decisions, whether you're in a startup or in a large enterprise. Now, from its creation, Firebase has provided turnkey serverless infrastructure. And as we mature, we're integrating our products more closely with Google Cloud, giving you more flexibility and the ability to easily integrate with other cloud services. So let's talk more in detail about some of the ways that Firebase can help you build your app and leverage the power of Google Cloud. We'll start with one of our more recent and exciting launches, MLKit. And I'd like to invite Sachin, the product manager of MLKit, to come give us a quick overview and show us some demos. Sachin.
This past I/O, we launched MLKit to make machine learning easy and accessible for all mobile developers, whether you already have ML experience or are new to the space. For those of you new to ML, we have simple but powerful base APIs that are ready to use out of the box. They provide functionality such as face detection, barcode scanning, image labeling, landmark recognition, and text recognition. Let me show you a demo. Could we get the overhead cam, please? OK. As you can see, MLKit is extracting the text that it's finding in the frames that are being passed by this camera app. All of this is happening really fast because it's happening on device, no network connection required. Now, if you have something that's a little more like a document, more structured text, then you would use the cloud-based version of the text recognition API. It's very simple to use, very similar to on-device, but you would just make a few switches to go to the cloud version. I think I should also show you something new. You guys want to see something new? All right. This has been a highly anticipated feature since we launched at I/O, and I'm happy to announce that it's now available for all of you to use. So the face detection API has been improved with face contours. As you can see, it detects 100 points in and around the face, including my lips, my eyes, my eyebrows. Advanced camera apps use this functionality to build apps that set creative filters and use artistic lenses. We can't wait to see what you build with it. We're constantly working to add more base APIs to the MLKit SDK, but we also recognize there will always be use cases that we don't anticipate. For those specific needs, you can plug in your own custom TensorFlow Lite model. MLKit will then help you by hosting and dynamically serving those models to your users. This is useful because you don't have to republish your app to the App Store every time you update your model. You can even run experiments with different versions of the model by using A/B testing and remote config that are already available in Firebase. And in addition to that, you also get an SDK layer to interact with your model and easily run inferences, all without having to write any server-side code. So whether you're new to the space and want to use our out-of-the-box APIs, or you're more experienced in machine learning and want to build your own custom TensorFlow Lite models, MLKit can help. And the best part, all of this can be done in just a few lines of code. If you want to see how to do this yourself or how to learn how to run your own custom models, check out the MLKit session later today. Thank you very much. Francis, back to you.
Thanks, Sachin. We're excited to extend our ML capabilities in Firebase for both on-device and cloud-powered APIs. Now let's switch gears to talk about some other cloud products that Firebase makes available for you to access directly from within your apps. We'll start with Firestore. Firestore is our new flagship NoSQL database that is fully managed and scales horizontally. So that means whether you have 100 users or 100 million users, the performance is the same. And over the last year, we've added many cool features, such as new querying capabilities, new regions for your data around the world, and new tools to help you write and validate your security rules. And today, we're excited to announce another advancement on this front. To tell you more about it, I'd like to invite Rob, one of our engineering leads on Firebase.
Thanks, Francis. Good morning, everyone. Building an app with a Firebase database means that you can move quickly and focus on your users instead of infrastructure. And this is especially true as your app grows. But we've got more work to do, and there's more that we can do for you when it comes to gaining confidence in those apps before taking them to production. For instance, we know that writing tests against these production databases has proven to be very difficult. And while the security of your app and the security of your user data is paramount, security rules are hard to get right. You need more confidence that your apps are stable and secure before they go out the door. That's why today we are so excited to announce local emulators for both the real-time database and Cloud Firestore. For the first time, you'll have the capability to develop and test locally, integrate our production databases with your CI system, and validate your security rules before deploying. Let's take a look. Here, I have a social bookmarking app built on Cloud Firestore. Users can save bookmarks and invite collaborators to add bookmarks too. I've written some security rules to ensure that only authorized users can add new content. Let's see how easy it is to validate those rules using the new emulator. In my package.json, we see that I've wired the npm test directives to spin up the emulator before running my tests using Mocha, and then tear down that emulator once running tests is complete. And my tests are standard TypeScript integration tests using Mocha, and you can notice that we're using standard Firebase SDKs. The only distinction is that instead of pointing to the production service, we're pointing to my local machine. All right, let's run them. So the first thing you'll notice is that these are pretty fast, and that's because it's all running locally. When I run into a bug, like I will here, I can rapidly iterate, tweak my app, and try again. I'll quickly fix this rule and rerun the tests. All right, it's as simple as that. With these emulators, it's never been easier to build stable and secure apps on the real-time database in Cloud Firestore. Back to you, Francis.
In addition to client-side, client-accessible database, another important piece of serverless infrastructure is being able to run your code in a secure environment. With Cloud Functions, you can deploy your JavaScript code and run it in our servers, and functions can be triggered through an HTTP request or based on system events that you define. So for example, when a high volume of crashes is detected through Crashlytics, you can trigger a function to roll back features through remote config, or say when a new document is created through Cloud Firestore, you can trigger a function to transform the data. Now, we've added a host of new event sources over the past few months, from Stackdriver to Crashlytics and more, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Since our event flow system is based on a standard interface, we'll keep adding new event sources so that you can further weave your own business logic and compose services from across Firebase and Google Cloud Platform. So let's turn it back over to Rob to show you how some of these new events and capabilities and functions work in action. Back to you.
You know, we really experience the magic of Cloud Functions when we combine different services in new and novel ways. I'm really excited to show off one of the newest capabilities, real-time propagation for remote config. Let's take a look at how we can build real-time propagation for remote config by combining Google Cloud Functions and Cloud Messaging. Here's my Friendly Eats app, which shows some restaurant reviews. However, users don't yet have the ability to add a new review yet. I've already implemented that feature, but rollout is being gated by a feature flag in remote config. I've also updated this app to subscribe to a new FCM topic that I've dedicated specifically to change notifications from remote config. The last change that I've made is I've already deployed this Cloud function that is bound to the all-new remote config publish event. Let's head to the console and flip the switch. Now, when I'm publishing to remote config, we'll invoke this cloud function in the background and notify my app using FCM. The app will use that notification as a signal to fetch the latest config from remote config. Hey, that was pretty fast. We'll apply the change, and there we go. So we've now added the ability to do real-time propagation of changes from remote config, no more polling required. This is just one of many new ways we're enabling you to extend and compose the Firebase platform using Cloud Functions. Back to you, Francis.
Thanks, Rob. So that's how we're trying to make it easier for you to build your app's infrastructure and leverage the scalability and flexibility of Google Cloud. From the Firestore emulator to new events in Cloud Functions to new APIs in MLKit, we're committed to helping you build better apps. Now, switching to another front, we've also been working to open up access to our server-side APIs so that you can integrate Firebase services with your own in-house or third-party systems. And what's exciting about these APIs is that it unlocks a new level of extensibility. So for instance, when we launched our REST API for remote config, eBay used it with Cloud Functions and integrated with Slack so that they can send a Slack notification to inform their team whenever someone makes a change in the remote config. It's really cool. And in this spirit, today, we're taking another step. We're announcing the availability of a Firebase Management API, which is a REST API that gives you the ability to create and manage Firebase projects and apps programmatically. So with this, you can do things like automate the setup of new environments for team members on your team, or integrate with your own CI/CD system to create clean projects for testing. It also enables some of our partners to do some pretty cool stuff. To show you some of this, I'm going to turn it back over to Rob.
So we've already worked with partners to build some cool new experiences for you powered by the all-new Firebase Management API. Let's take a look. Starting today, you can deploy directly to Firebase hosting from StackBlitz and Glitch, two powerful web-based IDEs. Let's take a look of a demo using Glitch. Glitch is an incredibly powerful development environment directly in my browser. I can view and edit the full source tree. I can script a custom build process. I can even access a private VM running under the hood. Starting today, when I add a Firebase package manifest, what we call the firebase.json, Glitch unlocks new capabilities to directly deploy to Firebase hosting, all from within the IDE. I'll select Deploy to Firebase, choose a project, and monitor my build. Once this build is complete, I'll view my Firebase app. That's it. With Glitch and Firebase hosting, it is so fast and easy to fork an app and push it live on your own domain, fully encrypted with SSL. Give it a shot. Also, if you're interested in learning more about StackBlitz and Glitch, come to the talk Why Web Developers Should Love Firebase at noon today. And remember, this is built entirely using new public management APIs. Check them out, and don't forget to show us what you build with them. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. OK, so that's truly all the updates we have now. What do y'all think? We're super excited about them as well. And we're also so excited to come to work every day because of the amazing things that you're all doing, from building your app to improving your app quality to growing your business. We're working hard to make Firebase a platform to help you succeed, but more ultimately, to help you improve the lives of your end users. So I want to close by returning to the promise that Ingjong made to kick us off this morning. We're committed to innovating on the technology that we build to help you create change in the world. From deepening our integrations with Google Cloud Platform, to further embedding machine learning throughout Firebase, to continuing our commitments to open source and data portability. And we've got so much work to do, but we promise we'll achieve this innovation by being inclusive, promoting equality, and embracing diversity. So as you go through the rest of the day in the summit, please take time to talk to Firebasers, but also to meet with each other. We've got a lot of amazing content and some fantastic workshops. But at the end of the day, all of you are the best part of this summit and the reason we are here. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Hey, everyone. Not sure about you, but I was sitting in the back, and I was like, that's an amazing number of updates. Is there anything good in there? Yeah. I think so, right? I mean, actually, we ran a bit over, so that's what you get when you stuff a lot of content in a keynote, right? We call it content on fire. It's like our joke. OK, so I think we'll all need a moment to digest this, so we're going to have a break right after this. So, and we'll have snacks outside, essentially where you had breakfast this morning, if you came in. So if you've ever been to a Firebase event before, then you know that our speakers do Q&A in the Ask Firebase lounge, which is right next to where we serve breakfast. So just go find them there. They'll answer all your questions. We also have lots of other Firebasers who are wearing a yellow shirt. So should be easy. Hey, I love social media because somebody pointed out that I fumbled one of my lines this morning. It's the 100th anniversary of Czechoslovakia. So my apologies for that mistake. A few logistics to get out of the way. There's, by the way, also a barista for coffee I just found out, so I'm on 4 cups of coffee now. OK. While you're out there, just wander around. The entire venue is like open. So behind me, for example, we have the workshop room, and behind that, we have the Better Together lounge, which is like another bar where you can get drinks, but also it has a portrait station, which a lot of you already have seen, I think. We have a photo booth, so please take pictures with each other and with Firebasers and share them. And we have AppShip. Who has played AppShip already? OK, very cool. Show your card. You get a customized card, you get to keep it, and you get to play multiple times. So that's all fun. I think we're ready for the break. At 11:30, we're going to be back here or behind us, and we're going to kick off other sessions here and workshop behind us. So check for the full schedule on our event app on firebase.events. That's the URL. Keep in mind, all talks in this room are being recorded. So if you miss one, don't freak out. It will be on YouTube in a moment. So. We also have a scavenger hunt for some premium swags. For example, I got Firebase socks. So, just so you know. OK, lots to do. So let's all get out here, take a break, and see you back here at 11:30.
That's perfect. Oh, hey, do you want to go in? Oh, that's true. Go get our photo station. I'm glad we were able to find this place.
Yeah, this looks amazing.
Get inside,
the dress.
see who's there. Whoa, Gus? Is that you?
Yeah.
I try to figure it out, thinking of you all the time.
So, Puff, I know you are one of the organizers of this summit. What's involved in putting together a production like this?
It's actually, it's a lot of work, but it comes down to 2 surprisingly simple ingredients, right? We fly out a lot of Firebase engineers, and we invite a lot of developers that use Firebase, and we put them in one space, and magic happens.
And how many attendees do you think we're going to be getting?
We're aiming for something between 600 and 700, so.
Wow, will they all fit in the space?
Oh, yes, definitely, yeah. It might be tight, but that's sort of what we like, right?
And how far in advance did you have to like scout this location? Do you just be like, hey, Prague, we want to have a conference, and they like tell you where to go?
It's not really like that, no. Whereas we do a lot of work. So essentially, the work for the Firebase Summit 2019 starts tomorrow.
And where's that going to be?
Don't know yet, right? First thing is selection of location. So actually, if you have an idea of where we should be with the next Firebase Summit, do reach out on Twitter. I'd love to hear for cool ideas that you have for venues.
I know the last few years have all been in Europe. Is that a conscious choice?
It has been, but we definitely are always looking at other options, right? Whether it's any other continent or just other cool places in Europe or North America. We're always checking everywhere.
Keep watching the live stream, everyone, and we will see you soon.
Thinking of you all the time.
Would you be quiet?
I am working on a video for YouTube.
But I want to add some pizzazz to it.
Everyone has read and write access to my rules, which is bad, which is very bad. So I'll say public is dist.
You know what's always amazing? In my regular life, I'm pretty certain that I get through 3 sentences in a row. But then as soon as I'm on camera, I'm just like, stop.
You release a new version of your app, and suddenly you hear that the new feature you launched is causing crashes.
Everything looks okay, except for chat room's wildcard.
But it doesn't really involve pizza this time.
I don't know why kids get all the fun.
Woo! Zombie has power, zombie can jump. And what exactly is the life for a zombie?
This is something people really want to know, Michael. Tell me when the release is. I don't know. Just tell me the release date.
I'm not answering that one. So let's open our pod file in Xcode and add Fabric and Crashlytics pods.
I'm not a robot, I promise.
Oh, who's a smart little database? Yes, you are.
My Furby is dead. I can do what I want.
Can we do that one again?
It is. Ugh. Do you have like a copy of like War and Peace or something?
Firebase Semi-Live, the live coding show where I live code it right here, but you watch it not live out there.
Sharing photos can be hard, especially when everyone's on different devices and using different apps. So we built shared albums in Google Photos, which makes it easy to send photos to anyone using a link.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Firebase Dev Summit.
Our mission is to help developers build better apps and grow more successful businesses by providing tools to help you across the lifecycle of your app.
How did you get into the studio? What are you doing?
I gotta go.
Cheese. Oh, you blinked. Hey, what a fantastic video and or presentation on some Firebase related topic that we just saw, wasn't it? And hey there, live stream watchers. If you're interested in finding out more about Cloud Firestore, the hot new NoSQL database in the cloud from Firebase, why not check out my new series, Get to Know Cloud Firestore. In Get to Know Cloud Firestore, you're going to learn all sorts of things about how to best develop your app using Cloud Firestore. What kind of things? Things like, what's a NoSQL database anyway? How to structure your data, pricing, transactions, pagination, a few other things that I'm probably forgetting. Oh, like security. It stars me, Todd Kerpelman, and a host of colorful and kind of expensive to animate characters, like these guys. Okay, you're costing us a lot of money. Go away. Perfect. So if you're interested in finding out more about Cloud Firestore, make sure you check out Get to Know Cloud Firestore, coming soon, or even better, here now on a Firebase YouTube channel near you. Go start watching. Oh, wait, not yet, though. There's probably another presentation coming up next. But after that, start watching.
and a developer team of only 3. There's no way we could have achieved this scale without Firebase. SoarKit uses Firebase to take care of all our infrastructure, from user sign-in to notifications to our data analytics and pipeline. As our app continues to grow, we're focusing more on stability and performance, and now we're starting to investigate how Firebase can also help us there.
App quality is key. No one wants to use a buggy app with a nice user interface. Crashlytics really saved us a lot of time by surfacing crashes and helping us to pinpoint the root cause. Additionally, it helps us to prioritize. You see how many users are affected, and then you can fix the crash with the most users.
Once you have a stable app, it's time to concentrate on user growth. We did that through linking Firebase with AdWords. Now we're able to run smarter campaigns that drive deeper engagement. We saw a 40% increase in the usage of auto backup, a core feature in the Google Photos app that helps people keep their photos safe.
In mobile games, user retention is one of the toughest problems. When we heard about Firebase predictions, we wanted to see if we could increase retention by targeting the right users. The experiment was a huge success. By serving the in-game promotion to users who were predicted to churn, we saw a 20% gain in retention.
Firebase has been a fantastic partner, giving us scalable, easy-to-use infrastructure.
All the tools we need to make our app stable and high quality.
User insights and smarter campaigns so we can drive engagement.
And it increased user retention, thanks to the power of Google's machine learning.
I try to figure it out.
I have to say, this is a really nice astronomical clock. Like, way better than the one in my neighborhood, by a significant margin. Oh, hi everybody. I hope you enjoyed that keynote presentation. I'm here with Gus Horwith, who helped put that whole thing together. Hi, Gus.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I'm on the marketing team for Firebase, which means that among other things over the course of the year, we work pretty closely with your team to put together this event. And I worked with a lot of the speakers that you just saw to pull together the keynote.
And so what's involved in putting together a keynote like that? You just kind of like plan it all the night before?
Oh, sure, yeah, I just stayed up all night writing, and that's it. No, there's actually, of course, quite a lot of work that goes into building all of the products, and then pulling together all the information, the demos that you saw, and then also finding customer references like Hotstar and pulling their story together to share with all of you, and then a practice, right? Working with the speakers to make sure that we can deliver the story well.
Wow, so okay, maybe a little more than a day or two's worth of work.
Just a little bit more.
Just a little bit. And then of course you have the extra challenge of sometimes some products make it and sometimes they don't. You never quite know with software development.
Except, of course, with the Firebase team, which makes 100% of its launches 100% of the time exactly when we planned it.
That is true. We always make all our launches. Yeah, exactly on time. Hey, speaking of time, I've been learning a little more about the astronomical clock. I think you have too on Wikipedia.
I, of course, knew all this before coming here. I don't know what you're talking about. That this clock was made in 1410, which makes it quite old, probably older than the one in your neighborhood. I also learned that if you look at the clock, that blue part is daylight hours, and those golden hash marks aren't actually an hour, they're 1/12 of the time between sunrise and sunset. So it changes over the course of the year, which is pretty cool in my opinion.
All of which is pretty fancy, although my watch tells me how much exercise I've been getting. All right, yeah, still 0, which is good to know.
But does your watch tell you the astrological sign? Because according to that, right now it's Virgo o'clock.
Wait, Virgo o'clock? I gotta meet Puff by Libra. Well, we gotta run. You go check out this presentation and we'll see you soon.
Thinking of you all the time.
Welcome back, everyone. Please give a warm welcome to Lauren Long and Megha Bangalore.
Thanks, everyone. My name is Lauren. I'm here with Megha. We are two engineers on Firebase, and today we're excited to share with you how you can engage your users with targeted notifications. Now, if you're like me, your phone looks something like this. There's a lot of notifications from apps I've forgotten I installed. They're generic, they're untimely, and they're not relevant to what I'm doing at the moment. So more often than not, I just hit the clear all button. So you don't want your app to end up in that category. You don't want to spam your users. And that's why it's so important to target your notifications to the right audience at the right time with the right message. Now you might be thinking, Lauren, that sounds really hard. I don't have the time, I don't have the engineering resources to do this right. Well, the good news is, with Firebase, it's actually really easy. We offer all of the right tools for you to do targeting without needing a lot of time, resources, or expertise. To start with, let me introduce you to two ways to send messages with Firebase. The first is Firebase Cloud Messaging, or FCM for short. And this is a way to send push notifications to users, whether they are inside the app at the moment or have it in the background or not open at all. They just have to have the app installed. And this is a great way to re-engage users and to get back into the app. The second way is Firebase in-app messaging, or FIM for short. And this is how you can send popover type messages while your app is already open. And this is a great way to nudge user towards certain actions inside your app. And you can customize it in fun ways, like the chinchilla that you saw in the keynote. Now, when we combine FCM and FIM with other Firebase products, we can then personalize the messages really easily. And today, Megha and I will show you 3 of the many possible ways of doing this. For each of these, we'll have a demo, and we're using a game called Bulls and Cows to show you how these 3 will work. So first, Megha will show you how you can use FCM within the console to create a campaign that targets only a subset of users. So this involves no code whatsoever, just some configuration within the console, and you can target a subset of users that the message would be the most relevant to. Next, you will then talk about how you can use FIM along with analytics to send in-app messages after a user takes certain actions. This has minimal code, only 1 line in fact, and this allows you to pick who to send the message to and to send that message when it's the most timely after they've done something that you're interested in. And third, I'll come back and talk about cloud messaging along with functions as a way to send very personalized messages to just one user and right after something happens. And this involves a little bit of code, but as you'll see later, is still not a lot of effort. We'll be sharing all the code afterwards, so no worries about copying any of it down. And Megha will start us off with the first demo.
Thanks, Lauren. So we're going to be using FCM from the console, and we're going to target users who we haven't seen in the app for 3 days. So how does it work? This is not an architecture diagram, but roughly what happens is we're going to go into the cloud messaging console. We're going to say, hey, I want to create a campaign to target users that were last seen 3 or more days ago. And I want to send them this particular message. Play 2 more games and unlock the lightning round to entice them to come back and actually re-engage and become active users again. So let's go to the demo. Sweet. So we have here the landing page for cloud messaging. And let's kick one of these off. So Lauren, if we can edit this guy. So here we have the message text. And if we go into the targeting, that's the interesting part. So we say next here. These are new signals that we've just launched recently. Here we actually say last app engagement is more than 3 days ago. You don't actually have to instrument anything here yourself. We're maintaining that list and keeping track of your users' liveness. And if we go next here, as Jimana was mentioning, now we have long-running campaigns. So you don't need to keep recreating this campaign every day to make sure you're reaching new users who have started, who are about to churn. This, you can run it, create it once, run it, and don't have to worry about it ever again. So there are other things like conversion events and additional options that you can provide, but we're trying to focus here on the least amount of code and the easiest implementation. If you, say, for example, provide some extra custom data, you might be able to handle a more richer message, but that requires integration efforts, and we're trying to go for the simplest solution here. So let's go next and let's publish that. Perfect. And now that's running. As we saw, we scheduled it to run every day at noon, which is great, but it's not exactly noon right now. So let's see what this will actually look like in the app. So let's test on device. Test on device is going to be your biggest friend in both FCM and FIAM, so you can actually see what it's going to look like. You add your instance ID token here, and let's say test. And open our emulator, and hopefully, if the network is willing, yes, perfect. And we can see here we have this message, which re-engages the user and entices them to come back. And you didn't actually have to add any code here. You just had to add the dependency for FCM in your app and ship it. And then you can do everything from the console. You can tweak this message. You can run A/B tests with other within FCM and more. So let's go back to the slides. So that's all it was, right? We didn't have to add any integration. We just did everything from the console, and we can re-engage these users, and we don't even have to maintain this audience. It's automatically done for you with Firebase. So let's get a little bit more personalized. So using FIAM and analytics, let's target users who are about to burn out. And what I mean by that is, you've noticed that if a user is spending more than 30 minutes in your app playing your game, they're less likely to come back after 7 days. They get tired of the app, they're playing too much, and they get frustrated. So you want to make sure they take a break every 30 minutes, because first of all, it's good for digital wellness, they're taking their eyes off the screen, they're removing eye strain, but also you know they're going to spend more time in your app long term. So if you're familiar with Google Analytics for Firebase, it's how you get detailed analytics to measure and analyze how users have engaged in your app in the past. In FIAM, we're taking that one step further, and we're using them as contextual triggers to target users based on their current and active behaviors. So how does it work? So in the in-app messaging console, you're going to create a campaign that says, hey, show this particular message if the contextual trigger, played too long, is fired. The user will be going around playing their app, 30 minutes hits, that event gets triggered, played too long, and the in-app message gets showed right then and just to that user. So let's go into the demo. So here we have our landing page, and you might be familiar from this if you saw the keynote. I really like chinchillas, so we're going to have a chinchilla relaxation here. So we saw the device preview, we saw these messages, but let's look at the cool part. So if we go next and continue further, even past the targeting, we can use the dynamic audiences that Mai just introduced. We can use predictions that just went GA. But here is the cool part, right? So similar to long-running campaigns, this thing doesn't ever end. It'll happen whenever a user is triggering it. Or you can actually set an end date if you just want to have a campaign for maybe a holiday season. And here's where you set the trigger. Played too long. You can set additional triggers if those are if those are all important to your campaign. Or you can have a default of on foreground. On foreground requires the least integration, but is the least effective and least targeted. Because if you imagine, as soon as you open an app, that's on foreground. You see a message, not necessarily the most relevant. And let's look here at the frequency limit. So here we're saying, OK, so the default is once per device for a campaign, because we don't want to spam users with the same message over and over again. But in this case, we actually kind of do. We want to make sure that they're not using this app for more than 30 minutes any day they do it. So that's why we choose this custom frequency and say display no more than once a day. So in this case, we don't have a conversion event that we care about, but you can use the Google Analytics conversion events the same way you can with FCM or remote config. So let's publish this. Awesome. So now let's go to our app. Actually, let's go to our code. I did say there was a little bit of code here. So if you've already been using analytics and you already have them instrumented, you don't actually need to add anything new, as I mentioned in the keynote. But just in case you're not familiar with analytics, you pretty much, this is the Android version, of course, you instantiate it the same way you do any other Firebase service, like Firebase Instance ID or Firebase Messaging. You get an instance of it in your onCreate or onStart, and then you just simply log the event. So you just say here, analytics.log event, played too long is the name that we care about. You can also pass within the bundle some other parameters that you'll use for your metrics reporting. But here for FIAM, the trigger only cares about the event name. So in your normal app, you would have a timer. It would go off after 30 minutes, and it would trigger this event. Because you probably don't want to see us spend 30 minutes playing this game, we're going to trigger it on a button click. So here, we have this dashboard. And when Lauren hits how to play, we should hopefully see our chinchilla appear. So it happens as soon as you click it, because as we said before, it's evaluated client-side. So there's no batching that happens. There's no kind of optimization for battery that we need to do. It happens as soon as they trigger that event. So, and back to the slides. Sorry. Yeah, so that's how it worked. If you're already using Google Analytics for Firebase, you don't actually have to add any code. But in case you aren't, you just need to send a particular trigger and add that in your campaign definition in FIAM, and you're good to go. And you can send a very timely message to a user who has just engaged in a certain behavior. So it's even more personalized than our previous example. So I'm going to send it back to Lauren for the even more exciting, even more personalized use case, FCM and functions.
Thanks, Mega. So with FCM and functions, we're going to do a personalized message to a single user. And the use case is we have a leaderboard for our game that tracks the top players across all time. And if someone gets off of this leaderboard because someone else played better than them, we want to send them a message so they'll get back in the game and defend their position. And to do that, we'll need our friend Cloud Functions for Firebase. Cloud Functions is a Firebase product which allows you to write snippets of backend code that runs on Google servers in response to events happening in your app. And the neat thing about Cloud Functions is that it scales up and down to meet demand. So if you have a lot of usage, it'll scale up to meet that demand. If you have downtime, it'll scale down so you're not paying for servers that you're not using. In our game, we will have a leaderboard. As you can see, it is storing both the user as well as the score that they have. We're storing this in the real-time database, but you can easily do this in Cloud Firestore, and it'll work in a very similar way. Any changes in this real-time database in this particular spot of the leaderboard that we care about will trigger a function to run. And inside the function, we're using the Firebase Admin SDK, a server-side SDK for Firebase, in order to send an FCM message to a single user. So let's see how this works in action. So here we have the real-time database, which is storing our leaderboard as well as all of the user's data. So if we expand the leaderboard, you'll see that there's 2 people on the leaderboard right now. I am number 1, of course. Very good at this game. You see that I have a score of 4,500, and I also have a user ID, which is this long, complicated thing I won't read out to you. And in number 2 spot is Francis with a score of 3,500, and his user ID as well. And we can expand the users node, and we see that there's been 3 players that have played this game. There's Mega, myself, and Francis. And for each of us, we're storing an FCM token. So this is a unique token that corresponds to the device we're playing the game on. And this is what Firebase Admin needs in order to send a message to that device only. We're also storing the handle, the username of the person. And that's our database. It's a pretty simple model. So next, we will see how this works. And to do that, instead of playing, we're actually going to directly change the database. So we're using the Firebase CLI to do this. Here we have a command, Firebase database set, which allows us to directly set a value at that place in the database. And we're going to set /leaderboard/1, which is the number 1 position in the database. And let's say Mega beat my score for some fluke reason. She played better than me, and she got a better score of 5,000. We're going to send the data, which contains her username, her score, and her user ID. So let's click enter in order to set that. Once we confirm, it'll change the real-time database. So we see that now she's a number 1. And if we go to our emulator, we'll see that I received a message saying, Lauren, Mega just beat your high score. Play now to get back on the leaderboard. Let's see how this happens in code. So that was our app code that you saw. This is our Cloud Functions code. Cloud Functions is written in Node.js. So at the top here, we're importing various SDKs needed for this function to work. The first one is Firebase Functions. This is the SDK to write functions with. The second one is Firebase Admin. This is Firebase's server-side SDK, which you'll hear about later today during a talk. And this allows us to use FCM. And here we're initializing the application by this method, admin.initializeApp. You'll notice something different about this call, which is there are no parameters passed into it. Because Cloud Functions runs on Google servers, it already knows about your project and its configuration values. So you don't need to pass it anything, and it'll initialize the correct application. Next, we are declaring our function. We're going to call it sendLeaderboardMessage. And this is a function that listens to the real-time database at the reference point /leaderboard/ any position. So the curly brackets here means that is a wildcard. So this function will run for leaderboard/1, leaderboard/2, leaderboard/anything. We're interested in update events. So anytime there's a change, it'll cause this function to run. And inside the function, the parameter we will be getting is a change object. And this contains information about the database before and after the event happens. So we're saving everything that's before in old player and everything that's after in new player. So first thing we're going to do is we want to make sure we don't send this message to a user if they moved up in the leaderboard. So they actually played better. That's why there's been an update event. We don't want to tell them they got off the leaderboard because that's not true. So we're going to check in that case to make sure that the new player score isn't actually lower than the old player score. And if it is actually the case, we'll exit the function right away. If not, we will start constructing the payload to send as the message. So here, if we expand that, we'll see that we are personalizing the message through a template syntax. We're using the old player's handle, so in that case, that's Lauren. The new player handle, Mega, just beat your score. Play now to get back onto the leaderboard. Now we need to actually send this message. So we'll query the database to find the FCM token we need to send the message to me. So if you look on the right-hand side of the real-time database, you'll remember that we store this information inside users/UID/FCM token. And that's exactly what we're doing in the lines below. So we're getting at the root of the database first. So change before ref root gets us the root of the database. We can now traverse through the database to get users/the user's UID, so it'll be my UID in this case, and we're getting this entire value. And if we expand the then, we'll see that snapshot.val gets us the value at that database snapshot, and then FCM token gets us the FCM token string value. And that's all we need to send the message. So we send it with the Firebase admin app that we've already initialized. We say .messaging, .send to device with the token and the payload, and that's what gets us our message. Let's go back to the slide, please. So as a reminder, we stored our leaderboard inside the real-time database, and any changes in the leaderboard positions triggered a function to run. Inside this Cloud Function, we use the Firebase Admin SDK to send a specific message just to that one user who got out of the leaderboard. And we're personalizing the message through a template syntax, and we're sending it right when their score is beat, so it's a very timely notification that they can take action on. Mega will sum up everything.
Thanks, Lauren. So that's really what it is, right? So there are many different ways that you can say, hey, let's have the minimal integration and maybe reach the most users, or add a little bit more work and a little bit more effort and get very, very, very targeted. So we started with a console only. It was very, very simple. We did it using the Cloud Messaging console. Then we added a little bit more and did in-app messaging and analytics in an interesting and new way, using it as a contextual trigger, not just for metrics reporting. And then finally, as Lauren just showed, using the Cloud Messaging API, we can get even more customized and even more personal. And this can be anything from like, hey, they just leveled up in an app, they just entered a shop. It's really any of the data that you're getting from the client or from the server that you're evaluating. You can trigger that function, and you're good to go. So Firebase helps you target the right audience at the right time with that right message. You no longer want to be that app that's spamming users. You don't want to have to worry about hitting a user when they're not interested in the message, or they're actually just focusing on maybe making a purchase. You only want to target them when it's actually relevant. So as we promised, the code, what little there is, mainly the functions code, is going to be over at this link. You don't need to copy it down. If you go to Firebase Events and click our talk, you can get this link right over there. So if you have any questions, and I hope you do, or comments or feedback if you used any of these products, you can find us in the Ask Firebase Lounge right after this talk, and throughout the day in the Ask Firebase Lounge and Hack Firebase areas. Thank you so much, and I hope you guys have a great rest of the day.
The next session in this room will start at noon. And now, please welcome Shailesh Nalawadi and Frank Van Puffelen.
Greetings, everyone. So when I first started using Firebase, I was extremely excited. So many of the burdens of development had been lifted. I didn't have to worry about provisioning a database, spinning up a server, managing real-time connections, getting an SSL certificate, or purging a CDN. All it took was a few script tags and a single command, Firebase deploy, and then I had a website. Now, while this process was amazing and simple, it didn't really complete the dream I had for developing on the web. To complete my dream, I not only needed the infrastructure pieces taken care of, but I also wanted to have a really simple development process. I want to be able to write code, save changes, and deploy quickly and easily from anywhere. My name is Shailesh Nalawadi. I'm a product manager here on Firebase.
Hey, and I'm Frank, or Puff, and I'm an engineer on Firebase. And we are excited to be showing you some of the things we've been working on to make Firebase even better for web developers. Because I love to write code. And maybe even more than that, I love sharing code that I write with other developers. And it shouldn't really matter, right, if you're using a Mac like I'm going to do, or a Windows machine, a Linux box, or maybe even a tablet, or just a phone, right? All you should have to do is actually open a web browser and start coding, right, and making amazing apps. So that's why we are excited that we were able to partner with a few great online editors to bring you the best integrations for Firebase hosting.
All right. So who here loves glitch.com? Yeah, well, we certainly do here. And if you're new to Glitch, it's an online IDE for web apps, and it's got a built-in code editor, and any changes that you make, right away they're available on the preview window. Some of you might have seen this in other code sample editors, so JS, CSS, HTML docs, but Glitch is different. And in particular, it's got a built-in virtual machine, which means that the same commands that you run on your local dev machine, you can run inside of the virtual machine. And this opens up all kinds of possibilities. It's not just about demos, sample codes, but actually full-featured apps as well. So the new thing is, starting today, you're also going to be able to go into Glitch and click a button to deploy to Firebase hosting. So, Puff, what kind of app do you think we can build?
Oh, I know this one. This one is good. I want a social, local, mobile, crowdsourced weather app.
OK, well, let's see what it works.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to do the building for this one. So it's actually not that difficult. It sounds more difficult than it is. I live in San Francisco. And if you've ever been to San Francisco, we only have two types of weather there. It's either sunny or foggy. So, and while I'm traveling, I love to know what the weather is like back home. So what I want is an app that my friends back home can use, and they look out the window and say, huh, it's sunny. Then when I load the same app, I actually see what they typed. Sounds simple, right? I sure hope so, because we're going to build it right now. Let's switch to the demo. Cool. That was the one slide transition we had. So this is Glitch. Who had used Glitch before? It's not a lot. Well, for those of you who haven't, it's an amazing environment. As Shailesh said, there's an entire virtual machine running behind this. But it's actually quite simple. On the left here, you see that we just have a list of files. Right? I kept the README open now. We've done some prep work on this project. So there's a tiny JavaScript file and an index.html file. This is what we're going to be using to build our social, local, mobile, crowdsourced weather application. I'm not going to be typing everything because it's sort of like tricky right now. But let's start with the HTML for this. That is quite simple. It takes a label and two buttons. And yes, we call this slow-mo crow. OK, that's the starting point of this. Now I can save this. And then we go to the JavaScript for this. And this actually is quite simple, right? All we do is we take every button, and then when somebody clicks the button, we take the label on that button and show it in our label. It's fairly simple. Okay, let's run this web app. So we've already done prep work on this virtual machine. That means that we have Webpack installed. And if you do modern web development, you know that you typically need a tool to bundle your JavaScript files. So we're going to be using that. And for that, we're going to open a console. So This is a full shell on the virtual machine, so I can run anything there, right? I can run ls, or I can run Webpack. So Webpack will now take my JavaScript files and bundle them, and since we have hardly any files, it's very fast. Let's switch back to the first tab, and then actually let's show how this looks live. So this is the app we just built, and if I click, right, it says there's no weather update, but when I click, it shows whether it's foggy or sunny. Like, that's great, I just made something that shows me the button that I clicked. We're not really there yet, so let's do the next step of this. Next step is that we are going to be using Cloud Firestore to actually make this shared between users. If you're new to Firebase, Cloud Firestore is our newest cloud-hosted NoSQL database that we can access directly from within our JavaScript code. And when somebody makes a change to the JavaScript code or to the database, that change is automatically shown for all other users. They can see that change straight away. This is the power that you know of Firebase, right? We talk straight to the database from our apps. So we're going to be wiring that up. Now, if you've, again, done modern web development, we can't just start using Firebase. We first need to include it. So we see a package.json, which is how you do this through Node. So Glitch has an integration with Node. I can actually say add package, and then I can just search for the Firebase package. Now, and we can install it. Now, in the status here at the bottom, you can actually see that it's running npm install. We all know that npm install can take a bit of time, so I hope the Wi-Fi is good here. So it's now downloading Firebase, and once it's done with that, that's available to my code. Let's switch back to the JavaScript and then actually start using Firebase. The first thing we need to do there is that we need to import Firebase and Firestore. So this gives us access to just those pieces of Firebase. It's like the minimal way to use Firestore in your web application. We also need to connect our app to a project. Let's actually have a look at that. So this is the Firebase console. Sorry, let's start here. This is the Firebase console. So this is where you manage all of your Firebase projects. We created a project for today called FireConf 2018. In there, we see the database. And this is the Cloud Firestore database. So you see that we have a collection called weather, we have a document called SF, and in there we have a field with the value sunny. So apparently it's sunny right now in San Francisco. Okay. So that's what we can now use from our code. So here you see that we have the same project ID. That's the only thing I configure right now. And this allows my code to find the project on the Firebase servers. We create a reference to the same document. So to the weather collection and SF document in there. And with that, we're ready to write the actual code. So when the user clicks one of the buttons, instead of writing the value straight to the label, we're actually going to write it to the database. So I'm going to take this, then it's ref.set. We give it a JSON object where we say condition becomes the content of the button that you pressed. So that's all that it needs to write to the database. But we want to do one more thing. We also want to show the value from the database on the screen. So we do that by attaching a so-called snapshot listener. Whenever I load this code, it will reach out to the Firebase database, to the Firestore database, and get this document straight away, and it will give it to us in our own snapshot listener. So we get a document, and then we take the label.text content, and we set that to document.data.condition. So you see that we just added a little loop, right? We moved the code from here to here. Now let's bundle all of this up again with Webpack. And now if we go back to the demo and we reload it, if you look at the no weather update at the top, you saw it just switch to sunny. This came straight from the database, because remember, that's the value we show here. If I now click foggy, it actually updated the database straight away. This is how easy it is to build an interactive web app that uses Firebase on Glitch. But yeah, this we could already do yesterday, right, Shailesh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, now, are we ready to deploy?
I think so, sure. All
right. So Firebase hosting projects need a firebase.json.
Oh, I think I'm typing that one.
So let's go ahead and create that. In the top right-hand bar. So when you create a firebase.json, Glitch knows that, that this is a Firebase project. So once that's done, Glitch is ready, and it's set up to deploy. Now, before I deploy, I tell Firebase hosting where my app is located. and that is in the dist folder. So, Puff,
Mm-hmm.
are you ready?
I think so.
Moment of truth. All right. Now, for first-time projects, you'll need to authenticate. And this is needed because of the special scopes that Glitch needs to be able to deploy on your behalf. Under the auth, once you're done, you should be able to see a list of projects, and you select the project that you're working on, and this is where the web app is going to be deployed.
You can actually see that it's also now installing some more NPM modules. So, but after that, it will run Firebase deploy, essentially like you would do from local. Give it a moment. I think it's already done, Shailesh.
Oh, there you go. All right. So now I think when you hit deploy for the second time, it's going to end up packaging up all the files and actually deploying to Firebase. Did it do that?
Mm-hmm. There we are.
Success. OK. I think now we're ready.
I already clicked. Sorry.
So I think there you have it, right? We've got it deployed from Glitch onto Firebase. And to be honest, this, in some sense, realizes the dream that I had, which is, you don't really need a local dev environment to be able to do your coding. And really, everything happens in the browser. Now, some of you are probably wondering, did we give them a private API? And how is it that they were able to do all of this? Actually, it's not true. So I think earlier today, we mentioned the launch of the Firebase Management API. And that's what is actually powering all of this. So here's how it works. You start with a call to Google OAuth. And once you've got the Firebase scopes, you can get the access token. Now, you can also use the gapi.js library. And using either the token or the library, you can get a list of the projects, which you guys saw. And once you're ready and gather all the files that you need on the server, you can use the Firebase CLI to be able to actually do your deployments. Now, we actually also worked with another online code editor who used some of the same APIs to create a similarly seamless experience. And that editor is actually StackBlitz. Now, while Glitch is great, and its creative community is actually a real plus, and not to forget the virtual machine, it gives you all kinds of flexibility. But if you are developing single-page apps like Angular and React, we really like to use StackBlitz. So, Puff, let's give StackBlitz a try.
Sure, I like that. I actually do. Who has used StackBlitz before? OK, it's a few more hands. I like that. As I said, I love writing code. I love sharing code. And StackBlitz is a great tool for that. So let's actually just do this together. So in the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to be building the ultimate Firebase demo app. We're going to be building a chat application. And if you follow along, there's not going to be any snippets. If you follow along, you have the same chat application that I have, but it's then yours. So let's go to StackBlitz. So let's see. We first need to select the technology. So we pick Angular, React, maybe Vue, Ionic. We could do Svelte if we're really the hipsters that we might be. It's like, It's like, OK. Then we either pick the default scaffolding or we start from scratch. We need to pick if we do TypeScript and what bundler do we... Choice anxiety here, Shailesh. What am I going to use?
Let's go with plain old JavaScript.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Plain old JavaScript is good. Let's create a new JavaScript project. OK, so this is StackBlitz. On the left, you see a list of files, just like we saw with Glitch. It's a bit fewer files, because actually it's very targeted to the use case that we're covering here. In the middle, you see a code editor. Now, it's a bit small. Let's make it a bit bigger. OK, one of the fun things here is that if we start typing, you see that it autocompletes. In fact, you might think like, I know this type of autocompletion because I use Visual Studio Code. And if you thought that, then you're right. The StackBlitz team took Visual Studio Code and is running it in a browser. This is great because it means that I don't have to rely on snippets. I'm going to rely on autocomplete a lot. So let's get rid of some of this. And let's get rid of whatever we had in the HTML. And let's write a minimal chat app. My minimal chat app needs 3 basic things. It needs a list. so that we can put messages in that. And it needs a form, and in that form we're going to have an input of type text, and we're going to have a button that we can use to submit. Is anyone typing along, by the way? Yeah, cool. Let's see who finishes first. Okay, that's all the JavaScript we're going to use. Just like the demo we did before, it's not pretty, but it's going to be functional. Okay, let's go to the index.js. Let me actually have a look at my slides. Right, the first thing we need to do, right, is we're going to use Cloud Firestore, just like we did before, but we're going to create a new collection. And the collection is going to contain our chat messages. So in that collection, each document contains one chat message, or each chat message is its own document. That's the simplest way to model this. But that means that we want to use Firebase from within our StackBlitz app, so we first need to add a dependency on Firebase. So just like we did before with Glitch, we're going to type into StackBlitz here, Firebase, and we're going to hit Enter. And now you see that it's installing dependencies. So it's essentially doing an npm install for us. Okay. With that, we're ready to start using Firebase. So let's actually import Firebase from Firebase. Don't know why I'm repeating myself here. Okay. I also need to import a few of the elements from the HTML. So we're first going to get the list. We're going to do document.querySelector. And the list is an OL, so let's do that. Then we're going to get the input. I swear, this is the most boring bit for the typing, but since I promised that I wouldn't do snippets, let's not do snippets. Oh. Wow. You can also see, by the way, that on the right-hand side, StackBlitz is constantly reloading the file. So if I have a typo, it actually gives me a quite explicit error message there, which is really helpful if you're live coding and your fingers might be slightly trembling. Okay. Huh, that looks different than what I expected. Did anyone see what I made? What mistake I made? There's a yes. Thank you. Okay. Apparently, there's actually still much use for pair programming. Thank you very much.
That was part of the script, right? Hmm? That was part of the script.
Yes, that was part of the script, yes. Actually, very long script.
Along.
This was part of a demo prepared at 4:30 in the morning. Okay. So this is a chat app. This is the basic thing that we have, right? It doesn't do anything. And for a fact, we first need to start wiring some things up. So we're going to be using Cloud Firestore again. So we actually need to connect to the Firebase project. So for that, I'm going to go back to the Firebase console. And I'm actually going to go to the project overview. I'm going to tell it that I want to add a new app, and that's a web app. So it now shows me a bit of configuration information. I'm going to copy that. And we're going to go back to StackBlitz. We're going to paste it. So you can see that we have a bit more configuration information than we had before. But for example, the project ID that we used earlier is still in here. So this gives us access to many more of the Firebase products. Right? We can access the real-time database with this. We can use Firebase Cloud Messaging. All of those are available for us. Now, feel free to snap a picture of this. There's no secret information in there. These are not secret keys. These are actually just configuration data. This is what my web app needs to find the Firebase project on the server. OK, so we're ready to get started on that. So let's first actually create a reference to the collection that we had. So let's call the collection chat. And then we are going to do firebase.firestore. And then we have a collection, and that collection we call chat. Okay. So earlier we created a reference to a single document. This is instead a reference to a complete collection of documents. So now we're ready to wire up the form. I actually need to make one quick fix. Let's do this on page reload only. This is a setting that we're looking to actually automate. I can either write some code for it, or I can run it like this. So now we get rid of that error message. We're ready to start listening for the form. So we add an event listener. And whenever somebody submits the form, which happens when you either press the submit button or hit enter in the text field, right, we're going to get an event with the information that was submitted. So we do it like this. And the first thing I want to do is I want to prevent the default behavior of this form, because that would actually reload the page, and we're building a single-page application. I don't want to reload. I'm going to return false because I'm a web developer who likes to be clean. OK. Next up, we need to send it to the collection, to the database. So for that, we're going to do chat.add a new document. And in that new document, we're going to write what we want in there. So we're going to have a field message. That is going to be the text content, no, the value of the input field. Sorry about that. And we're going to add a timestamp, because chat makes most sense if actually the messages are shown in chronological order. So let's add a timestamp. Let's do date.now for that. OK, I'm also actually going to empty the input, because otherwise I don't really know whether it's done anything. So that's all. You can see that we're reloading. So if I now type a message here, something like hello, nothing happens yet, except that this didn't work. Let's try this again. Yeah, nothing happened except that I made the input box empty. But that's not really true, because if we go to the database now, you can see that we have a new collection with 2 chat messages, because I typed hello twice. I just didn't clear the box yet. So we're already writing to Cloud Firestore. It's pretty simple, right? But we're still missing something to make this a complete chat app, because we actually also want to show the messages. So that makes that happen. We're going to take the chat reference. We're going to add an on-snapshot listener again. But since we're now listening to an entire collection, we actually get more than just one document. We get what's known as a query snapshot. And the query snapshot contains all of the documents in the collection. Now, it contains them in an order that we can't really predict. So we actually want to make sure that we get them in the right order, in the order in which the chat messages were entered. So we're going to actually do an order by. Then we say timestamp. That's the field that we had. And I want them descending so that the newest messages show on top, just in case we have a lot of chat messages coming in. So that's what we need to get the right data. So just like before, if I load the page, this query will pull the data from Cloud Firestore and give it to me. But also, when there's any update to the data, it will actually also call this function. So the first thing I want to do is I actually want to clear out the inner HTML of our list. Right? If we had any messages before, let's just get rid of them. Now we're going to take the query snapshot. We're going to run over all of the results in there. That gives me the documents. And remember, each document is a single chat message. And let's see. For that, we need to, for each chat message, we're going to create a list item. And what am I typing wrong here? Why is everything red? Ah, got it. OK, yay for syntax highlighting. So we're going to create a list item, and then we're going to set the text content of the list item to the document data.message that we just entered. Okay. Then we're going to add the list item to the list of messages that we have. And if you look on the right, you see that the chat messages are already showing. Right? This is how easy it is to build a chat app. Let's type correctly. Okay. This is probably the world's simplest chat app you've ever built, right? If you've never used Firebase, this is like quite amazing. Okay, let's do the final step here. I'm used to getting an applause here, people. We're short on time. I should not have asked for that. Okay, let's do the final step. We're actually going to deploy to Firebase now, because this uses the Firebase database, or the Cloud Firestore, excuse me, but it doesn't use Firebase hosting yet. So you can see the Firebase icon here, and I love how it's nicely hidden in here. So if we click this button, we get a list of projects. I'm going to select the same project that we used before. So it's now, StackBlitz is connected to the same Firebase project. So if I now deploy, StackBlitz will take all the files that are part of my app, it will bundle them together, and it will deploy them to Firebase. That means that these files are now distributed over Firebase's global CDN, available on SSL, right? And I can just open the live website. Here's the same chat app that we have before, but now slightly more readable because it's a bit bigger. Okay. This also means, for example, that we can take control, right, of our hosting. So we can create a custom domain. So if you just register a domain and then connect that domain to Firebase hosting, you have your own chat app up in, what was it, 10, 12 minutes?
10 minutes.
That's all I had for the demo. Shailesh, want to take us home?
Thank you. So there you have it. We built our app. We deployed it to Firebase hosting, all from within a browser, thanks to integrations with Glitch and StackBlitz. So we would love to have you try these features out and let us know what you think. And remember, we used public APIs today. So if you think there is another development environment that could use this kind of seamless integration, let us know. because we want to be able to provide easy ways for you to be able to deploy to Firebase from wherever it is that you're writing your code. Thank you.
As usual, if you have any questions, come find us in the Ask Firebase Lounge. I'm heading over there right now.
All right, see you there.
The next session in this room will start at 12:30.
I skipped.
The next session in this room will start at 12:30. Please welcome Doug Stevenson and Ibrahim Ulukaya. Please welcome Doug Stevenson and Ibrahim Ulukaya.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us here today. I hope you're enjoying the event so far. My name is Doug. I am a developer advocate with the Firebase team.
And I'm Ibrahim from the Firebase team as well.
And we thought it would be good to tell you about how you can use Firebase products to test your app. Now, the title of this talk is How Can Firebase Improve the User Experience of Your App? And I thought it might be nice to tell you about that, but it's even better, I think, to show you. And so that's what we'd like to do today. We'd like to show you how we used Firebase in an app that we built called FriendlyPics. Now, FriendlyPics is an app that you can use to share pictures with friends, kind of like a social network. It's open source for iOS, Android, and the web. We use it as a demo app to showcase Firebase APIs and products. Now, like all apps, there are problems during development. We experienced this. Ibrahim, remember that time when the cloud storage for Firebase SDKs changed? We had some problems with that.
Yes, I remember that, Doc. Actually, that was a strange time. We were just ready to publish our first app, and the QA tests were successful, and we just want to give it a try to the test lab. And test lab lets you test your app in the wide variety of devices, and Android and iOS. They are hosted on the cloud. Let's see on our app. While we were testing, we realized that we got an error on the test upload photo. And this test was failing. And it was pretty weird because we didn't see this issue while we were testing ourselves. So in this case, we can even see the logs and some video here from the test. As you can see here, the app is starting. And we picked like a photo. And the test is going through, writing a caption. And it clicked upload picture, and the upload is happening right now. And seems like it's going well, but our app crashed. So that was weird that our app crashed when it wasn't crashing before. And looking at this, we realized that it was in the upload site, in the upload view controller. So let's go back to our code, and we realized that the download URL was a property before, but it was deprecated, and now it was an async call. And as soon as we fixed the error, our test was like working as normal. And since then, we are using the XC test, and we created some more UI tests as well. So we go through our app, and we have a reliability that our app always works. Let's see like one of our tests, which was on an iPhone 6. I did it like a few days ago. As you can see here, it's accepting some permissions, going through privacy, going through the authentication, going through and selecting a photo, uploading it. Now we're going to go to upload screen, writing a caption, upload it, and we even went there and added a comment, so our text was successful. This was a particularly close save, and it was a really good save for us, because if we shipped our app and it would crash in the very first users, that would be a terrible experience, and it really saved us from some one-star reviews from there.
Yeah, for sure, early one-star reviews in your app would be bad. It would certainly tank your ratings in any market. So obviously, it's crucial to test your app before you publish it. Some of the members of the test lab team say you should test in the lab, not on your users. Now, this is obvious advice. So Ibrahim, I'm curious, how many iOS devices were you able to test on?
Right now, actually, we have like 12 iOS devices on the test lab, and we can through different iOS versions as well.
Okay, yeah, and I'm an Android developer. I've done a lot of Android development, and I know all too well that it can be very challenging to test on a wide array of devices. You know, landscape, portrait, tablet, phone, Android TV, all these different devices. It's challenging to do it well. And it's good for consumers to choose. They should choose the devices that fit their budget and lifestyle. I think in Test Lab, there's something like 40 devices to choose from, and there's new ones being added all the time. Now, Ibrahim showed you that you can write an XC test for your iOS app. Now, it's worth noting that on Android, the similar framework is called Espresso, so you can write tests to sort of remote control your application. But if you're not into writing code for your tests, you can still use something called RoboTest. So Test Lab has a fully automated, intelligent crawler that will try to exercise as the most of your app as it can. And you can see right here how it's sort of automatically clicking and navigating, toggling buttons, choosing menu items. You don't have to write any code at all to do that here. So that's great. So you can get started testing right away. If you're doing an Android app and you haven't done any testing at all, there's no excuse not to do this because there's a free allotment of daily tests that you can run in TestLab. So TestLab is good to use before you publish, but what do you do after you publish? Well, many people are using Firebase TestLab in their continuous integration system, so they can build and test repeatedly, maybe with every check-in, maybe just nightly. But after you publish, after you've finished that cycle, it's too late. So if there's crashes that you haven't found, those could still reach your users. The fact of the matter is, it's difficult to predict and test all these corner cases. Your app may still crash in the hands of your users. Now, Ibrahim, we found a really nasty bug in FriendlyPix, right?
Yes, Doug. Actually, this was our first bug. Right after we shipped the app, we were happy, we shipped the app and some celebrations, and we get this new fatal issue email. And let's see what's going on there. So we went to the Crashlytics console. As we see, the crash-free statistics went from 100% all the way to 70% in a matter of days. So it was really scary for us. But we went through and we see that it was in the first version. We see how many people are affected. And we went through and we see that it was on the FB user. So we got some really good insight to what's happening there. Instead of sometimes the Xcode may not give you the best stack trace, but we have some clean stack trace here. And by using this, let's go back to our code. Then I found out that while I was building the app, I was expecting the full name to be never null. But the web client was sending null. So sometimes you can avoid everything. And in this case, we've managed to talk with the web client developer as well. We fixed on both sides, and we made sure that this issue would never occur again. Since then, we were able to add a note here, what happened here, and we closed the bug. We shipped a new version, and as you see, as soon as we shipped the version, our crash-free users went all the way to 100%. But we learned some lesson here, and we also integrated with the Slack. And with the Slack integration, now when we have any alert like this, we get an alert right in our Slack channel, and all our developers from different clients can jump in and talk to each other and start the conversations again. And also, we start using the user identifier in the Crashlytics, which you can set. So in our crash reports, we can get some user ID. This gives us another valuable information that if there's a data offending us, we can find it. Maybe we can try to actually make up to this user. Maybe even send a push notification saying that our app is much better now. Do you want to try again? Give us a chance.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny that you used Crashlytics in the iOS app, but you ended up finding a bug in the web app. But it goes to show that sometimes it's good to be paranoid about the data that's coming into your app, even if it's coming from a server you control. Now, there's another problem that pretty much all mobile software engineers have struggled with at some point, and that's race conditions. Let's be honest, threading is really difficult to get right, even for us at Firebase. It's just not easy to predict how all of your asynchronous and threaded work are going to interact with each other. We had a problem like this in FriendlyPix, didn't we?
Indeed, yes, Doc. And here we get another fatal issue. And this time we have some load feed, one closure, another closure. This was harder to replicate because this bug only happened when there are multiple people actually interacted. And in this case, let's go to our app to give us some idea what's happening there. So you see I have some feeds in my main view controller. As I move to another view controller, I actually, since I'm using the real-time database, I had those async listeners. And now I want to disconnect those listeners so they are not running on the back end as a stale. But if I want to go back to my original view controller, I don't want to load the entire feed from scratch. Instead, I just want to upload and update and see if those data is still live. And if it's changed, I want to change it here as well. And so I'm creating now some new listeners. And I'm checking if those data is still there. Let's say this index 0, my own post, was deleted on the backend. I came here, I asked the question, the async call returned, saying that that post was deleted. Should I go and delete index 0? That was the problem I had. Because when I did that, I didn't realize there were other async threads was going on. They may actually edit another feed to my feed, another post to my feed, so my index may have already changed. And to find out and to prove this theorem, I actually added some other custom keys, like adding some other counts for different stages of my code using the custom keys on the Crashlytics. And I was able to compare from some crash reports. And at the end, we came to a solution in our listen posts, and anywhere we update the code, instead of relying on some index paths, we have to find the new index using the post ID. And after we did that, we also started integrating with PagerDuty. Now we get pagers for the on-call developers. And we had the Jira integration, so we start triaging those bugs. And last bit that earlier they mentioned about the Crashlytics Data Studio dashboard and with the BigQuery exports. So we started using it as well. By exporting our Crashlytics data to Data Studio, to BigQuery, and using the template that already came out from the Crashlytics, we have some real valuable data here. We can see crash trends through different versions, different devices, and through different keys and by files. So we can see some trends, and if there's some problematic data over there or problematic file, we can go through and maybe try to refactor it.
So obviously, crashes are the biggest threat to the UX of your app. And you can use BigQuery visualization to monitor trends of crashes in your app. But there's an even more insidious problem that can happen, and that's the overall performance of your app. If your app is stuck loading something, or if it can't launch very quickly, that's going to cause frustrations to your users. And sometimes I like to call that a soft crash, because if your app isn't doing what the user expects, it might as well have just crashed, because the user's going to leave in frustration. So when you develop your app, you're probably building in your home or your office with a great Wi-Fi connection and a fast connection to the internet. And you're probably using the latest hardware for development, so all the latest devices, in order to tighten up your test and debug cycles. But this is not likely going to be the situation for your end users who might have poor connections on low-end devices. It's really important to notice, if you want to collect performance data for your app, you need to do it from your user's point of view. So whatever your users are experiencing, you need to know what that is. And we found some performance issues in FriendlyPix, didn't we? What did we discover?
Yeah, actually, we build our app usually using the Wi-Fi and the latest devices, but sometimes we can omit those issues. We didn't see those issues while we were developing. And using the performance metrics, we can collect those data, and we can analyze it. And here, let's go to our console. As you can see here, I have some app start trace and some network response latency varying through different countries. Let's see what's going on here. The app start is a particularly important issue, because even if your app didn't crash, if it is starting really late, some users may assume that your app is crashed, or they think it's not responding, and they won't use your app anymore. So if you go through, and I'll just go through some versions, and maybe explain what are the improvements we made so far. And one of the issues was I was just explaining, we are loading all the async calls. As much as we could, now we are trying to load them async from different threads, and at the end we try to sync them together, merge them together. And the other things we found that I was not cropping the full-size images, as I was letting people upload files as big as they want. And that was creating some crazy download times when our app was starting. So we fixed that issue as well. And going through that, now we see some different devices. And in our version, we can see that we start with the real app slow app start time. We worked through it. As we added some new features like blocking users and other permissions, we kind of slow our app. But we are always working in this loop to make it as fast as it can be.
Yeah, the performance monitoring dashboard is very helpful to identify problems, performance problems in your app, and then also use it to verify that you actually fixed it. So getting a before and after view is very helpful. Now, you may have noticed from what Ibrahim showed you, the dashboard is displaying data in aggregate. So you're looking at averages, sometimes among all of your users. Aggregates are really good because it's showing you all of the data from all of your users, or maybe just a slice of your users. But you can't possibly process every single user's data all at once. But sometimes aggregate data doesn't tell the whole story. Sometimes you do need to deep dive into a particular performance session. Now, earlier today, you may have noticed that the Firebase performance team launched a whole new feature that lets you browse and examine individual performance sessions. So you can deep dive into the performance characteristics on a particular device for a particular user at a particular period of time. Now, Ibrahim, I know that you were able to give this a close look before it shipped. What did you discover in FriendlyPix?
Actually, FriendlyPix was one of the early adopters, so we'll actually go through like real data we collected from a real app, and this was a little bit, bear with me, we'll see how it works there. So I'll dive into one of the sessions I have. I will see in this particular stage, this is the app start time. This is my feed view. Somehow even my feed view was loaded, my first view, but we get stuck on the auth picker. So something went bad around the authentication that it went 15 seconds. So either something was like wrong with the permissions or the app that made really this user stall. Let's look at another session. Let's look at the one we were seeing some info about it. Here we go. This is an iPhone 6 device. It was a little older device, and I suspect something different happened here. As you see, it took more than 2 seconds just for my feed view even start loading. I suspect either my app was too big or I was doing some animations and other stuff that made the app like really slow to even get loaded. So using this kind of real data and some like real metrics, we can actually understand what's going on with our app. And we can tailor our app so it can work as fast as it can be through different devices and in different conditions as well.
So thank you, Ibrahim, for that close look at everything that's new in Test Lab and Crashlytics and performance monitoring. And thank you all for joining us today. I hope you have enjoyed the content today. I hope you continue to enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Now, Ibrahim and I will be around and about the conference in workshops, Ask Firebase, other parts of the conference. Feel free to flag us down and talk to us about performance issues or anything else that you come up with. Thank you, and we'll see you later.
We are going to break for lunch. The next session will start at 2.
Wow, this is a nice bridge. It's definitely somewhere in my top 10 of bridges. Oh, hey everybody, look, it's Anam, Product Marketing Manager on the Firebase team. Hi, Anam.
Hey, Todd, what are you doing here?
I was just checking out the Charles Bridge. It's a lovely bridge, isn't it?
It's very beautiful.
It sure is. Hey, I learned some interesting facts about the Charles Bridge on my way over here. You want to hear some?
Go for it.
So let's see. I found out, according to legend, that they used to mix raw egg in with the mortar that they used to stick all the bricks together. So I guess don't lick the bridge or you'll get salmonella. I do like to lick most historical monuments that I come across, but I'm gonna refrain from this one.
That's probably a good idea. You know, I actually learned a fact too. I heard the bridge was used for public executions, but now it looks like just used for selfies.
That's probably a step up, I'm going to say.
I would think so.
How have you been enjoying the conference?
It's been awesome, especially hearing customer stories. Like, it's awesome to see how people are using Firebase to do awesome things.
What's been your favorite customer story so far?
Oh, that's a good question. You know, there's so many, but Hotstar, India's largest app, recently used Firebase to add new features to their watch screen, and they did all of that without disrupting their users, sacrificing stability, or releasing a new build, and they increased engagement.
Partly through the magic of remote config?
Yes, that is one of the Firebase ingredients.
It's one of my favorites. Well, excellent. I've been enjoying the whole live stream and the conference too. I do feel bad, though, for some of our users who are not able to see it in person.
Yeah, me too. But hey, Todd, remember, Firebase Summit isn't just in Prague, it's also in our hearts. But more importantly, it's on youtube.com/Firebase.
Oh, that is true. And if I were a YouTube viewer and I wanted to find out more information about Firebase in the future, how could I do that? How could I stay on top of Firebase news and videos?
That's easy. Just click the subscribe button on our YouTube channel.
That's a fantastic idea. You should all do that. Well, all right, live streamers, we're going to send you back to the conference. As for me, I'm going to go and check out some dancing houses.
Bye, Todd.
Bye.
I try to figure it out, thinking of you.
Sharing photos can be hard, especially when everyone's on different devices and using different apps. So we built shared albums in Google Photos, which makes it easy to send photos to anyone using a link. We use Firebase Dynamic Links to auto-generate short URLs that determine the user's platform, whether or not they have the app installed, and ensures users land in the right place when they open a shared album link. Firebase Dynamic Links saves us time by making it easy for us to ensure that users get the content they are looking for. It provides us with debugging tools and analytics to ensure that everything works.
Google Analytics for Firebase has given us a more robust understanding of the Photos app and enables us to be more autonomous rather than relying on our analyst team. By instrumenting the app with analytics, we're able to learn more about the context behind certain actions in the app. This helps us understand what kind of users, for example, users in a particular country, take what actions, which helps us improve the product experience and our marketing. Linking Firebase with AdWords allowed us to run campaigns that drive meaningful engagement for the Photos app. For example, we know that turning on auto backup in the Photos app makes sure you don't lose your photos even if something happens to your phone. Using Firebase, we were able to create an audience of users who had the Google Photos app but had not turned on auto backup. We were able to use the action of enabling auto backup as the conversion for our remarketing campaign. And as a result, we saw 40% higher engagement with that action compared to the control.
Firebase has empowered our product marketing team to work more autonomously, gather better insights, and run smarter campaigns that drive meaningful engagement. We're so excited that millions of people use Photos, and we're committed to continuing to improve the product in the future.
Will you look at that? Hi, I'm Doug Stevenson. I host a show on the Firebase channel called YouTube. Called YouTube. Hi, I'm Doug Stevenson. I host a show on the Firebase channel called YouTube. Hi. Hi, I'm Doug Stevenson. I host a show on the Firebase channel on YouTube called Meet Firebase. It's a show where I sit down with Firebasers who build and manage the Firebase products you use. Have you ever wondered what makes a Firebaser tick? No? Well, I don't blame you, but the answers are interesting.
I think everybody should have a frog butler.
So join us, won't you? Right here in the Firebasement with me and my guest. We'll talk. Go to the Firebase channel on YouTube, check us out, and I'll see you there. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm just like making up. I honestly need a script.
The general sessions and workshops will begin in 15 minutes.
In today's fast-moving world, consumers have come to expect mobile apps to not only be intuitive, but also be able to provide powerful features and adapt to new information. That's why machine learning has become critical to mobile development. Developers are increasingly relying on machine learning to enhance their app's user experience. And only with fine-tuned machine learning models can they deliver those powerful features to delight their users. But what if you don't have machine learning expertise? How do you get started? Or what if you have an ML model, but don't want to deal with hosting it or serving it to a mobile device? Introducing MLKit, a machine learning SDK available on Firebase. Bring powerful machine learning features to your app, whether it's for Android or iOS, whether you're an experienced ML developer or you're just getting started. MLKit comes with a set of ready-to-use APIs focused on common mobile use cases. Recognizing text, detecting faces, recognizing landmarks, scanning barcodes, and labeling images. You simply pass in the data to the library, and it will give you all sorts of awesome information. MLKit APIs run on-device or in the cloud, depending on the functionality, and some offer both choices. On-device APIs work fast and process data even without a network connection. Cloud-based APIs use the power of Google Cloud Platform's ML technology and provide a higher level of accuracy. If MLKit doesn't have an API that covers your use case, don't worry, we're always looking to add more. But you can always bring your own TensorFlow Lite model, upload it to the Firebase console, and we'll take care of hosting it and serving it to your app's users. MLKit acts as an API layer to your custom model, making it easy to run and use. Bring Google's ML expertise to your app. Machine learning is at your fingertips. We can't wait to see what you'll build with MLKit.
I have to say, I'm a conference junkie. I love almost every conference, especially the Google ones, and I'm very excited that we're going to have this big conference in Prague.
Summit is a great way to learn more about the technologies that you like and use in your work, as well as meet new interesting people, and networking is always a wonderful opportunity at the Summit.
You meet people whom you would never encounter otherwise in your life.
One of the most fun things about the Firebase Dev Summit was the hallway conversations. Getting to know all of the different things that people are building with Firebase.
Also, it's a really nice chance for us to actually get to talk to developers face to face and get some great feedback.
There are so many things going on right now in Firebase, and learning from the Firebase themselves, it's just amazing.
I want to meet more cool people who can help me with my project.
Also, it's really nice to get a chance to see some of the people I saw last year at Dev Summit and catch up a little bit.
When I was a student in university, out of 40 men, it was 6 women.
I've been in tech communities for 7 years now, and I can really say that involvement of women has really increased.
Getting more women in tech means that we are inspiring and being role models for other people.
But we definitely need more women in tech.
We're better together when we learn from each other. You can share experiences and learn from theirs.
For me, Firebase is all about being better together as a community.
I try to figure it out.
Oh man, these houses aren't even dancing. They're just standing there. In fact, I don't even think they're houses. They're more like office buildings. And hey, Jumana, Mike.
Oh, hey, Todd.
Nice to see you. Good to see you. How have you been enjoying Prague so far?
We love it. It's absolutely wonderful.
It's a great city. How have you been enjoying the conference? Even better.
It's going pretty well, but honestly, I think the best part is yet to come, right? I think our talk on 5 tips to help you secure your app is going to be a big hit, right? Possibly the highlight of the day.
That's what I was thinking. Jumana, what's been your favorite part of the conference so far?
Well, getting to announce features that people have been asking for a while, like the long-running campaigns and notifications, and getting to take predictions public.
That is very exciting. Way more exciting than these dancing houses, which really are just kind of standing there.
They're figuratively dancing.
Well, yeah, but they should be dancing.
Yeah, you do know the difference between literally and figuratively, right, Todd?
Oh, of course I do, Mike. I literally wrote the book on it.
And I literally don't believe you.
No, wait. I really did. See, it's right here.
Wow. This is the weirdest interview that I think I've been in possibly ever.
Do you mean that figuratively?
No, he actually...
Oh, hey, look at the time. We gotta go. Mike, our talk is on next. Let's run.
See you there.
Bye.
You're going the wrong way.
What? I totally knew that.
I did.
I've been drifting along ever since you.
Welcome back, everyone. Please give a warm welcome to Mike McDonald and Todd Kerpelman.
This one's Todd, though.
Hi, everybody. Hi, I'm Todd. This is Mike. So our original talk was 5 quick tips to secure your app, but they put both of us on this talk, and it turns out that when you throw more people at a project, you can get way more done in the same amount of time. So that is solid project management advice that you should take home with you. But to get through all 10, we're going to need to talk fast. I apologize in advance to our note taker, but Mike, why don't you start us off?
Let's do it.
All right.
Cool. So the thesis of all this talk, as you probably already know, when you build an app using Firebase, well, when you build an app without Firebase, you have a lot of complexity to deal with, right? You're doing your own OAuth, you're writing your own authorization, you have to deal with security patches on your servers, all that nonsense, right? When you go to Firebase, a lot of that complexity goes away, right? We're updating the OSs, we're updating our databases so that you don't have to do that. But there are still some things that you have to deal with when it comes to securing your app, right? You have to deal with authentication and authorization, right? We give you Firebase Auth, but how do you configure that appropriately to make sure that your app is secure? How do you do schema validation or business logic or other kinds of things of that nature? So we're going to start off with these tips by tip number 0 in good computer science form. Never trust anything on your client. Right? This comes up a lot. People build their application, they write all their logic client side, and they just assume that everything is going to be fine. Well, you can't do that. So we'll actually start from the beginning. I hear a lot of questions about this. I actually heard a couple out in the Ask Firebase area. So when you start building a web app, for instance, you'll include this configuration script. And that has keys and other URLs and things that everyone comes up and they say, oh my God, if someone takes this, they're going to hack my entire database. Everything is going to be terrible. This talk, and actually, because as you can see, Firebase talks directly to resources. So in this case, we're just talking directly to Firestore based on the information above. Yes, that is technically the case. Someone can pull open your HTML or take your app apart and get that. But if you follow the tips that we have here, you're going to secure your information server side so that that's not going to be an issue. So back to Todd talking about auth.
All right, so tip number 1 is, in spite of what we just told you, you can actually trust the auth information that's coming from your client, which I know is a little weird because we tell you like, hey, all this information that comes from the client, you cannot trust it. Don't believe any of it. Oh, but by the way, this request.auth object that we've got attached to it, totally trustworthy. And people are like, well, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Well, how does that work? And so I'm going to present to you an overly simplistic guide to how Firebase auth works. So in general, when your user signs in from a third-party source like Facebook or Google or Twitter, you get back some information about the user, which you're free to use on the client. You can get their display name and their ID and their avatar URL. But as far as the server is concerned, this has been on the client. We no longer trust it. So in addition to this information, you get back an access token. And this is sort of basically a big opaque string that when your user says, hey, I'm going to sign in with Firebase, the Firebase client sends that along to the server. And then your server uses that to make a server-to-server call to the original identity provider and says, hey, is this person really who they say they are? This other service says, yes, I can verify that using this giant string that I've sent over, and everything is good. The problem is we can't make this network call like every time your user wants to read an element from the database. So instead what we do is once you've signed in, we say, great, here's your Firebase ID, and take this with you. This is your ID token, which is a giant string in the form of a JOT. And what is a JOT, you might ask? Well, it is a giant base64 encoded string that's got some information in it. You got a header. And then you've got some data which actually contains the information about the user you're interested in, like what their ID is and their display name and how they originally signed in and so on. And then you've got a signature, which is basically a hash of this data that has been encoded with Firebase's private key. And then by using our public key, our server, or really any other server out there, can verify that this data is correct and has not been messed with. If somebody does try and alter this data somehow, that signature will no longer match up, and then we'll know, OK, this data isn't valid. And so in the future, when your client is sending down requests to Firebase, the client library is going to send along this JOT, this ID token. Now, our servers can quickly and locally verify that all the data in that signature is valid. All that data in the JOT is valid. We verify the signature. And we know that this data has come from something that we've previously verified through a server-to-server call. Therefore, we can actually trust this auth information in our security rules, which is a fantastic segue to...
Thanks, Todd. So we've talked about authentication, which is who your user is, and verify that we can trust that. So security rules are the things on our database and storage products that allow you to understand what a user can do. So as previously mentioned, it's what stands between your client and our databases and storage servers. It provides what is known as attribute-based access control. So basically a set of attributes about the user, the request being made, the resource being accessed, that you can then write expressions about to get some result. So it's useful. We're going to kind of talk about this app a little bit more. It's a simple project management app. So we have the name of a project, we have a status, and then we'll actually have an owner as well of the string of the user who created the project. And let's try and actually kind of lock this down. And when we talk about protecting this application, we actually mean several things. So we talked about authentication already. Let's assume that we have that done. We're going to authorize the user to make sure, hey, maybe only they can access a certain project. But there are a couple other things that we want to do. One, we want to validate the schema, right? We don't want people arbitrarily adding extra data to our project. We want to ensure that only those fields of a project are there. And then we also want to validate our business logic, right? Maybe we have business logic that our client has implemented to say only certain people can change the project from public to private and vice versa. We want to ensure on the server that those rules are also in place. And when you combine all of those together, all of those have to succeed, and you get an allow or deny decision coming out of that. So let's walk that through. So authorization is the first thing that we're going to do. And in our simple app, we're going to write the following rules. So if a project is public, so if that string is public, anyone can read, but only members can write. And then if the project is private, only members can read and write. So let's see how we would implement that using Cloud Firestore security rules. So for those of you who haven't seen Firestore security rules, it starts at the top with this service, which is just declaring this is what we're using, Cloud Firestore. And then we have path matchers. So the top is just a string that identifies the database. And then we have a collection called projects and documents by project ID. So this is matching all projects within the projects collection. And then we can have these allow statements. So we can say allow read, allow write, or in the future we'll allow more granular ones that I'll actually show on the next slide. And we're going to translate the English sentences that I wrote into these kind of attribute-based access control type conditions. So we're going to say if the resource data status, so that the fields of that document are public, anyone can read it. Or, again, translating that, if it's private, either the creator or someone who's a project member, which that's just a function call that I'll show in the future. We have to make sure that they're allowed. And then write, as I mentioned, again, they have to be an owner or a member of the project. Okay, so I talked about the is project member field. So there's another really popular kind of field of access control called role-based access control. And so that is kind of what people normally think of when you use Drive or Photos. It's there is some user that wants access to some resource, and you give them a concrete role. So reader, owner, editor, admin, and that gives them this set of permissions. So there are a couple ways of handling that in Firebase, because we don't give you, the is member lookup somewhere else. So there are a couple ways of doing this. You can add users as a list in every document. You could create a sub-collection, or Todd will actually show us in a minute how you can add custom claims and why you may or may not want to use that. Also, feel free to go check out the link. We have a solutions paper on how to implement this in Firestore if you're interested. But I could imagine a very simple one where I've actually taken that second option, and I have another sub-collection under my projects collection that has the users who are members of that project. And then I can write a function that says is project member, it takes a user ID, and all it does is it looks up data from another place in Firestore to see if a user is in there. There's actually a little bit more nuance there that I'll show at the end, because we have a video. You have to deal with, say, bootstrapping that, of how do you get the first user in there, or who has permissions to add more users. But it's nice in that once you kind of do those initial security rules, you can build on them very quickly. Okay, tip number 3, so validating your schema. We've dealt that only the correct people can actually kind of view or edit it, but how do you know that those people, once they're in, aren't doing malicious things? Right? There are a few things that you want to do when you validate schema. You want to make sure that required fields are there, and optional fields, if they are being provided, are correct. So in our case, we're going to require status, project, and owner. We want to make sure that they're the only fields being provided, and we also want to make sure that they are always provided. We're going to do type checking as well, so we're going to make sure that all things are strings, but you can imagine that people have timestamps or geopoints or other things. And then lastly, we're going to add some allowed values or ranges. So for instance, status can only be the strings public or private. Project, we want to impose limits, and the owner must be the auth owner user ID. Again, we have the kind of similar, and I've actually removed the authorization part, but you would just and that in. So on create, again, we're going to check the size is 3, so only those properties exist, that all 3 properties are of the correct type, and then we can add our ranges, our checks, and the other kind of little business logic that we have. As I mentioned earlier, you can do granular things here, so I've actually broken out create. You would copy some of this for update as well, and then for delete, obviously, you don't need to validate schema on delete. We have a really cool tool here. Has anyone heard of a protocol buffer? They're really popular at Google. Wow, that's actually way more people than I thought. So a protocol buffer is basically a way of describing a schema. So over here, what we've done is we've described this protocol message project that has status, project, and owner. They're all strings. They're all required fields. And we have a tool at the link that will actually auto-generate those rules for you. So we will auto-generate the rules, and one of the other really cool things about protocol buffers is we can auto-generate client library classes as well. So your model objects can get pulled directly from that proto. So if you go to that link, we have an open source project that will generate all of your rules, as well as JavaScript, TypeScript, Objective-C, Swift, Java, and a couple other classes. So you can actually keep your client-side code in sync with what is being validated on your server. It's really, really cool. So that'll make your life a little easier. We'll just give you the isProject message function that you can use to check that immediately. OK, lastly, so we've done authorization, we've done some schema validation. Let's also do a quick business logic check. There are some questions that are brought up around, for instance, how would you have editors update things, or how would you have people actually change a project from private to public? We can add kind of a simple check here. Imagine if someone wants to update it, you can take the existing data, which is resource.data, and you can check it against the data that someone is proposing, which is request.resource.data. If they're different, so if someone is trying to change from public to private, let's actually add this other collection. So we had a users collection earlier. Let's also add this admins collection. Make sure that if someone is trying to change both of those, that they're an admin. It's kind of a simple way, but again, you can extend these concepts to do a lot of really, really interesting things from an authorization perspective. As I mentioned earlier, shameless plug number 1 of this, we've done a video where we walk through all of this. We also talk through how to do bootstrapping, so how to get that first user in to ensure that the kind of whole system is set up securely. So if you go to the link, you can watch me for another, I think, 9 minutes, talk you through all of this.
All right. I think we have to talk even faster.
We do, yeah.
All right, here we go. Tip number 5, watch out for gotchas. So security rules, they're great. They do have a few gotchas. One of the most common, this phrase we use, rules are not filters. Or maybe to put it another way, rules validate queries, not data. And to explain what we mean here, let's take a look at our projects collection again, right? We've got a couple of projects that we've said, OK, these are public, and one, this salmon colored, that we've said it's private. And then, let's say we want to create some rules that say, OK, well, you can only read these projects if their status is public. Now, some people think, well, OK, if my client were to request all their projects from this collection, well, security rules would do this really neat thing where they might automatically filter out all the documents that I'm not allowed to see. But in fact, it does not work this way. We can't do we can't have security rules change the results you're getting. We can either accept or reject the entire request, and that's it. And I think most people understand that. The part where it gets a little trickier is sort of the second layer. Yes, this request would be rejected. The second layer here, so let's imagine now that all of our projects are public, right? So yay, they're all readable. Now you might expect that this request would now be allowed, right? But the thing is, with Cloud Firestore, we need to make sure these requests are fast. You might be doing real-time updates on thousands of documents. And we don't have time to have security rules investigate every single document in a query. So we have to say, can we prove that this request would be allowed without looking at any of the data underneath, right? And in this case, we can't. There might be some private projects here. And so this request would be rejected. So instead, what we would do to fix this is say, OK, well, just give me all the documents where the status is equal to public. And sure, in this case, that equals all of the documents in a collection. But the nice thing is, by looking at the security rules, we can prove, without looking at the data, that this request would be allowed. And we're happy. Now, just a reminder, this really only applies to queries where you're fetching large numbers of documents from a collection. If you're doing something like a write or fetching from one individual document, then yes, we can take a look at the data. But for queries, we have to kind of prove it without actually taking a look under the hood. All right, tip number 6, custom auth claims are super useful sometimes. So custom auth claims are basically kind of custom key value pairs that you would write that would be associated with auth information for a particular user. You generally write this using server-side code, your own server code or cloud functions. And in this case, we are setting this custom isAdmin key equal to true for this particular user. Now, right, there's nothing special about isAdmin. It's just sort of a variable that we basically made up. But what happens is when we set a custom auth claim, do you remember those ID tokens, those JOTs we talked about earlier? Well, Firebase Auth will go ahead and add its own custom value, whatever custom values you've supplied to this ID token, right? Then it'll go ahead and kind of re-sign it. And then in the future, when your client says, hey, I need a fresh ID token for this particular user, well, now we can deliver this new JOT, this new ID token, with all the new custom values baked right in, one that's, again, been verified and signed on our servers so we can trust it. So we can set up rules that say, hey, you know what? Read any of the data in my app if this special, super secret is_admin key is equal to true. And then, when our client makes a request, we pass down this JOT, we verify that it's true, and we look at this and say, oh, according to our custom auth claims, this user is an admin. And we can go ahead and allow them to read all the data in our database. And so your reaction is, wow, this is great. I'm going to start using custom auth claims for everything. But hold your horses. That's an expression. There are a few restrictions here. First, you're limited to a total of 1,000 bytes of information that you can set in custom auth claims. And second, you may need to wait up for an hour for the token to refresh for these changes to take effect. So in general, I think the best situation for custom auth claims are like database-wide auth stuff. Things where you're like, hey, I want to set some employee in my company to be an admin or to be a moderator where they can read or write all the documents at a particular level. For sort of fine-level access control, it's like, hey, this user just joined a chat room and now I want to give them access to all the documents in the chat room. Don't use custom auth claims. I think you're better off sticking with sort of the role-based access control that Mike talked about earlier. And if this 30-second explanation wasn't enough for you and you want more, Jen Person did a fantastic video and blog post all about this topic, and I encourage you to check it out for more information. All right,
cool.
Moving on.
Thanks, Todd. So we've talked a lot about authentication and rules and the crazy gotchas. You want to make sure that you're testing your rules because I understand there's a lot of content going on. So we've provided 2 ways that you can start doing this. One is by simulating your rules in our console. So when you go to Firestore, the real-time database, or storage, you can see this simulator. As you can see, we let you do simulate all the different types of operations, so create, update, delete, etc. You can provide a location, you can build data, you can provide custom auth claims. So in this case, we're going to add an anonymous UID that I've created a document for. So I create a document with that UID, so I'm going to be the owner. I have project bits, status bits, etc. So I can actually try and simulate running that against the data that is stored. And in this case, it's going to be allowed because that create rule allowed it. Notice how I don't have an update rule, though. So if I change my operation to an update, it's going to fail and tell me a little bit about why that failed. So very nice, especially if you're doing one-off or want to do kind of data that is currently existing in your database to simulate that out. The other one is a local emulator that we launched this morning. And so that looks something like this. So I guess you don't actually have to sign up at that link anymore. It should be available. But you can essentially write node tests. So in this case, we have an emulator. I'm giving it my auth UID. And then I can write, for instance, gets on a private document and a public document, and then write assertions to say whether or not they're going to succeed or fail.
All right, moving on to tip number 8. Consider cloud functions. So my general philosophy is cloud functions are generally better than overly complex security rules. So as you are developing, look for cases where your security rules have just sort of gotten more and more complex and have more and more exceptions to them, and see if there's a way you can simplify that by essentially replacing it all with a function. And let me explain a little more about what I mean. Imagine I got a multiplayer chess game, right? And basically every document in this games collection is a game that's going on between a couple of people. Now, if we wanted a client to make a move in this chess game, we could sort of update our game document, but there's a bunch of stuff we'd have to check here to make sure this is legit. Like, is this move legal? And was it even this player's turn? And are they making a move in the right game? And is this game board actually the result of what would have happened if they had made this move, right? There's a lot of stuff that you have to check. And in theory, you could kind of do this with some very complex security rules, but I am not a fan of very complex security rules. Like, the more complex the rules are, generally the easier it is for someone to break it or for a bug to sneak in. And these things are kind of living on the front lines of your app. People are actively trying to break them and see, what holes there are in them. And, let's face it, security rules, they're kind of hard to develop because, you don't have things like variables or if-then statements or, console logging or any of that fun stuff. So in general, what I would recommend is lock down. In this case, we're going to lock down our games collection. Like, no client is allowed to write to it at all. It's going to be read-only for certain situations. And instead, I'm going to create a completely separate pending moves collection, and I'm only going to let my client add very simple documents, right? Their user ID, the game they want to make a turn in, and what move they want to make. And then we can write a cloud function that looks for any new documents created in this collection. When it finds one, it says, great, I'm going to go ahead and calculate a new state for this chess game and write it to the games collection. Now, because cloud functions run server-side, they run in an environment that you can trust, so it's allowed to bypass your security rules. So you can keep nearly everything locked down and let your cloud function do most of the heavy lifting. And by the way, it's great not just for multiplayer chess games, but basically anywhere you have denormalized data in general. Like if you think about it, this little player's entry probably has a whole bunch of denormalized data, like duplicate data that we have stored elsewhere in a user's collection. And if one of our players wants to change her name, we don't really want our client to have to go and find every individual game and allow security rules that make an exception where, okay, maybe you can change your name, right? That's just going to get messy. Instead, have a cloud function that, again, looks for changes in your user's collection and fans out those changes elsewhere in your database. All right, tip number 9, listen to the warnings. So, okay, we know when everyone develops, your security rules look a little like this. And yeah, that's fine, because ideally your process is, okay, I'm going to open up my database, I'm going to get stuff working, then I'm going to lock down and secure my database, and then I'm going to ship it. But I know, all right, this step, not really sexy. You don't get a lot of fun new features out of it by the end of it. Really, your app will work exactly the same as before. You've just spent a lot of time on it. So I think a lot of developers maybe go through this process instead, and then, oh, wait, did I remember to fix our security rules? I better go and secure that, right? And okay, don't do this, right? Because if you're not careful, someone is going to notice between steps 4 and 6 that your database is not secure, and your app will make the news for all the wrong reasons. So we've started surfacing in a few places, areas where we're trying to remind you that your database is not secure. You'll see this little icon in the rules tab, and you've got this big banner now across the top of the rules page that reminds you that you left your database open to the world. We've also started sending out emails, right? If anyone's had their database available for a while, we've noticed it's insecure, and you're getting a fair amount of traffic, we will send this email. And so I guess if you have one piece of advice, one big takeaway from this presentation, it's that don't ignore this email, right? If you have received this email, stop what you're doing right now and run out of the room and go and secure your database.
Please don't do that.
Well,
actually, maybe.
Okay.
Or come talk to us afterwards.
All right. Tip number 10, keep your employees on a short leash. Not literally. Again, my apologies for people for whom English is not their first language. That's a strange idiom, and I don't actually recommend that as a business practice. But I know we're all worried about the evil hacker or the disgruntled employee who sabotages our system. But really sort of an equally valid concern is this guy. It's Joe's second day on the job, and oh no, I accidentally deleted all our customer data, because that delete button is really easy to click on, and sorry. So it used to be that, Joe, it's his second day, he just wanted to create an A/B test, right? And if we wanted Joe to be able to create an A/B test, we would have to give him editor access. But that means not just write access to, analytics and our A/B dashboard, but, write access to everything. They could, delete customer data or change all your security rules or, turn off different auth methods and all sorts of stuff that Joe didn't have to do. So now, you may have seen this, we've added the ability to assign users particular Firebase roles where they can either read or write to certain sections of the Firebase console. So now we can tell Joe, hey, you have access to create A/B tests by creating a couple of remote config parameters. You can view analytics. You can create your own A/B experiments. But hey, guess what? You can't erase or even view, really, any of our customer data, any of our security rules, any of our crash information, any of that. And so certainly if you're adding new folks to your Firebase project, make sure you've added the right rule. But also for your currently existing products, see if maybe there's folks on your team who might have too much access and kind of scale it back a little bit. So I think we made it, according to the timer, we have 41 seconds left. So we are pretty much out of time. If you have questions, first go onto YouTube and rewatch this video at 0.75 speed. And then after that, talk to me and Mike in the Ask Firebase Lounge. We're going to be hanging out there right after this. And you can find links to a lot more info right here in the Firebase Events app. And with that, thank you very much. Whew.
The next session in this room will start at 2:30. Please welcome Sachin Kotwani and Isabella Chen.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? Great. I'm Sachin Kotwani. I'm the product manager for MLKit, and I'm accompanied by the great Isabella Chen, TL for MLKit. So before we get started talking about machine learning, I wanted to tell you about a hobby of mine. How many people here enjoy photography? Quite a few. How many of you have an SLR? So those of you who do know that photography is mainly about one thing, capturing light. And you do that in 3 different ways: aperture, shutter speed, and ISO. So aperture is how wide the shutter opens. And the wider it is, the more light it captures. But it also means only one subject is going to be in focus and the rest is going to be blurred. Shutter speed is how fast it opens and closes. So something that is fast shutter speed will catch a fast-moving object, but lets less light in. And then ISO emulates what in the old days film used to do. A high ISO number means that the light is really sensitive. The film is really sensitive, so it actually needs very little light, but the picture will be a little grainy. Now, imagine if you had to know all of that to take a picture. It would be overwhelming, right? Well, luckily, today you don't have to do that. You can just pull out your phone, and it's auto mode. You just click a picture. You can even do it in portrait mode, and you don't have to worry about aperture or any of that. So we feel that machine learning today is in a similar stage as photography was in the early days. It can be overwhelming. There are a lot of concepts to learn: neural networks, forward propagation, backward propagation, gradient descent, learning rate, RNNs, CNNs, tensors. Let's look at what the workflow looks like for a typical machine learning developer today. First, they would have to, of course, find a problem that they want to solve using machine learning. Then they would have to gather data, massage it, split it. Then they have to find a model that they need to train, and you might want to tweak that. Then you'll take the data with the model, and then you train the model, you tune it, you evaluate it. You do that a bunch of times, and you need an ML expert or a data scientist to be able to do that. Once you're done with that step, you would give it to someone in DevOps and say, OK, here it is. The model works well. Please deploy it for me. And only then can a software developer start running predictions. What we want to do is we want to make machine learning just like the auto mode on your camera. We want to make it much simpler. So we want you to pick a problem that you want to solve or a model, and then we just want you to start using it. OK, so base APIs within MLKit allow you to do just that. While there are ML models under the hood, they're actually as easy to use as any other APIs. As you can see, all of the ones listed here are focused on vision, but there are more coming soon. If you do have some ML experience, or you would like to bring your own custom model, you can do that too. MLKit allows you to upload your own TensorFlow Lite model to the console, and then it serves it to your end users. What this means is that if you choose to, you don't have to bundle the model in your app, reducing the APK size. You can also run A/B experiments and do frequent rollouts without having to release a new version of the app into the console. So I'm going to start talking a little about image labeling. I forgot to mention face detection and face contours that we announced today. So that's another one of the features that just became available. But let me jump into image labeling, which is one of our APIs that I'll demo in a little bit. Image labeling API, like many of the other APIs in MLKit, is available both on device and in the cloud. On device, it's free. You can use it as much as you want. It's low latency. There's no network required, no network connectivity required, and it does about 400 or so labels. The cloud version of the API offers 1,000 free calls per month, and then it's paid after that. But it's higher accuracy classification, so it can do around 10,000 labels. So if you were to pass this image to the on-device API, you would get things like fun, infrastructure, neon. And if you pass it to the cloud-based API, you would see more specific things like Ferris wheel, amusement park, night, etc. So why don't we get our hands dirty here? I'm going to start implementing the image labeling API. What I did is I found an existing camera application in GitHub that I liked because you can process every frame. And I already set it up with a Firebase configuration and all the libraries, so I can just jump into the coding part. All right, so let's go to machine number 4. Okay, don't see that on the screen. There we go. Okay, great. So I found the onCreate method of the app. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do camera.addFrameProcessor, new frame processor, and then I'm going to process each frame. So the first thing that I'm going to do, and I'm going to get an array of bytes that's going to come from the frame. So frame.getData. And now the bytes by themselves don't tell much, right? Because they are just a set of bytes. So I need to set up some image metadata. Metadata equals new Firebase image metadata dot builder. Okay. And now I'm going to tell it about the width. Did I do something wrong here? Image metadata. Oh, okay. That's better. So set width. And now I'm going to get the frame, get size, get width, and the same with the set height. Frame.getSize.get height. Okay. Set format. Firebase. Metadata. And here what I'm passing is the format of the image that my camera is giving me. I'm also going to set the rotation because I'm going to use the camera in rotation and in portrait mode. I'm going to set that to 90 degrees, and that's about it. And I'm going to do build. Okay. Next, I have to instantiate the image that I'm going to pass to the detector. So I'm going to say image at Firebase Vision image, and I'm going to then take the array of bytes together with the metadata, and that is what that's the image that I'm going to be passing to the detector. So next I'm going to instantiate the detector, which is the part that does all the magic. So that's a label detector. Detector equals Firebase Vision dot get instance dot get vision label detector. Great. Now here's where the magic happens. You create a task with the detector, task with a K. I'm going to call it result equals detector dot detect an image, and I'm going to pass it the image, and then I'm going to add on success listener, and then that's a new on success listener, and inside this on success listener is where I'm going to extract the contents of what was detected. So I'm just going to, in order to save time, I'm just going to copy paste this snippet in here. And all that's doing is that it's taking the first 3 labels and it's going to assign them to a field that I have in my camera app here. So let me plug this in. All right, and can we have, okay, great. So the emulator started, which is not what I wanted. Although you can see it works with the emulator too, if it's not showing on the screen. Okay, it's not. Let me switch. Shut down the emulator and try to run this one more time, this time on the phone. Okay. It's building. It's installing. As you can see here, okay, great. So here you go. So here is the, it's probably not detecting things right now. Let me see if I point it to the crowd. Oh, it says event, fun, which hopefully all of you are having. Chair, sitting, hand, nail, seeing some jeans there in the background. So as you can see, it's really easy to start implementing something using machine learning with MLKit. So let's switch back to the slides. Thank you very much. That was just a few lines of code, and you can do something very similar to what I did, but for text recognition, which is what I demonstrated. Face detection, barcode scanning, image labeling, and landmark recognition. All of them work in a very, very similar fashion. Here are some of our partners that have worked with us very early on and have implemented this functionality. So I encourage you to download their apps and check out what use cases they utilize MLKit for. Now, if you thought this was fun, wait till you see what Isabella has to show you. It doesn't have to be just the base APIs, right? If you want to go to more advanced use cases, you can create your own custom models, and Isabella is going to show you how to do that.
Thanks, Sachin. I'm Isabella Chen. I'm a tech lead of MLKit team. So are you excited of all the base APIs Sachin just introduced to you? Yay. Do you want to try it out yourself, right? So some of you might ask, like, what if I have my specific machine learning scenario? What if I have trained my own custom machine learning model? So today, in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to show you how, like, with your custom model, MLKit can help streamline your production workflow. Also, for those of you who are not too familiar with machine learning, I'm also going to introduce to you how you can train your own model. Now let's get started. So TensorFlow is an open source machine learning framework for everyone. And TensorFlow Lite is a lightweighted solution of TensorFlow, which is tailor-made for mobile devices. So once you have a custom model, the first step you want to do to make your pre-trained model to work better on mobile is to convert it to TensorFlow Lite. By doing the conversion, you can make your model smaller and runs faster on mobile devices. And secondly, I want to talk a little bit about Firebase MLKit's cloud model hosting. So one thing I myself really like about Firebase is it's enabling mobile developers to go serverless. You don't need to maintain your own servers, taking care of scalability, global availability. So with MLKit in the same spirit, you can just upload your trained TensorFlow Lite model to Firebase console, and MLKit will fully take care of model hosting, model downloading, and model updating for you. And thirdly, with the MLKit Cloud Model Serving feature, together with all those toolings offered by Firebase, doing A/B testing is really simple if you have multiple versions of your model. Now let's take a closer look. This is how MLKit's end-to-end stack looks like. At the top, you get the Android and iOS native SDKs with very similar API surface. And the underlying, it's powered by TensorFlow Lite, which can utilize Neural Network API on Android and Metal Framework on iOS, benefiting from hardware acceleration and maximizing computational power of your users' mobile devices. And to get such a TensorFlow Lite model, it's really simple. TensorFlow Lite offers this TF-Lite convert script, as you see on the slide. By running this simple command, you can easily get back a TensorFlow Lite model suitable for running inference on your mobile devices. And once you have the TensorFlow Lite model, you can choose to upload to Firebase console. As we see here in MLKit Custom Model tab, so you can give your model a name, and then you're ready to go. In this case, I call my model Fish Classifier V1. And later, when I have V2 of my model, I can similarly upload it there and call it, for example, Fish Classifier V2. And once you have multiple versions of your model uploaded to Firebase console, I will show you how to do A/B testing. So first of all, you need to create an experiment for your model name via Firebase Remote Config. Then in the Remote Config SDK on both Android and iOS, you can easily get the model name. You specify the model name with Firebase Cloud Model Source and register your Cloud Model Source with Model Manager. From there on, you can leave everything to MLKit, who are fully taking care of downloading the model for you, updating the model for you. And then you can choose to report performance and your users' actions via Firebase Analytics. And lastly, you go to the Firebase console, and there you can compare the metrics of your different versions of models, how they perform side by side. A/B testing is just that simple. But some of you might say, okay, yeah, following these steps indeed seem to be very easy, right? But for me, the most difficult part is how can I train my model? When I was at Google I/O, there are many developers coming to me explaining the machine learning scenario they have in mind, but many of them simply didn't know how to get started. For example, we have a partner, FishBrain, who trained a model that can recognize different species of fish. You might think, okay, that's a cool idea, right? Like, can I similarly train my own model, which can recognize different species of birds? Or maybe you have a calorie tracking app and you want your app to be able to recognize different desserts. So today I'm going to show you that training an image classifier might not be as difficult as you once have thought. So first, I want to talk a little bit about the magic of transfer learning. So modern image classifier model could be very complex and having millions of parameters. Training them from scratch requiring huge amount of label training data as well as computational power. But transfer learning could help shortcut most of the training process by reusing models previously trained on related tasks. As you can see here for this particular example, we are reusing an existing image classifier model by Google, which is based on convolutional neural network. And the retrain script here will reuse all the lower layers of that existing model and simply retrain the last layer. All you need to do is preparing your specific training data set with your specific labels, running this command, and you can easily get back a retrained model like specific for your usage scenario. So if you want to try it out, just search for TensorFlow for Poets. It's a collab provided by Google, which can guide you through the entire retrain process end to end in about 20 minutes or so. So I strongly recommend you check this out. And lastly, I'm very excited to tell you about the compression service offered by MLKit. So for the compression service, it can do pruning and quantization of your model. And it also performs join learning and distillation following a teacher-student training strategy. And using the compression service, it can help reduce your model size without too much loss in accuracy. For example, there's this FishBrain partner I mentioned to you earlier. When they first came to us, they had a model more than 80 megabytes large in size. But eventually, we managed to compress the model for them and give back them a model less than 1 megabytes, but without sacrificing accuracy. And to use this model compression service, you don't really need to share your entire model with Google. Just following our instructions and then come up with this one single TF record file and upload to Firebase console. After about 4 to 6 hours, you will be able to get back multiple versions of your smaller models with your chosen size. So for any of you interested in trying out this alpha compression service, just follow this link to sign up. Okay, now let's recap how custom model workflows look like. So you first either train or retrain to get your own model. And then you convert your model to TensorFlow Lite, either by using the TF Lite convert script I just showed you, or you can choose to use our compression service to do the compression and conversion of your model. Once you have the TensorFlow Lite model, you can choose to deploy it to Firebase. And finally, you use our Android and iOS SDK, which can help you download the model and run inferences. And then finally, it's demo time. So for my entire family, we enjoy traveling, experiencing different cultures in different countries. When my son was 3.5, we brought him to London. He quite enjoyed the trip in London, like taking the double-decker bus or cruising on River Thames. After we coming back US, whenever we see a UK flag on TV or on the street, my son would excitedly shout to me, "Mommy, look, look, London, UK." And later, we brought him to other trips to Germany, Austria, or Canada. And after coming back home, like he could always like learn to how to recognize country flags of all those countries he have been to. So I'm always amazed like how fast young kids can learn and do image recognition. So I was wondering if computer or even mobile devices could do the same thing. So I actually retrained to get this flags classifier following the same workflow I showed you earlier. I got some of the training data from Google image search, and with little help from my son and then my husband holding the flags for me, and I got some of other training data. So now let's take a look at demo. I'm going to unlock my computer. Okay, here we go. So I built this very simple demo app. And let's first start with like some pre-taken photos. This is a pretty well-taken photo of US flag in a flat position. So let's take a look. Okay, the model is pretty confident this is a USA flag. And second, let's try a slightly folded Indian flag image. Okay, the model correctly identified like this is Indian flag. Next. Actually, is it a little too boring, like if we are just looking at these pre-taken photos? How about some like live demo? But honestly, it's a little bit risky because I'm not sure like whether my model will be a little bit nervous on stage facing the large audience. But anyway, let's give it a try. First, let's start with this UK flag, which my son could recognize. Anyone of you from UK? Oh, cool. Okay, let's try if this model can recognize the UK flag. Let's take a look. Okay, wow, it's 100% confident it's UK. Good job, right? Okay, second, let's try Germany. Anyone from Germany? Whoa, yay, many Germany developers. Okay, let's take a look. Germany, the model is also pretty confident it's a German flag. Last, let's do Sweden. Anyone from Sweden? Wow, let's take a look. Yay, Sweden. Finally, let's invite Sarchin back on the stage. Oh, Sarchin is holding a Czech Republic flag. So we are really excited to come to this nice city and nice country to meet with all of you here. So let's take a look whether the model can recognize this Czech Republic flag. Let's take a look. Czech. I hope you enjoy our talk today and get some basic idea how you can train your model and use it with MLKit.
Was that cool or what? So whether you're just getting started with machine learning and want to use our base APIs, or you're dabbling into building your own models, we can't wait to see what you build using MLKit. And if you have any questions, we'll be waiting for you at the Ask Firebase launch. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
The next session in this room will start at 3. Please welcome to the stage Tali Sazon and Scott Brissenden.
Hey everybody, thanks so much for coming. I'm Tali Sazon, an engineering manager with Firebase focused on app quality.
And my name is Scott Brissenden. I'm also an engineering manager at Firebase, and I've been working to bring the Firebase platform to BigQuery.
We're really excited to talk to you today about how to supercharge your app using Firebase and BigQuery together. We're going to dig into the value of BigQuery, but then we plan to apply it to a real app and real problems to see how it can help you and your users. And then we'll bring it all together at the end. So when we were thinking about how to describe the value of BigQuery, what was so exciting about it, we really felt like Philippe, developer advocate, said it best when he said, all of these products are pretty great, but BigQuery really takes the cake. Why is that? BigQuery allows you to store and collect a lot of your data across Firebase products. It also helps you dig in and analyze that data to solve problems and better understand your users. And not only that, but it keeps you secure and GDPR compliant by allowing for easy data takeout. But we don't want to just show you a bunch of text in a slide. Instead, we want to apply it to a real app. So today we're going to talk to you about FriendlyPix, our app. FriendlyPix uses a lot of Firebase goodness. It uses auth, database, storage, and a lot more. And we're going to focus today on a bunch of product integrations with BigQuery. So we think FriendlyPix is pretty great. It allows you to share photos and comment with your friends. And we've been expanding. This is what it looks like. As you can tell, our PM Shobit really loves it. He's always taking pictures of his kids. Scott and I weren't invited to this birthday party, so we felt a little left out, but at least we could follow along and see all the fun that was happening. So we've recently started expanding this app to new markets, and we actually just launched in France, which was really exciting. We think that it's a great app, and so we're a little confused about why it's not getting more adoption, and a little concerned about some of the things we're seeing in analytics. So we're going to dig into that using Firebase and BigQuery. Today, we're going to focus on three main integrations: analytics, A/B testing, and Crashlytics. But before we get into that, let's show you how to get set up, because it's really easy. When we got it set up, all we had to do is go to the settings page and find the integrations tab that brought us the BigQuery chip. We clicked into that, and we were able to very quickly integrate across products, allowing for easy connection between Firebase and BigQuery. Once everything was set up, we could easily turn on and off integrations and view our data sets as needed. If you're like us, we really wanted to be able to test out BigQuery before we invested too heavily in it. That's why we're really excited about the BigQuery Sandbox announcement. Now you can try out BigQuery before you ever even enter a credit card. BigQuery already has a powerful free billing tier, which allows you to have 10 gigabytes of storage and 1 terabyte of queries per month. And like I said, with the new Sandbox, You can get that value before you enter a credit card, and you're able to see 60 days worth of data. This allowed us to really test it out before we invested too heavily. Once you're linked, you're able to see all of your data in the BigQuery UI. And you can see on the side there, we can see each Firebase product, including the new Firebase Cloud Messaging integration and Firebase Predictions, which we were really excited to recently launch. We learned that many of these integrations move data on a daily basis, but analytics had a real-time stream. And that was really important for us at FriendlyPix, because that was the first place we had to dig into a user problem. As many of you may know, Google Analytics for Firebase is a super powerful tool that allows you to easily visualize the analytics from your app and understand how your users are using the application on a regular basis. On FriendlyPix, when we opened our analytics dashboard, we were pretty concerned. As you can see, we have a big retention problem, and it needs our attention right away. Not only that, but prediction shows us that this is going to continue and that our users are not going to stay with our app. So we have to solve this right away. That's where the analytics and BigQuery integration comes in. We can export our data over to BigQuery and dig in to understand how we might be able to solve this problem. Scott, can you show us that?
Sure thing, Tali. I can definitely dig in and see why FriendlyPix users are churning. But before I do that, I really need to understand, what does BigQuery data look like when analytics events are written there? So the first thing that everybody needs to know is that when you link your app to export analytics to BigQuery, all of your events are written to a single table. Each row in this table represents a single analytics event, and we actually pack a lot of information into these rows, so the data looks a lot like a JSON tree. We can look at the schema for a specific event, for a single event together. So every event has an event date and an event timestamp, so you know when the event happened on the client device. Each event also includes an event name, which uniquely identifies the type of event. And out of the box, the Google Analytics for Firebase SDK logs about 50 events, including things like a first open event, the first time a user opens up your application, user engagement events that are logged periodically when the app is in the foreground, etc. In addition, the FriendlyPix team also took advantage of the capability of logging custom analytics events. And we're doing so to log photo upload events every time a photo is uploaded to our server. In addition to that, analytics events can also include events parameters. And so this is an array of key value pairs. The key is the name of the parameter, and the value is an object that is effectively a union that can take one of an integer value, a float value, a string value, or a double value. At any time, only one will be set. And this structure is used because it allows one common schema to represent many different kinds of data, and it avoids you from having to join against other tables like you might have to in a more of a conventional relational table layout. Now, analytics events also include a user pseudo ID, which uniquely identifies a specific installation of an application on a specific client device. So all events that will come from that app will have a unique ID. And this is useful for being able to relate events from the same device together. There's also a user ID parameter, which by default is null. But this is something that you might want to set if you're interested in joining data in the analytics data set with data that you might have in other data sets, including if you wanted to join with, say, data in the Crashlytics BigQuery export. There's also a user properties array, and similar to the event parameters array that I talked about, there's a key and value object. The FriendlyPix team is using this to store the number of posts for each of our users, as well as the user's influencer level. And that's just useful to have close to the data because we like to use it often. Finally, there's some other properties that you might be interested in having, things like the device that the analytics event originated from, the location, the traffic source, the app information, including the release version, as well as the platform. So now that we know how analytics data is represented in BigQuery, I can shift my focus back to investigating our user retention problem. So for this exercise, I'm specifically interested in looking at daily user retention. And so that's for a particular cohort of users who started using an app on a specific day. How engaged are they for the next set of days that follow? And I'm going to drill in and focus on the cohort of users that started using FriendlyPix on September the 1st and see how retention changed over time. and see if I can generate some insights to make things better. So with that, we're going to switch to the demo. And I'm going to unlock my... So this is the BigQuery web UI, and I've pre-populated it with a query that computes user retention for that cohort of users that started out on September the 1st. I won't go through the low-level syntax of the query, but I will say that there's effectively 3 parts to it. In the first part, I'm identifying the cohort of users that started using the app on September the 1st by pulling out the user pseudo-identifier from all events that have the first open type that originated on September the 1st. In the second part of my query, I'm computing for each of the users in that cohort whether or not they were engaged for each of the following 7 days. And then in the final part, I'm bringing it all together and I'm computing the user retention number as the ratio of the number of engaged users per day divided by the total number of users in the cohort. And so we can run the query together. And the result here is exactly the row of the table that I showed you in the screenshot from the Firebase Analytics dashboard. So that's useful to have. So now that I've done this, we can start to use the power of BigQuery to drill in and answer questions that were not available to us through the Firebase Analytics dashboard out of the box. So we could look at things like, how does user retention vary when a user has uploaded a photo or has liked someone else's photo? We could look at how does retention vary when we've sent a user a push notification to encourage re-engagement? Or we could slice and dice retention by a user property or a user location or something like that. Now, since today the FriendlyPix application is currently launched in 2 countries, the United States and France, one thing that I'm interested in knowing is how does retention change for French users? And so we can do that quite easily by modifying the query that I've written, adding a statement to the where clause to filter for French users, and running the query again. And so when I do that, 2 things stand out. First, I see that there's 36 French users, so about 40% of our user base is in France, and the retention rate is quite a bit lower. And so if we switch back to the slides, here's what it looks like on a chart. So the red line is French user retention. You can see it's almost half of what the retention is for the rest of the world. So this is a pretty big insight. And Tali, I think if we can get French retention under control, we're going to be doing a lot better. Back to you.
Thanks, Scott. All right, so we clearly have a retention and engagement problem with FriendlyPix. And we need to solve that quickly in a way that gets our users back to the app but doesn't annoy them in the process. As we've mentioned, we've recently launched to France, but what we didn't mention is that we do not have language translation in FriendlyPix. And unfortunately, based on how we built the app, it's quite expensive to add that. So we have a hypothesis that perhaps that's going to improve our retention, but we really want to be sure before we invest all that time. That's where Firebase A/B testing comes in. A/B testing allows us to try out multiple experiments to understand how it will work out in the wild before we fully invest and roll it out to our users. We went ahead and used A/B testing to try out translation of our app on just one screen to see if it was going to have a difference in retention of our users. After a couple weeks of collecting data, you can see that yes, it did make a difference, and that was really exciting for us. We started to build some confidence that this was going to be the right way of moving forward and getting FriendlyPix in a healthier state. But it wasn't really clear what type of key metrics or users this type of change would impact, and we wanted to be really sure we understood it before we rolled out. And that's where BigQuery can really help us. Scott, can you show us?
Absolutely, Tali. So before I start running queries, I think it's helpful for me to understand how does A/B testing integrate with BigQuery. And for that, we can go back to the schema of an analytics event in BigQuery that I showed you earlier. So when an A/B test is running for your experiment, all of your analytics events for users that are enrolled in the experiment will be annotated with an additional user property. And this property has a key which corresponds to the name of the A/B test, and the value will take on a value that represents membership of the user in either the control group or one of the variant groups for your experiment. And so you can use this to effectively slice any analytics query you could run against your BigQuery dataset based on the membership of users in an A/B test. So once I knew this, I was interested in getting started with building my first query. And there's actually an interesting new integration in the Firebase console on the A/B testing dashboard that made it easy to do that. So now there's a new View in BigQuery option on the navigation menu. And when you click it, it will open up a new tab in your browser, and it will pre-populate it with a pre-built query. And what this query does out of the box is it computes counts of all of the different types of events that have happened while your A/B test is running, and then breaks them into groupings by event type, and further breaks them into groupings based on membership in a control group or one of your variant groups. This is what it looks like if I were to plot the results of this query in a graph, except that I'm only showing 3 event types here that the Friendly Picks team was specifically interested in looking at: user engagement events, screen views, and ad reward events. And so it was really easy for me to see here that for users that were enrolled in my experiment variant, those 3 event types that I'm interested in were doing better. So that was a thing that was nice for me to know. But what we were really interested in knowing, given that the results of our A/B test seemed positive, I wanted to know that the retention improvements were really directed at French language users that were benefiting from translations and not due to some other unknown effect. And so for that, I was able to go back to the query that I showed you earlier, update the dates to point to September the 22nd, which is when we started our A/B test, and add 2 additional lines to filter the results based on users that were enrolled in the experiment and part of the variant group. And this is what the result looks like when I plot it on a graph. The line in red shows that there is a significant improvement for French users who were enrolled in our variant groups. And so that was extremely positive to see. I was also able to run 2 additional queries to look at the impact to US users, and I noticed no difference between the control and the variant groups. So this gave me the information that I needed to know to go back to you, Tali, and say, I think we can ship this.
Thanks, Scott. So at this point, the Friendly Picks team was ready to celebrate. We really felt like we knew how to solve this problem, and we wanted to release it out to our users as soon as possible. But it was important to us that we were ready to track the stability of this release before it went out. That's where Firebase Crashlytics comes in. Firebase Crashlytics allows you to see all of your stability information in one easy-to-use dashboard. It tells us what's most important and what requires our attention right away. Not only that, but it shows you even more information, like the analytics events leading up to a crash, or breadcrumbs, as well as any custom keys and logs that you choose to add. So for the Friendly Picks team, we decided to add a key for any time a crash happened when the language was translated into French. And that way, we would be able to see if there were more crashes because of this recent change. Once that was all done and the app was converted, we were able to ship it confidently. And we were really excited to see what happened next. We did see some stability issues with the new release, which is pretty normal. But it was kind of hard to tell if this was due to the translation or not, and we really wanted to see a holistic understanding of what was going on. And that's how BigQuery could help us. We were able to export our Crashlytics data into BigQuery and better understand what was going on. So the Crashlytics BigQuery export has a lot of really useful information. It's got the stack trace, the blame frame. It also has environment information like the device and if it's happening in the foreground or the background for the user. And it has advanced debugging tools like breadcrumbs or keys and logs that I mentioned, and even a customer user ID, which you can use to help link data across Firebase products. Along with the integration between Crashlytics and BigQuery, we were also really excited to see that there's a powerful Data Studio integration also available to us. Data Studio shows all of your data in an easy view within BigQuery and allows you to change your queries and see how they show up in chart and graph form. So that was really exciting. Scott, can you show us what it looked like for Friendly Picks?
Sure thing, Tali. Can we switch back to the demo? So this is what Friendly Picks BigQuery data looks like in a Data Studio dashboard. And I was able to set this up in seconds, really, by cloning the new public Data Studio dashboard template and pointing it at our FriendlyPix data. Out of the box, you get a view that looks a little bit like the Crashlytics dashboard in the Firebase console. You can see crash trends over time. You get a breakdown of crashes by version, crashes by device, crashes by operating system. Down at the bottom, you can see the issue list, which is effectively a clustering of crashes that have similar stack traces, so you know which issues are the ones that you should focus on and prioritize fixing. You can also adjust the time range, and I've set this up for the week in which we were rolling out our experiment to production. Now, we're interested in looking at whether or not our new feature, French language translation, has introduced any new stability problems. And for that, I'm able to use the crashes by key feature that's built into this dashboard. And given that Tali described, we are now annotating all crashes with a key that represents the language that the user was viewing when the crash happened. So I can come in here and I can filter by French language usage. And so under the hood, what it's doing is it's running a query in BigQuery, and then it's going to show me the results. Cool. So now what I was able to see was that previously there was about 90 crashes impacting the entire user population, only about 25 that were hitting the French user base. I have 40% French users, so that's actually a good sign. I can also then look through the issue list, and I'm able to see that there are no unique issues that only impact the French users. So Tali, this gives me great confidence. I think there's no issues with this. We can ship it again.
Awesome. Thanks, Scott. If we head back to the slides. So we were really excited as a FriendlyPix team to see that we had finally solved this retention issue. And we were hopeful that we would see the app continue to grow and expand to more and more markets, now we know translated to the appropriate language. So Firebase and BigQuery was a really important integration to allow us to re-engage our users, understand the impact of a new release on them, and dig into our app stability and make sure that we had a quality experience. As I mentioned, there are many Firebase and BigQuery integrations. Notably, we have 2 new ones with predictions and Firebase Cloud Messaging that we definitely suggest you check out after this. Thank you so much for coming today. If you have any questions, we'll be over at the Ask Firebase booth right after this, and we would love to talk to you. Thanks so much.
The next session in this room will start at 3:30. Please welcome Steve Ganem and Humana Al-Hashal.
Hi, everyone. My name is Steve Ganem, and I'm the product lead for Google Analytics for Firebase. And I'll be joined in just a minute by Jumana from Firebase Predictions. And this afternoon, we want to share with you and highlight some brand new powerful features related to user segmentation in Firebase that enable personalization and engagement of your users. 2 years ago at the Firebase Summit in Berlin, I spoke at length about this idea of actionable analytics, that the data that you're collecting shouldn't just be fodder for charts and graphs and boring stuff like that, but that the insights that you get from your analytics data would be actionable. And analytics audiences are a perfect example of that ability. Analytics audiences allow you to segment your users based on their observed behaviors and their user properties. And then, once you have created those audiences, you can engage those users with any combination of notifications or advertisements or personalization in your app. And whereas analytics segments users by their observed behavior, Firebase Predictions actually segments them based on their predicted behavior. And these two tools, which can actually be used in combination with one another, enable very dynamic capabilities in user segmentation. Backing up a second, I'd like to explain why dynamic user segmentation is important. It's important because your users are dynamic. Based on time spent in your app, seasonality, time of day, day of week, week of month, disasters, you name it, things that go on in the world, users' pattern and level of engagement with your app changes and fluctuates. And so you need a system will actually, an audience membership that will reflect the latest state of your audience. Because if it doesn't, if it casts too wide a net, if it doesn't update dynamically as your users are changing, then at best it can just be a vague impression of the segment you were trying to identify and engage. And that's a big problem. Because if you're not confident that your audiences contain the exact users that you had precisely defined, you're going to be very shy about reaching out to them and hesitant. If you do reach out to them, you won't be very bold because you know you've cast too wide a net and you have a lot of false positives in there. And that's why we've taken in a lot of your feedback on the use cases that are really important to you, and we've made massive improvements across the board to our audience evaluation. Because we know that when you feel that your audience is crisply and precisely defined, you'll feel emboldened to engage them, in contrast to before. And that boldness will be reflected in the text of your notifications, or the copy and the creative of your advertisements, or the degree of app personalization, because you know you're targeting the users you intended to. So I'd like to take you through an example of this to make it more real with my app, Transworld Endless Skater. This was a game that I built before coming to Google with my partner. We both worked on the Tony Hawk series of video games, and we wanted to basically bring that to mobile. And so primarily we were targeting mid-core and hardcore gamers. But along with them, we got a whole trove of casual gamers too. Those users were attracted by either the brand or the athletes or any number of things. But what we noticed was that those users were having a lot of trouble getting even past the first level. They were trying and trying, but not making much progress. And you know what happens if they're not making much progress and getting frustrated, you're going to lose them because there's a million other things that they could be doing with their life. So what we're trying to do is try to capture those users in an audience, make the game a little bit easier for them, then re-engage them and encourage them to come back because we feel that they're going to make progress and hopefully stay in the game and not churn. So the first thing you do when you create an audience is try to define it in terms of the data that you're collecting. In this case, I'm going to call my audience the frustrated novices. And this is how I would define them, logically. These are users who are on the first level of my app currently. They've started 20 levels without actually completing one. They've logged 10 sessions in a 3-day period of time. And they've met this criteria sometime in the last 30 days. Let's dive into these one at a time to explain them a little more detail and to highlight the new features of Audience Builder that enable this. The first is level equals 1. We've all played games. You know you start at level 1, but hopefully you don't stop there. You progress to level 2, to level 3, and so forth. But for these frustrated novices, we specifically only want to capture those users who are still on level 1. And so our dynamic user property evaluation, which is brand new, will disqualify the user from the audience once they progress to level 2. So it'll start in level 1, they'll be part of the audience, and they'll exit the audience when their state changes. Pretty straightforward. The second condition is these are users who are started 20 levels but haven't completed one. That implies that they're retrying over and over again or quitting because they're not making progress. And so what we want to do is first, there's two parts here. First is actually including users when they actually log their 21st level start. But there's an exclusion criteria too. We're specifically defining the condition under which a member leaves the audience. And so by using our new exclude groups, when the user logs a level end event, they'll be removed from our audience because that's a sign that the user has made progress and probably not frustrated anymore. The third criteria is more than 10 sessions in a 3-day period. If I asked you, is 10 sessions a lot in a user's lifetime? You'd probably say, well, that depends on how long the lifetime is. If the user's only been using your app 1 day, sure. If they've been using it for a year, probably not. And so by using time-based criteria, you can actually normalize that and make it a more meaningful metric. And so here we want to include users in this audience only when they've satisfied that metric within a specified period of time. And this is going to indicate to us specifically that these users were highly engaged for a short period of time, further indicating that they were engaged with my content and bringing them back is worthwhile. And the last criteria was related to the membership duration. And this is what we call freshness. We want these users to stay in the audience no more than 30 days after they met this condition, met this criteria. That's because we intend to actually reach out to these users with notifications and advertisements. And we don't really want to reach out to users who haven't played in like a year and a half. They might just realize like, oh, I forgot I still had that app installed, and they'll uninstall it. So here we use membership duration to control how long users stay in the audience. And when 30 days pass after they met that criteria, they exit the audience. So again, precisely defining exactly the set of users we want to engage. And with that, let's jump into the console and see what this actually looks like. And I'll try to define it and re-engage these users all in one fell swoop. Let's see how long it takes. All right. Switch to the demo, please. All right, so we're here in the audience builder. And I'm going to create this new audience of frustrated novices. All right. And the first condition was a user property condition that the user was on level 1. Remember that now we are by default interpreting this as dynamic evaluated. So this really means users currently on level 1. Notice that there's this checkbox here where you can indicate this is users who have ever been on level 1, which for my game means all users. But we're not going to do that. We want frustrated new users. Next was the frustration criteria. That was 20 level starts without a level end. So here we'll select level start, indicate that the count is greater than 20, and add an exclude group. So that was the inclusion criteria. The exclusion criteria was users who log a level end. Simple enough. Third criteria was that short period of time-constrained events. So that was session start, more than 10 of them, and here's that time window I was talking about. I can say that has to happen in any 3-day period to demonstrate a high level of engagement. And lastly, membership duration, which defaults to my chosen duration, which is 30 days, meaning that after 30 days of meeting this criteria, the user leaves the audience. And with that, I will create the audience. And there's a success message. All right, I have the audience created, but that's only part of the way there. Remember, we wanted to make the game easier for them. So let's head over to remote config because my game is dynamically set up like that, data-driven. You'll notice I have this parameter called difficulty multiplier, which allows me to easily tweak the difficulty for users in my game, 1.0 being normal, lower being easier. So right now that's set for the same value for all users, but we want to make a new value for a new condition here. So for frustrated users, on my Android app, okay, then I'm going to choose that audience. And we're going to make it half as hard for them. and publish that change immediately. So what happens is, as soon as a user comes back into the app and they have met that criteria, they will get this new value from remote config. The game will be easier for them. So far, so good, but what if users have already churned or aren't coming back? This isn't going to make them come back by itself. So to catch those users, we're going to use a push notification campaign. But not just any push notification campaign. These new long-running campaigns are really come in handy for this use case. So we'll start a new campaign. The title is going to be, Come Back. And please come back. All right, you'll put more thought into it than I will, right? And you select the Android app, and again, our audience. Frustrated novices. And here, rather than just sending now, we are going to send these daily, but once per user for this message. So what will happen is that as users enter this audience, meet this criteria, then each day it will send a message to that user if they're new, only if they're new to this audience. So they'll get at most one message. We won't be pestering them. We could, but we won't in this case. And so I can actually run this campaign, set it up, and just leave it running and know that it's like a continual campaign that engages users as they become frustrated. Lastly, we'll set up a conversion event that we want to target. Our goal here is to get these users not just to come back, but to make progress that's indicated by this level end event. So we'll see a funnel in our reporting of messages sent to open to that conversion. And then we'll publish it. That's right, I just sent that to my real users. All right, so very powerful, and I did that in, 4 minutes. I went through that whole setup, so you can see just how simple and powerful that one can be. All right, can we switch back to the slides, please? Thank you. So I have to say thank you to this audience. This summit has been very instrumental to us because we get amazing feedback that's actionable, that affects our roadmap. In building out these features, I was keeping a running list of feedback of audiences that users wanted to create but couldn't. And that was our guiding light and our principle behind building these features. So it's really satisfying to be able to announce that at this event. And we hope that it helps you succeed in your businesses. Up next, Jumana is going to come on stage and explain how Firebase predictions can actually amplify a lot of these use cases. Jumana?
Thank you, Steve. Thanks to Steve, and hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Jumana Al-Hashal, and I'm the lead product manager on Firebase Predictions. And it's really such a treat to be here with you in Prague on this day. As Steve mentioned, dynamic audiences are really great for segmentation based on quantifiable past behavior, like if a user has finished a level or not in your game. But sometimes, really, it is advantageous to anticipate user behavior so you can shape their experience throughout your app. And that could be better than just simply observing it. For example, it might be a lot more effective to re-engage users that are already trying in your app or in your game, rather than trying to bring them back after they have abandoned your app. But think about it for a second. If you try to write a set of rules for every single reason why a user might be leaving your app or your game, that would be a super daunting task. It could be anything from the actual user experience, to the number of crashes you're having, to the performance, to the frequency of ads, to any number of things. Not only would it be daunting to keep it, but damn near futile to keep it up to date. Especially like you're on a couple of weeks release cycle. How would you keep such a rule set up to date? And that is really where machine learning comes in super handy. Because basically, we can take this set of behaviors you're already logging about your past users and train different machine-learned classifiers on it. So we effectively abstract the set of patterns that could lead them to certain complex behavior, for example, churn. And then we take the learning and apply it to new users. So we look at what they've done to date, and based on that, we can look into the future and say, are they likely to follow the same path or not? So Stephen and the rest of the team have done a great job instrumenting their app. There's a lot of data coming in. We have data about the events that are happening, the different levels, the different characters that the individual players are using, their crash data, different signals about the device, and so on. So we actually went ahead and turned on predictions for them. Single click of a button, no machine learning expertise on their team necessary. So let's go back and see what can we do to further help Steve and his team with Transworld and Skater. And can we combat churn by surfacing certain features that we've observed have helped people retain in our app over time. One such feature was that we observed that users who go ahead and change their default characters, so there's multiple characters you can play as, and that gives you different power-ups. And if you change the character, people end up staying in the game a little longer. So we thought, maybe people who are like about to leave the app or churn, if we expose such a fun feature to them, maybe they'll stay longer. So I went ahead, Steve already demoed this, so I'm not going to go through it again, and defined a default Skater user audience. So this is a dynamic audience that includes anybody who passed level 1, and has never swapped their skater, and has been playing the game within the last 30 days. So we don't want to reach people who have long stopped playing. So we're going to augment that by seeing who of these people are predicted to churn, and see what we can do inside of the Firebase platform to help retain them. So if we could go to demo right now. Perfect. So this is what the predictions homepage looks like for the game. So Firebase Predictions maintains the machine learning model, the training, the daily updating. These predictions update every single day on actual player behavior. And you can see it is segmenting on possibility for churn and spend. You can also define anything that you are logging as a conversion event. You can see how well your predictions are doing. You can see over here, this prediction correctly was able to identify 90% of the user who ended up spending in this app, and made no more than 10% false identifications or false positives. This evaluation is based on historical data. We take a chunk of your historical data, we call it holdout data, and after we're done training the model, we test. Since we know what the result is already, we can actually give the prediction a score on how well it's doing. And then we can use it in any number of applications. But I wanted to quickly show you the brand new details page, which helps you understand the different risk profiles, see how you can integrate predictions within the rest of Firebase, and look at what events contributed to this particular prediction. So let's go ahead and figure out how we can use this prediction in a cloud messaging campaign. So I went ahead and actually just created this so that we can just go and edit. So I'm going to send a slightly more specific message. So try a new character, and letting the users know that different characters will give you different power-ups. And I will target users who are in my dynamic audience of default Skater and are predicted to churn. And then I can hit scheduling, and it will start going. It will evaluate only once. So basically, let me here actually choose once. So I'm going to choose it to go daily. So only new users who become predicted to churn will ever get this. You're not spamming your users. And it is basically ongoing. You set it up once, and this will forever keep running until you stop it. Other things that you could do as well, better yet, I could try to set an A/B test to know actually what would perform better for such users. What's going on? All right, let's try a different tab. All right, different tab. 1 second. Here we go. So the test for improving retention. Let me edit this, and you can see. So for the same set of users, I am choosing the same app, choosing a percentage of users, and seeing if my retention will improve if I basically do two things. Change the startup experience for the same set of users. So my dynamic audience of people who've never tried to swap their character out and are predicted to churn, and I'm going to try two different experiences. One is like as is, the game as is right now, And a different way by having them, next time they start the app, it's going to start in a different character carousel. So it will highlight that feature to them right away. You'd have to still implement this in your app, but theoretically, I could be doing this right now. There are many other use cases that you can enable with predictions. And let's go and look at remote config for a second. So we saw Steve a second ago define some remote configurations. He actually went ahead and defined a couple of other conditions for him. One is potential churners. So again, this is looking at users who might churn. And the other one were users who are unlikely to spend. And we can go to parameters. And for example, we can modify this to be even more specific. So my difficulty multiplier is not only half for frustrated users, but it's half for frustrated users who are predicted to actually churn. Or, for example, I can add a new remote configuration, for example, one that shows ads, but I only would want to show it for people who are unlikely to spend any money in my game. So it is true for this, and because we want to try out a new monetization strategy. So we're going to start enabling ads for users who are unlikely to spend and otherwise have them turned off. And if we can go back to slides, please. Yes, perfect. So all in all, using predictions is going to help you anticipate your players' actions in your game, or just your users' action in your app overall. And it's going to allow you to deliver a more focused and a more attentive experience. And combining your domain expertise, you are the expert on your app. You are the expert on your game. So dynamic audiences will allow you to take this expertise and just quantify it into audiences. And you combine this with predictions, and all of a sudden, you can unlock a whole number of imaginative use cases for your business. But most of all, you're going to do this in an efficient and in a mindful way that respects your users and their time. And I guess that is all really we have for you today. So if you have any questions for us, we are going to be in the Firebase Lounge. If you don't find us there, you feel free to find us online. It's Ask Firebase and Hack Firebase are the hashtags, and we'll do our best to respond to your questions. Thank you so much for spending your afternoon with us. Really appreciate it.
Hey there, Firebase developers. So typically on an episode of Ask Firebase, you ask questions and we answer them. But today on this very special episode of Firebase Asks You, we're going to turn the tables and ask you the questions instead. So I am here at the Firebase conference here in Prague, and I think I see one or two developers out there, so I'm going to go find them and talk to them. Come on. And where are you visiting us from?
I'm from Sri Lanka.
Nigeria.
From Tel Aviv.
Lebanon.
I'm from New Delhi, India.
What announcement from the keynote today were you most excited to hear about?
Firestore local usage.
Yeah, right? That'll make testing so much easier.
Yes, it's such a relief for developers.
I think I like the part about the customizable notifications. Like they made it open source, so now we can edit it according to our needs, and we can see on the phone itself, we can test how they look. So I'm excited about that, with customizable notifications.
Do you have any unusual skills or talents that you could demonstrate for us? Wow, that's pretty good. I can move my ears too. Want to see? Do you have any special talents or skills?
Ooh, special talents and skills. Well, sing.
Can you sing a little bit for us?
That girl is on fire.
What's your go-to karaoke song?
I Want It That Way.
Wonderwall.
Type Pro of LP.
What is your go-to karaoke song?
A Lebanese singer called Fairuz. It's gonna be كيفك أنت. كيفك أنت ملا أنت هيدي أمي بتاعت الهم.
GIF or GIF?
GIF.
GIF.
GIF or GIF?
GIF. GIF.
GIF. GIF.
Taylor Swift or Katy Perry?
Katy Perry. Katy Perry. She has Extraterrestrial, which is a fantastic song.
Katy Swift or, wait, Taylor Swift or Katy Perry?
Taylor Swift.
Swift. Swift 4.2.
Halbrick is a games studio based out of Brisbane, Australia, with teams in Sydney, Adelaide, Spain, Bulgaria, and Los Angeles. We are probably best known for the game Fruit Ninja, though we also have several other big titles, including Jetpack Joyride. In mobile games, user retention is one of the toughest problems, So being able to use machine learning to proactively target users before the churn sounded almost too good to be true. When we heard about Firebase predictions, we were excited to try it out in one of our games, Dan-The-Man.
We had experimenting with building churn prediction models in-house, but struggled to find the time or resources to properly devote to the problem. Even once we had a model, the problem wasn't solved. It was still difficult to implement changes based on targeting that the model provided. So we decided to put prediction to the test with a 3-variant experiment to see if we could boost user retention by offering a gift of in-app currency. We divided our experiment population into 3 groups: Group 0, Group 1, and Group 2. Group 0 was the control and received no promotion. Users in Group 1 received the in-game gift when they completed Halbrick's existing heuristic, beating level 3. Finally, users in Group 2 received the gift if they were identified by prediction as will churn. The results speak for themselves. By saving the game promotion to users who were predicted to churn, we saw a 5 percentage point increase in retention, which equated to a 20% gain.
We were so excited at the success from Dan-The-Man that we decided to try this feature in other titles. Fruit Ninja and Jetpack Joyride are already preparing experiments using predictions.
Oh, hello. Didn't see you there. Hey, Firebase developers. I'm Jen Person, developer advocate on the Oh My God, That Just Jumped. Hey everyone, I'm Jen Person, developer advocate on the Firebase team and host of Ask Firebase. Each episode, I'm joined by a guest expert where we answer your burning Firebase questions. Check us out on the Firebase channel on YouTube. And remember, the show would not exist without you. So, if you have a question, be sure to tag it on social media with the hashtag AskFirebase, and you might see it on a future episode. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you there. Bye!
The general sessions and workshops will begin in 15 minutes.
So you've got an app that's drawing in users. That's great. But how do you communicate with users once they're in your app? Sure, it's not so hard to display a pop-up dialog in your app. But what if you want to customize that message for certain users? Or figure out which of these messages are most effective in driving the desired behavior? Or your marketing people want to change the creative. Creating meaningful messages in your app quickly goes from a couple of lines of code to a major headache. Now with Firebase, you can easily send messages to people while they are actively using your app to encourage them to complete key in-app actions. You can use these messages to guide people through your app, send promotions, or ensure they see important updates. Firebase in-app messaging makes it easy to set up and run in-app messaging campaigns. You have the power to target messages to specific audiences, trigger messages based on user behavior, and tailor the design of the message to suit user interests and your brand. Whether you want to set up recurring campaigns or send a one-time alert, Firebase in-app messaging supports a variety of use cases. For example, you may want to encourage users to make a purchase in your app. You can trigger an in-app message to appear, offering a deal when they add an item to their cart. Then in the Firebase console, you can see if the offer paid off. Or you may want your users to check out a new feature, invite a friend to use the app, or subscribe to a service. Firebase in-app messaging makes it easy to set up all of these campaigns to meet your app's goals, and then monitor progress. And in-app messages are built right in the Firebase console, which means members of your marketing team can customize the look and behavior of any campaign without getting your engineers involved. From the console, you can choose the messaging layout, background and text colors, and an optional image to accompany your message, so messages feel like a natural extension of your app. You can see a preview of your message in the console, so you know exactly what your users will see. And you can choose who will see your message. Select audiences for message targeting with just a few clicks. Once your campaign is live, you can track daily messaging impressions, clicks, and conversion events. Then, you can tweak your campaigns to maximize results. Firebase in-app messaging is a great way to deepen engagement with active users, increase session time, spur conversions, and ultimately, grow your revenue.
Hey there, Firebase developers. So typically on our episodes of Ask Firebase, you ask questions, we answer them. But on this very special episode of Firebase Asks You, we're going to turn the tables and start asking you the questions instead. So I am here at FireConf in Prague, and I think there's one or two developers behind me. So let's go see if we can find a few. Huh? Come on. What announcement from the keynote today were you most excited to hear about?
Well, I use audience feature mostly in my app, so I am pretty hyped about features in that category.
The new dynamic audience.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, super exciting.
Yeah, you're reading my mind.
What was the most exciting announcement for you from the keynote just now?
The ML toolkit.
Yeah, fun, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's about the Firebase predictions. I found it very interesting and exciting.
What food do you like that other people might think is weird or unusual?
Okay, since I'm from Sri Lanka, we have something called milk rice and fried sprats.
What are fried sprats?
It's like dried fish, but you temper it with onion.
A fried plantain with fish stew. It doesn't look that great, but it's delicious.
Banana with ketchup.
Huh, is the banana just raw, or do you cook it, or?
No, we just like mix it together. It's kind of weird, but I like it.
What Hogwarts house would the Sorting Hat put you in?
Yeah, of course, Gryffindor.
Gryffindor.
Definitely Gryffindor.
Of course, Gryffindor.
Ravenclaw.
Well, you know, I'm from India, and I would go to Durmstrang.
Oh, yeah, Durmstrang. Good point. CSS, fantastic or frustrating?
Fantastic.
Frustrating.
Fun.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Welcome back, everyone. And now, please give a warm welcome to Sebastian Smith and Rachel Myers.
Hi, my name is Rachel. I'm a software engineer on Firebase security roles.
And I'm Sebastian, and I work on Firestore. Rachel, do you still remember what you did on May 25th?
How could I forget? That was the day I was flooded with emails from every website that I had ever signed up for. They all wanted to tell me about their brand new privacy policy. I looked at those fines, and I also wondered if that experimental app I created in 2009 was about to get me in big trouble.
On May 25th, the General Data Protection Regulations took effect. By itself, this regulation affects anyone that stores or processes data from users in the European Union. The goal of giving users transparency and control over their personal data is, however, not a new one. User privacy is larger than any one piece of legislation. And even before May 25th, different regulations around user privacy apply to users in most countries. Rachel and I believe that everyone's privacy should be respected, no matter what geographic region they happen to be from. We are here today to show you how you can use Firebase to treat data privacy as a first-class citizen, and how you can design serverless software with user data protection in mind from the very beginning. Since neither of us are lawyers, we are not going to give legal advice. We're going to stick to what we know best as engineers. We will tell you what we personally think the key steps are when you're building an app that puts user privacy first.
When you're designing for serverless architecture, you're worried about things like, which components should I use? What features do they offer? How will they interact with each other? And how well will each component scale? By contrast, when you're designing for privacy, you're worried about things like, how will I make sure that my data is securely stored? How will I make sure that my users understand the data that I need to save? And how will I remove the data when I no longer use it? It certainly doesn't feel like there's a lot of overlap between these two. And some people have even suggested that serverless architecture and data privacy feel like they contradict each other.
Seems like Rachel is reading my mind. But let's be honest, even though I deeply care about user privacy, I am not willing to give up serverless development just yet. I don't want to go back to the days of installing, maintaining, and upgrading my very own MySQL instance just so that my Android app can receive a single push notification. Fortunately, serverless design patterns and user privacy can often go hand in hand. At Firebase, we are proud to offer products and tools that help you respect your users' data, not despite, but because of our serverless offerings. Let's dive in and take a look at a few examples.
We'll start by showing you how you can reduce the data that you store and how you can use cloud functions to help you manage that data. We'll show you examples of user data deletion and more advanced features such as user data export. Sebastian and I will reiterate the importance of writing robust security rules to limit access to your data and to describe data ownership. And we'll talk about how you can notify your users about the data that you're collecting, including advanced use cases like activity logs. We'll cover the storage retention for our backend products and show you patterns for storing privacy preferences.
Rachel and I want you to design your apps for privacy from the very first line of code. The easiest way to do this is, of course, to not store any data.
Sebastian, any data?
Okay, let's stay realistic and only save the data that we need. For example, let's say we have an app and we want to make sure that our users are European citizens over 18. Instead of storing the user's full birthday and country of birth, we only need to store whether they meet our two criteria. As you design your apps, think about what data you need for them to function and what the amount of time is that you need to store this data for.
Oh my God. Okay. Not everyone is starting with a brand new project. If you have an existing project, you're not out of luck. I recently improved the user privacy features for our open source sample app, FriendlyPics. As we mentioned this morning, FriendlyPics is an app that lets users upload photos and offers social features such as commenting and following friends. When I looked at how we treat user data in FriendlyPics, I found that data was used for one of the app's core functions. First, the app stores user profile or account information. Next, FriendlyPics stores the pictures that users are uploading. And finally, FriendlyPics saves those social interactions with the pictures. These are things like likes and comments. So whether you're writing a new app or you'd like to improve data privacy of an established app, the first step to managing privacy is to get a clear idea of the data that your app needs, which features are using that data, and how long you need to keep it. In general, we like the principle that you can keep track of the data that you store, keep only the data that you need, and only keep it for as long as you need it.
After all, you probably have to delete this data again one day. To me, offering users the ability to delete their data really is an important pillar of user privacy. You should delete user data not only when a user removes their account, but also when you no longer need a specific set of data for your app to function. If you design your app with user privacy in mind, deleting user data can be pretty simple with Firebase. The asynchronous nature of most deletes makes deleting user data a great use case for Google Cloud Functions, a service that should already be one of the primary tools in your serverless tool belt.
Ooh, I love a good function.
While deletion is often triggered by explicit action in your app, as in this example of a user deleting their post, remember that you ultimately don't control the requests that come from your client. You don't want to rely solely on your customers to delete their own data. To remove data that is no longer needed, you can create a cloud function that cleans up unneeded items. Sometimes it's even obvious what data is obsolete. When a user removes a picture from FriendlyPics, we delete all comments and likes. For other use cases, this may not be as apparent. If your app has functionality that only temporarily needs some of its data, you may want to regularly delete the unused portions as well. An example of this is a high score list, in which you only need to keep the highest scores and not the complete history. You can find an article that explains how to set up a cron job that triggers a cloud function in the Firebase Summit schedule. FriendlyPics really is a good model here. It doesn't keep any data longer than 30 days and uses a cloud function to periodically delete older data.
You'll also want to ensure that you no longer keep data for users that delete their accounts. If you're using Firebase authentication, you can call the delete API of Firebase user object to delete an account. Calling delete will not, however, remove user data from other Firebase products, such as Firestore. But if you're going serverless, that cleanup is a great use case for Cloud Functions.
Oh, nice. Yay.
The function could either be triggered by the authentication delete event, or if you're not using Firebase authentication. If you're not using Firebase authentication, you can trigger the function via an HTTP request. We've done some of the work to get you started by publishing a general-purpose account deletion function that you can tune to work with your own data model. There's a link to it in the Firebase Summit schedule, but let's walk through it quickly. First, this is my function. It lives in index.js. In my client code, when a user clicks the delete account button, I delete the user in Firebase authentication, and that triggers my function to run. But the function is generalized. To make it work specifically for my app, I've added a JSON file in the functions folder called userprivacy.json. This file allows me to define the paths that need to be removed when a user deletes their accounts. I can add paths for all the services that I use, such as Firestore, real-time database, and storage. And I'm using a variable for the parts of the path that will be replaced with the user ID. When the function is triggered, I get the UID from the event.data object. And because I want to remove data from Firestore, the real-time database, and storage, I call 3 helper functions, and I pass the UID to each of them. If you're not using one of these services, you can exclude those unused functions so you don't have dead code. Each of the helper functions share the same basic structure. Let's look at the function that clears data from the real-time database as an example. First, we fetch the relevant paths defined in our JSON file. Then we iterate through each one and remove the data at that path. And when each iteration returns, we return control to the top-level function.
You may also want to offer your users data portability. Providing users a copy of their data in a well-known and machine-readable format allows them to transfer their data between different service providers. We've released another cloud function called export data that can help you with this. We also link to this function in the Firebase Summit schedule. This export data function is triggered by an HTTP request that you can make when a user requests a copy of their data. It calls 3 helper functions that perform the export for each product. The helper functions, in this case, the one for the real-time database, use the same user privacy.json file that Rachel just showed you. You can use the same path as before, but you can also provide a separate configuration. The helper functions iterate through the schema and export a JSON file with the user's data. When each helper function has finished, this JSON file is uploaded to a cloud storage bucket. It's incredibly important that the exported data is only accessible by the user whose data you exported. We accomplish this by using Firebase security rules. Since we upload the exported data to a location that includes the user's user ID, we can create a security rule that makes this data only accessible to that user. Remember that it is essential that you audit your security rules if you're storing user data with Firebase. If you deny access in one rules expression, but grant access in another, access is granted. Make sure that you understand that rules are always ORed together.
If you have a more complicated data model for your app that can't be expressed as a list of wildcarded paths like this, I suggest that you maintain a list of location for each user's data. And you can use that list as the input for a custom cloud function that, similar to our sample functions here, iterate through the paths and either delete or copy the data one by one. If you keep user data portability in mind when you're designing your data model, then deleting and exporting data can be as simple as configuring and deploying a generalized function. Serverless development makes respecting user privacy easier than ever. With Cloud Functions for Firebase, you can manage your users' data without building out expensive infrastructure. And we've published a guide for clearing and exporting user data. There's a link to it in the Firebase Summit schedule.
Let's talk about data security for a moment. Let's recall how security is handled in a traditional backend application. In a, let's call it, server-full application, there's a client, a storage layer, and an application layer. The application layer is often used to enforce security and access controls. If a client sends a malicious request, the application layer can drop the request. In serverless systems, the application layer has been removed. The client connects directly to the storage layer. So where should a serverless system enforce access controls? In Firebase, access controls are enforced right at the storage layer. We validate every incoming request against the security rules that you configured. Security rules are your first line of defense in creating secure Firebase apps. Secure apps really are an essential part of treating your users' data well, and correctly configuring security rules is an important step in preventing unauthorized data access.
We heard that security rules can be confusing and even intimidating to write. That's why we've invested in new features to make security rules easier and more approachable. Because rules are so important for user privacy, we're going to review some of the highlights of how we're trying to help you write security rules. First, before you deploy rules, you should test them using security rules simulators in the web console. These simulators let you test different kinds of requests so you can verify that what you want to succeed does succeed, and those requests that you want to be blocked are blocked. Simulators are available in the Rules tab for Firestore, the real-time database, and storage. But the simulators only help you get your rules right as you're writing them. Say yesterday, Sebastian wrote great security rules, and then today I came along and improved them, and I accidentally granted access that I shouldn't have. To make sure that you have confidence in your rules going forward, you can now also create rules. You can also create unit tests that use the new local security rules emulators for Firestore and the real-time database. These tests can even be added to your existing continuous integration workflow, and there's a link to get you started in the Summit app.
The security rules we've shown you today describe a schema for your data and spell out invariants for your backend. They allow you to limit not only who can access data, but can also enforce how the data itself relates to one another. Please remember to never trust the data that you get from your client apps. Since you no longer have an application layer, security rules are the best way to enforce access controls. Use the simulator we offer in the web console to help you write and verify your security rules. And use the new security rules emulator to write automated tests around these rules.
Now you're ready to inform your users about what data will be collected. At Firebase, we've published our data retention policy on our website, and you can include this to inform your users about your data collection. The Firebase data privacy terms explain what kind of data each Firebase product collects, how long it's retained, and how you can delete that data. We've also just released a white paper that explains what happens inside Google Cloud when you invoke an API to delete data. You can find a link to our terms and to the white paper in the Firebase Summit schedule.
When you read our data privacy terms, you may see that some Firebase products, like cloud messaging or A/B testing, have the ability to identify individual devices. This allows us to message or change the experience for only a subset of your users. This device-level identification is done via Firebase instance IDs. Because they are so important, let's quickly go over them. If you incorporate a Firebase product that uses instance IDs, Firebase automatically assigns a unique instance ID to every app installation. If you install 2 different Firebase apps, they each have a different instance ID. If you install the same app on 2 different devices, say an iPhone and an iPad, we will also assign 2 different instance IDs. On the other hand, when a user restarts the same app on the same device, Firebase keeps the same instance ID. That's how we can send a notification even to apps that are closed. While instance ID data is generally not meant to be personally identifying, it can potentially be linked to any personal profile data that you store in other products. If you want to allow your users to opt out of this type of data collection, you can disable instance ID generation. We have also added dedicated APIs to our admin SDKs that lets you delete the instance IDs themselves. Remember that it is your responsibility as a developer to invoke these APIs when a user requests account deletion. For Firebase products that key data by instance ID, the time it takes to remove this data varies by product, and information about this is available in our privacy terms.
It's important to understand both the way that your app is using data and the Firebase terms when you're ready to inform your users about your own privacy. The first thing to know is that deleting data from our backend systems does not immediately delete all copies of the data from our system. Some of it's kept temporarily in backups and caches. With all this in mind, you're ready to inform your users about your own privacy terms. I recently added a notice to FriendlyPix to let users know what kind of data is being saved and what features that data supports. This notice gives them the choice if they'd like me to use the data or not. Features are only enabled for the users that actively check to let me save the data. For example, if a user didn't want me to share their social data, I removed the ability to, sorry, I said I would share, and I would never do that if they didn't want to share their social data. Then I removed the ability to add comments. And if a user doesn't want us to store any data at all, FriendlyPix still offers a good read-only mode.
Depending on how much of your app's functionality is handled by our backends, you may also need to persist the user's privacy settings in Firestore or in the real-time database. When you consider structuring this data, look at what privacy controls the backend needs. You'll likely want to make sure that these settings are stored in a place where you can prevent unauthorized access. For example, if your user's profile information is public, you probably want different access restrictions for these privacy-related settings. To achieve this, you can use a layout such as the one here that contains a private profile section in addition to a public one. Alternatively, you could store the privacy preferences in a separate section of the database nested under the user's user ID, as we did in this example.
You'll also want to build a way for users to update their privacy settings. This allows you to add new features over time or to modify existing features. It's one thing, however, to let users update their privacy preferences, and it's another thing to figure out what to do with that existing data when their preferences change. For example, say a user grants consent for me to save their photos and then changes their mind. Should we delete the existing photos, or should we only delete them when a user deletes their entire account? This balance between user expectations and user privacy is different in every app. In FriendlyPix, we decided to keep the existing pictures, even if a user doesn't want us to store new pictures. And a user can still remove existing photos individually, or when they delete their account, we'll delete them all.
As users change their consent settings, you may also want to keep a record of these changes in an activity log. An activity log allows you to share privacy-related changes with your users and gives them the ability to monitor changes to their account. If you're storing your privacy settings in Firestore or in the real-time database, this is another good use case for Cloud Functions. With Cloud Functions, Firebase can automatically maintain an activity log for you. It's straightforward to create a small function that is triggered every time a user's privacy settings change, and which then copies these new settings to an append-only storage location. Here's an example of an activity logger that listens to changes in the privacy collection of Firestore and adds entries to a dedicated activity log section. If you want to make sure that this activity log is append-only and cannot be modified, you can use security rules to prevent any changes to existing information. For example, if your activity log uses a Firestore collection for each user and a document for each time a user changes their settings, you can use a rule like this, which allows document curation but doesn't allow updates or deletes to existing data. We've created a guide to storing and using privacy settings in Firebase that explains how to automatically maintain activity logs. As always, you can find a link to this guide in the Firebase Summit schedule.
Building privacy features like secure access controls, data portability, and data cleanup can be within easy reach of every developer on our serverless platform. Many of the privacy features that we've pointed to today can be directly deployed to Cloud Functions, and we've shown you how you can lock down your data with Firebase security rules. We hope that the tools and technologies that we've highlighted today can help you turn user privacy into one of the easiest features you build in your app.
GDPR is not the first and will certainly not be the last piece of legislation that changes how we look at user data. The ever-growing list of user privacy regulations makes touching any kind of data seem really daunting. But let us all take a step back and let's instead focus on doing the right thing for our users. If we treat our users' data with respect, if we make sure our data retention policies are easy to understand, if we limit the amount of data that we handle, and if we offer our users the ability to make meaningful decisions about the data they lend to us, then we'll likely be in a good place, no matter what privacy regulations the future may bring. Come find us later at the Ask Firebase station. We'd love to talk to you about how you can be responsible with your users' privacy. Remember that we can't help you as lawyers, but we can be better together as friends.
The next session in this room will start at 5. And now welcome Susan Goldblatt.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here at FireConf or Firebase Summit. Thanks so much. I hope you've been having a great time. I certainly have, just talking to everyone. So today we're going to talk about serverless payments. So how to manage payments in your application. We'll be using Firestore and functions to do this. And there's a lot of different ways that you can manage payments, or a lot of different payment types. So maybe something like, oh, also, I'm Susan. I didn't introduce myself, and I work on Firebase, and I'm a software engineer. Sorry. Excuse me, it's been. Anyway, that's me. And yeah, so there's different ways you can manage payments. So we have our something like a store, maybe a physical object or good, something like an on-demand economy, maybe Uber or Airbnb that has a delivery or a service. And then there's stuff like software as a service. So maybe something like a cloud service for developers, which might be Firebase. So I have a really great idea for an app that I would love to create. It's called Goat Landscaping. I don't know if y'all have heard about it, but a while ago I bought about 50 goats, just for fun. I just wanted them. And I thought, well, I could make some money off of the goats. And I had a great idea that I would make an app that would bring the goats to people's lawns. So how this will work is you'll contact us on the app and say, I want the goats to come. And we'll schedule a landscaping that works for you. So the goats have a very rigorous schedule. And you have a rigorous schedule, too, so we'll figure out some time. From there, the highly trained goats will come and manicure your lawn. So they'll come and eat all the grass and make everything nice and clean. It's very environmentally friendly. And step 4 is profit. So somehow we're going to be able to get paid for this. So what a great idea. I've already built out an application. And I've added in Firebase authentication, obviously. And I've built out the scheduling portion of the app. But the final step in this process is managing the customer payments. So how are we going to charge customers for this service? So when thinking about this, there's a few different ways to handle manage payments. So we could maybe start storing credit card information, keep track of all the different credit cards that exist, like MasterCard, Visa. Maybe we even want to accept cryptocurrency. I live in San Francisco, so that might be necessary. Things like that we have to keep track of. Even sort of like fraud. So I hope that that won't happen, but maybe there's some fraudulent activity, or credit cards that are out of date that are trying to be used. So I could build my own payment system from the ground up, but as you can see, that gets me further and further away from the goats, which is my true passion. And so the other option here is to use an existing payment processor, so something like Stripe or Square or PayPal, in order to handle the more actual talking to credit card APIs process. This way, we don't have any credit card information that we store on our back end. We let Stripe or Square do what they do best, and our applications can do what we do best, which is goats. So we've used Stripe for this example, but you don't have to. You could use any of the payment processor that you want. And the way that this will work is we'll create a Stripe customer. Then we'll add a payment method, so a credit card. We'll make a payment, and then hopefully this won't happen, but we'll also show you how to handle a refund, or at least make sure your refunds are secure. And then finally, you'll be able to get your lawn mowed. So the first step is creating a Stripe customer. So how this will work is the client will log in. So a user is going to log in for the first time using Firebase authentication. Once the user logs in, we'll trigger a cloud function. The cloud function will then talk to the Stripe API and create a customer. Once we get the data back from Stripe, we'll save it back to Firestore. We need this data in Firestore to make our next API calls to Stripe, so we need to keep track of it. So let's look at what this will look like in code. Don't worry, all this code is in the function sample repo and in our GitHub, so you'll be able to find it quite easily. And it's linked at the end in the Firebase app. So this function is called createStripeCustomer. And we're triggering this function on the creation of a user. And you can tell by that by seeing the functions.auth.user and then on create. The function gives us the user object, which we can have access to fields like email and user ID. So in order to create a Stripe customer, we're just going to call the Stripe API with the email address that the user logged in with. We want to wait for the data to come back because functions will just continue running unless we have that await there, and the data won't actually get back to us. So that await is actually quite important. Once we have the customer data back from Stripe, we need to save it to Firestore so that we can use it later. So here we call the admin Firestore SDK, and we have the collection Stripe customers. This is where we'll keep track of all of our customers. And we'll have documents for each user, and the document ID will be the user ID that authentication gives us. Now that we have our collection and document, we set the customer data by saying the customer ID and the customer ID that we get back from Stripe. So let's look at what this looks like when we actually have our application. So here you can see we're logging into the app. I'm just going to go ahead and sign in with Google. This is through Firebase authentication. And then we'll choose the correct account. This Firebase Firecast seems good. And this is triggering the Cloud function and talking to the Stripe API on the back end. You can see we're adding a new document here in Firestore. And when we click on that document, you can see the customer ID that we got back from Stripe. OK, so now we've logged our user in, created a Stripe customer that's linked to our user. The next step in the process is to create a Stripe payment method. So this allows us to have a recurring charge on the user, or charge the user more than once, not exactly a recurring charge. It is possible to have a one-off token created, but we want them to have a card on file. So we're going to have them have a card on file. The way this will work is the client will create a token via the Stripe SDK. So as I mentioned earlier, we could do one-off charges, but that would mean that every time a user wants to use our application, they have to re-enter in their credit card information and use that to talk to Stripe. Since we hope that our users will be coming back, we want them to have our card on file. So we ask Stripe to give us a token, which we can then use to exchange for a source, which is Stripe's way of a payment method or a credit card. So we take this token, and we store it to Cloud Firestore. Once we have the token in Cloud Firestore, we trigger our Cloud function. The Cloud function talks to the Stripe SDK and takes the token that we've created and the customer that we made in the first step of this process and creates a source for that customer. So once we get all of that data back from Stripe, we store the data to Cloud Firestore. So let's look again at what this will look like in code. So we have our function here, add payment source, and it's a Firestore function. So this gets triggered whenever we write to this location in Cloud Firestore. The location is Stripe customers, user ID, tokens, auto ID. Those user ID and auto ID in there are parameters that we have available to us in the context. So by calling context.param.userid, we'll get the user ID that's being written to. And the auto ID, or context.param.autoid, will give us the auto ID that Firestore generates for us. We can also get the data saved to that location within this function by calling the change .after.data. So the first thing that we do is get the token. So that's the token that the Stripe SDK gave to the client. We'll get the token by calling change.after.data.token. So now with the token, we need the customer ID from Stripe. So we call the admin Firestore, and then we use the context.params.userid to get our exact Stripe customer from Firestore. We wait for that data to come back, and then once we have it back, we get the customer from there. So that's the Stripe customer that we saved earlier. We do this a little bit, so I've made a function called getCustomerID that takes in the user ID and will return the Stripe customer ID. So now, with our customer and our token, we can talk to the Stripe API and create a card source. We wait for that data to come back, and then we'll save it to Cloud Firestore. So here we're creating a sub-collection called sources. So we call the Stripe customers, which is the top-level collection we had earlier, the user ID, which is for the specific user, and then each user is going to have a sources sub-collection that will keep track of all their cards that they have on file. We'll make the document the response.fingerprint. The response.fingerprint is just a way of identifying the card that doesn't have private information. So we don't have to store any credit card information in our backend. We can store just the fingerprint and the response data, and that'll give us enough to create charges. So let's look at what this will look like in our application. OK. So we go in here, and we add a credit card. And you type in your credit card information. This is just the Stripe testing credit card. And we can see enter in this and click Done. This is getting a token from Stripe. And we say OK. It's triggering the function. We're talking to the Stripe API, and then writing the data back. And you can see it comes up here. If we go into our Stripe customers, you see a sub-collection called sources, a document with the credit card fingerprint, and some basic information about the card. So now we have our Stripe customer. And we've created a source, so a way for them to pay. The next step in the process is to actually make the payment. This is, I feel like, the big money shot, I guess. So Cloud Firestore, we ask for the payment to be made. And once the payment is requested, we trigger a Cloud function. Then, once we have the Cloud function, we talk to the Stripe SDK to actually process the payment. Once we get the data back, we write the result to Cloud Firestore. So before I go into the code here, I kind of want to talk about Cloud Function retries. Cloud Functions are guaranteed to run at least once. But sometimes they can run more than once. And in this particular case, that might be a really bad thing, because this is where we're actually charging our customer. So if our function runs more than once, and we call the Stripe API more than once, it'll charge our users more than once, which is something we really don't want. So the way to get around this is idempotency. Idempotency is a computer science concept. Stripe uses it. A bunch of other places use it. And the concept means that no matter how many times a method is called, the side effects are guaranteed to only run once. So in our Stripe example, if we call the Stripe API with the same arguments, we'll only charge the customer once, because Stripe has set up some precautions that don't double charge if it sees the same inputs. So when using our function, we'll need to take advantage of this. So let's look at the code, and we'll see the idempotency come up as we go through it. So here we have our create Stripe charge. We have a function on create. So when this particular location is created, the document location that we're looking to is the Stripe customers with the user ID, the charges, and the auto ID. So the user ID is just the user that's logged in, and the auto ID is a randomly generated Firestore ID. So we get the same data and context from that. So the first thing we do is get the customer. This will allow us to talk to Stripe. So we need the customer to associate it with our Stripe customer. Then we create a charge. So a charge is made up of the amount, the currency, and the customer. So the user passes in the amount, we have the currency as a constant, and then we have the customer from the database. The next thing we need to do is set source or default. So the source is the credit card that we added. So maybe the client is requesting to use a specific credit card, or we need to use the default one on the account. So now that we've done that, we need to figure out what our idempotency key is. So here, we're going to use the context.params.idOID. This is a really great idempotency key because even if the function runs more than once, the AutoID that we have saved here won't change. So the document has already been written, and the function will just run more than once, and the AutoID should be the same. So this is a good choice for our idempotency key. So now that we have our idempotency key, our charge, we can create the actual charge on Stripe and actually talk to the credit cards and stuff like that that Stripe will do for us. So we call stripe.charges.create with the charge and the idempotency key. And we wait for that data to come back. Once we have the data back, we save it to the database. So we say snap.ref.set and save the response back. Now, I've wrapped this in a try-catch because this code is really important, and if there's any error, I want to know about it, and the user wants to know about it. So in the case of an error here, I catch it, and then I make sure that the database is aware of the error. I'll also want the user to be aware of the error, so I've had a function here called user-facing error message that translates the error into something more readable, and that will be displayed on the client. So let's look at what this looks like in the application. So here we have a payment for the goat mowing. We're going to go ahead and click Pay. And it says, Payment success complete. So we can now go in and look at our database. Oh, sorry. We'll look at our history so we can see our payment history. Now we'll look at our database, at our Stripe customers, and our charges. And we can see the charge here. Don't worry, it comes back in cents. So that's how the data is set up. The nice thing about having a charges subcollection is so that we can actually go and see that list of charges that we've made. The user can look at it. Often you want a history of your charges. And we can look at it as administrators and make sure that the charges are what they say they should be. OK, so this is great. We've built out a great application. Everyone's happy. There's never any problems. It's never raining. Our goats are never full. We're done. We don't. Thanks so much. No. So sometimes you need to handle a refund. It just comes up. And so the way that we'll do this via the code is the client will write a request to Cloud Firestore to ask for a refund. Since we don't want to just grant everyone refunds, we have this admin user who lives in our Stripe customers collection, and they can grant approval on refunds. So the admin will get to say, do you get a refund? Do you not get a refund? Once the admin has approved the refund request, we'll trigger a Cloud function. That Cloud function will talk to the Stripe SDK and process the refund. And then once we get the data back, we'll save it to Cloud Firestore. However, there's a bit of a security concern here. Hopefully, y'all will know, because we just had Mike and Todd's talk on security, and GDPR covered some security rules. But I've bolded it here, this admin user. If our security rules are open, anyone could make themselves an admin user, which means that you could grant yourself access to approve all of your own refunds, which would be bad. So what if we have this mean goat here who wants to come and write themselves as an admin? And we don't want to allow that to happen. So for the refund code, we have all of that on the GitHub, but I just want to highlight the rules that we put in place to prevent this case from happening. So here we have our security rules. And we're matching on the database And we have hopefully have some other security rules in here, but I'm looking particularly at the Stripe customers. So we'll allow you to read from your customer data if you're the logged in user. So if you're trying to access your own Stripe customer data, you can read it. So the first line, if request.auth.uid equals UID, that means that if you're the logged in user, you can read it. Now, if you want to write to that, we'll have the same, you have to be the user you're trying to write to. But we also want to make sure that you're not trying to change the isAdmin user setting. So you're not making yourself an admin. You're not able to change it. And the way that we do that is saying request.resource.data isAdmin user is equal to resource.data isAdmin user. The request is what's coming in, the request that you're trying to change, and the resource.data is what already exists there. So this will prevent you from making any updates on the client to your Stripe customers to the admin user setting. So that's a quick little tip on how to secure a user from changing themselves to be an admin, and it'll prevent that particular scenario. But there's a lot more to rules than just this, so I would recommend reading up on the documentation and checking out the other talks if you weren't able to see them. So today we've covered how to create a Stripe customer, how to add a card, a payment method to the Stripe customer, how to actually make a payment, and how to handle a refund. I hope that this was helpful, and I'll be in the lounge afterwards if you have any questions. And there's next steps here on the events page if you want to learn more or see the code. Thanks.
The next session in this room will start at 5:30. welcome to the stage Sam Stern and Kiana McNellis.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the last talk of the day. I'm Sam.
And I'm Kiana.
We're going to teach you about integrating back-end systems with Firebase to make your app better.
So I hope you had a really good day of talks today, and you've learned about how to use Firebase to build and grow your apps. And I'm sure by now everyone has some great ideas on what you want to do next. But as you get started on your brand new app, you might start running into a little roadblock called legacy systems. And like all legacy code, it's not usually written in a language of your choosing. And you can't just rewrite it willy-nilly to write it on Firebase instead. Or maybe you need to integrate with some existing tools and services, or even extra databases or machine learning algorithms. The apps we need to build are quite complex, and they don't exist in isolation. They usually have to deal with our pre-existing infrastructure, external data, and other constraints. But luckily, Firebase provides a set of admin SDKs that make it really easy to build custom solutions on top of Firebase.
So, Kiana's going to log me into her laptop. My bad. And then we're going to use our Fireflix app as an example today. So Fireflix is a movie rating app. You can use it to rate movies and find other movies that may interest you. But we have some back-end functionality in the app that we want to restrict to only trusted users, things that not every single user who uses the app should be able to do. So let's jump in. You can see here that we have the Fireflix app. There's a home screen of movies. I can add them to my library. I can add a review. And I can log in, either with Google or with a code. And we'll explain more about that soon. So Kiana's going to show us how to add some trusted functionality to this app.
So if we could switch back to the slides. So the first thing we need to change is to give Fireflix some user roles. But why do we need them? What's the difference between a user and a moderator and how they use our app? Well, in our case, we need a set of moderators that are able to manage trusted content. See, with normal users, they can see their own data, but we really don't want them to be able to see other users, and especially we don't want them to edit it. Moderators, on the other hand, they're vetted by our admins, and we can give them access to our trusted data and services. Luckily, Firebase authentication gives you a really great mechanism to create these custom roles called custom claims. So we set a property on our existing users using the admin SDK, and we can also include them as part of the token when we use custom authentication. Then, once we have our custom claims set up, we can use security rules to restrict their access from the databases, or we can restrict what pages are shown on the front end, or even verify the access using that token from the back end. And our admins need to be able to create this list of moderators ahead of launch time. They don't want them to have to sign up as the app is being launched, and then later add those roles. So we want to invite them directly via email. So what we have to do is create a user using the admin SDK, add custom claims, and then create an invitation code and email it to them using our custom user invitation system. So let's see how we build it. First, our admin is going to create those user accounts and add the roles we want to them. In this case, a moderator role. Then we'll store the invitation along with that new user's UID in our custom server. Then send that invitation code we generated over to the user we want to invite. The user then can talk to the custom auth server that we just created and send it back the custom token. And they'll receive an auth token in response, which you can then use to log into Firebase. Now, some of you may be thinking, why don't we use Firebase's built-in emails, like reset password or email link, to do this instead? What's the point of building a whole system? Well, while it seems simpler, it's just not a good strategy, because you end up giving your users a really bad onboarding experience. It doesn't look pretty. No one really wants to see an email password reset as their way to join your app. Plus, the links usually expire within a day. So let's talk a little bit more about how we do this token exchange. So first of all, the user sends those credentials over to the auth server and receives back that custom token I was talking about. But the interesting part comes in when we pass that token to Firebase Auth. Now we start with that custom token, but Firebase Auth actually verifies the token's signature that we signed using the admin SDK. And then it returns an ID and refresh token, which is the same as you would do with Google Auth or email password or anything else. Then the user can authenticate to Firebase's services using that ID token and get back data. And this is what the custom auth token looks like. It's generated using the admin SDK, and it's signed using it as well, so Firebase can verify that signature is correct. Then we also want to include custom claims in it, so we can automatically add those to the user's token. Then when you exchange your token with Firebase, it passes you something that looks like this. It's signed using Firebase's signature instead of the admin SDKs, so anyone, including your backend services, can verify it's real. And again, it includes that custom claim we set up. And here's some code in Python in this case, because that's what we decided to use to set up our invitation system. And it uses the admin SDK to create an auth user with custom claims already attached. Then we create an invitation using a random code and email it to the user and also save it in our database. Then our backend system is running Go. And this is what the website will use to verify that the user is signed up correctly. So we'll check the custom claims in that token, and we'll return back to them a new auth token, that custom auth token I was talking about, with those claims involved. And we'll just demo that real quick. So I have my Python script here. I'll create my new user. And hey, this is what the email would have looked like if I was going to open my email. And then in Firebase Auth, I can see here that my new user was created. And you'll note that it has no providers, because the custom provider does not show up here.
OK, so now that we have our custom authentication server set up on the back end, we need to wire up the front end to log in users with their invitation codes, the ones that are sent in the email. In our case, we're using Cloud Firestore as the database for all user information, but this will work for any user store you have. So if you have LDAP or Active Directory, or you just have a SQL database somewhere with all your users in it, this technique will apply for your app as well. If you remember the flow, the server sends the email and the code, sends the user an email containing a one-time use code for sign-in. When the user clicks on the email and gets the code, we need to send that code back to our server, which will at that point generate a custom auth token. Then this custom auth token can be used on the front end to sign in with Firebase authentication, and that'll start a session. The custom token is signed by the server and contains the claims that I am a moderator. So that'll be reflected in my Firebase authentication session. Let's take a look at this code here. So you can see I send a post request to my server with the email and the code. This comes from a form in the front end. The server returns to me a token. I then take this token and give it to Firebase Auth. This token is that custom token that Firebase authentication can understand. It'll sign me in and return me a Firebase user object, which will reflect that I'm a moderator for this session. So now that I'm a moderator, I should be able to access the Moderators tab in the application and perform some admin actions. So let's try that. You can see here, I'm back in the Fireflix app, and I'll quickly log in as a regular user, in this case with Google Auth. Up here is where the moderator tab would be, but it's not here at all. This is the Google account I just logged in with. But I'll log back out. Now here's the email that Kiana's script sent me just a few minutes ago. So it invited me to be a moderator and gave me this fancy random code. I will sign in with that code instead. This is the form that's going to send back to our server. And I will mess up big time. I'm going to do that again. Well, last talk of the day. It has to be fun. Now, yes, I do. I'm going to do that one more time. And now I'm logged in as an admin, like I promised, and you can see that we have a moderator, not an admin, And we have a new moderator panel I can access, which will be explained more as Kiana presents.
So back to the slides. So now that we have moderators, we want to have our server verify their ID tokens so we can do some things in that moderators tab. Then we can restrict those sensitive services just to those users that have the moderators claim. And one of the things in this case that we want our moderators to do is manage our social media. We can't do this client side because those SDK tokens and API tokens are actually secrets. And we can't have anyone just scrape those and start spam posting. So this could be any restricted operation, but for now we're going to use tweeting. And our server's currently running the API, but let's see how we can restrict it to trusted users. So our authentication user will send their ID token plus the requested tweet over to the backend server, and then we'll send it on to social media. And the way we'll do this is with that Firebase token that we just sent to the server, we're going to verify the signature using the admin SDK. And then we'll actually extract the claims from that token as well. So this is what the code would look like in Go. So we'll send our unauthorized request from curl to demo the failure case in a second. And so we'll verify our ID token here, and then we will check if the claim is a moderator or not. And let's demo it. So I have my, okay. So I'm going to send a tweet about Sparky. And then it sent the tweet. And I can check over here in Twitter. Hey, it's there now. But if I log out, since I can't get to the moderators tab, it'll actually fail. Actually, let me do it again. See? Nothing happened.
Yeah, let's clap for nothing. That was some good nothing. All right, let's head back to the slides here. OK, so we locked down privilege actions. Nothing happened on the back end. And now they can only be done by moderators. But there are still a number of things that you can do in the front end of the app that are harmful or malicious that you don't need to be a moderator to do. We want to build some sort of detection layer over the events that happen in our app to respond in real time and take action on the back end when we detect these critical events. Remember that our clients, once they're signed in, talk directly to the database. That's one of the best things about using Firebase to store your data. But security rules analyze each request as it comes in individually. We don't have any opportunity to analyze the request pattern. Each individual review, in this case of a user posting reviews, might be valid. But if they post too many reviews at once, that would be considered spam. It's a spammy pattern made up of individually valid requests. So security rules can't really save us from this type of pattern. We're going to use Cloud Functions to build this detection layer over the events in our app. Cloud Functions are event-driven, and they're scalable, which is exactly what we want here. We want to respond to events as they come in. So as these reviews come into the database, our function will be triggered, and we'll be able to track usage and sort out spammy patterns there. This is a much simpler and more responsive strategy than using like a cron job or having an intermediate server that runs before every request. The Cloud Functions will run exactly when we need them to. So here's a Cloud Function that we've set up to fire every time someone posts a review. You can see here that the trigger is set on a Firestore document in the user ratings sub-collection. That's users for any user wildcard, ratings for any rating. And the onCreate event type means that this will fire when a new document is created. Now let's jump in to the body of this function, where we'll decide if it's part of a spammy pattern or not. So here's the body of the detect invalid activity function, which was inside the previous step. For every request, we're going to update the user's activity log, which is just a list of how often they've posted a review in this case. Then we'll check the activity log to see how it looks after this post, and see if the user has posted too many reviews lately. We do this in a transaction so that even if the user is spamming really hard and running tons of requests, we know that we're going to get a consistent result. We can't be fooled by a race condition. It's important to understand that a cloud function is a trusted environment in this case. If we did this transaction on the client side, it would be consistent as well. But a user might go further and try to hijack our application itself. Remember that you can't trust data that comes from the client. Think about how easy it would be to open up Chrome DevTools in this app and just delete this piece of code from the JavaScript. So we want to run this in a trusted environment. OK, so we can detect a spammy user with a cloud function. What are we going to do once we found them? The first thing we're going to do is disable the user's account. There's a key distinction here between disabling and deleting. If you delete a user's account, it's very easy for them to just sign back up with the same email. The Firebase authentication will say, yeah, that's a new user, but we want to keep this person out. So if you disable account, that means that the email's kind of locked down and they can't log in anymore. Also, their refresh tokens are revoked. So in 1 hour, when their ID token is expired, they won't be able to get a new one. OK, I hope at least one person caught that and is like, 1 hour is way too long. I mean, if they're spamming your application, you can't just wait an hour for them to get locked out. So you're right, we're going to stop the spam immediately with another technique. In addition to disabling the user's account, when we detect a user that we want to disable, we'll add them to a blacklist. We'll just keep a list of user IDs that are blacklisted. Then we can consult this blacklist from security rules on each write, which will block the next request, the first one that is past our rate limit. So in the cloud function I showed you before, we'll have just added the user's ID to a list in the detect invalid function. Then we have these security rules, which will help us check the blacklist. So these will come in before each write. So if a blacklisted user, if a user exists in the blacklist, we're going to deny their writes. You can see here that we have a function called isBlacklisted. And that just checks for the existence of a document in the blacklist with the user's ID. We also say that for the blacklist, we're not allowing any writes from the client at all. So there's no way that a client-side write, even if they mess with your code, could modify the blacklist. And then when you're writing the ratings, we'll check the blacklist before we check anything else, before we validate the data or look at anything else. Blacklisted users have no ability to write ratings at all. So let's go back into the app, spam it up, and see if all this works. It'll go better than the last demo. I guarantee it. OK. So here I am back in the app. I'm going to go to My Movies. I don't have any movies. I'm going to get a new movie. All right. I'm going to add a review to this movie. And then I'm going to do that too many times. You can see that I'm clearly spamming. I'm just adding reviews. And that one's submitted as well. Add another review. I'm going to change the rating. At this point, it's pretty clear that I'm a spammy user. And finally, after the third one, because our rate limit that we set was 3 in 10 minutes, I got an error submitting reviews. This error came from security rules, so there's nothing I could do with the dev tools here to get around that.
Way better than an hour. So the last thing we want to do, though, is integrate via REST to a dashboard that we created. Now, this dashboard was already written for us, but it was written in Ruby. And we don't have a Ruby admin SDK right now, unfortunately. But what we do have is a REST API. And using the REST API, we can talk to Firebase with whatever language we want. So we'll monitor how often people are posting and see how often people are hitting that spam limit. So with our dashboard tool, what it's going to do is use that same function that listens to the Firestore, and it'll post how many reviews you've made over in real-time database. And then we'll use Ruby to query for the most recent active users. And then we'll display it to some of our admins. Now, since Ruby doesn't have that admin SDK, we have to fall back to other methods of authenticating. In this case, we do have a Google Auth library, but even if we didn't, we could actually program an OAuth flow manually. We don't usually like to do that, so we'll stick with the library for now, though. Then we'll query the list of the most active users periodically. This is what our Ruby code looks like. So first, it's going to use that Google Auth library and set the scope cloud platform, just so we can get the access to the real-time database via the admin. Then it'll create a URI, which is our REST API one. And then finally, we'll add those Google Auth headers to the crest before we make it. And let me show you how that works. I go over here, I'm going to run my Ruby client. And I can see Sam just added 3 reviews. But let me log out and log in as a new user. And then I'll add a new review. And in a second here, should pop up. Yep, and we just had our moderator post a review.
Great. OK, so we have REST APIs for basically all of our products. So you can access them from any device or software stack that you may have. I mean, you just saw us using a Ruby script, but if you have like an Internet of Things toaster that runs like a made-up language, we can probably get Firebase working on there as well. We've covered a lot of things today in a fairly small application. We have authentication, talking to the app, talking to Firestore. That's where we started. We had an invitation sending server. That talks to authentication as well as Firestore. We added a custom auth service to mint tokens, which has to talk to the app as well as to Firestore. And then we added a service that performs authorized actions for moderators. In this case, it was talking to Twitter. That also has to communicate with the front end of the app. We have functions, which are talking to Firestore. The functions are disabling the users and authentication. And then we have security rules in the middle. And then we have the real-time database, which is where that leaderboard script ran. More than any specific detail in this diagram, it's pretty clear that real-world apps get complicated. They're very messy. And when your Firebase app gets complicated, we hope that you'll reach for the admin SDKs. All of the admin SDKs are developed open source on GitHub. We'd love to hear from you, bug reports, feature requests. You can send us pull requests. We're very happy to accept contributions. We're also working on adding support for more languages, so .NET and even Ruby, which we mentioned we currently don't support, but we're working on. If you know those languages and want to help us get it right, find us on GitHub, and we'll be very happy to work with you. You can see the K1 short link will take you there. For next steps, hit up the short link and help us shape the future of the admin SDKs. Thank you.
Pizzazz to it. Everyone has read and write access to my rules, which is bad, which is very bad. So I'll say public is dist.
You know what's always amazing? In my regular life, I'm pretty certain that I get through 3 sentences in a row. But then as soon as I'm on camera, I'm just like, stop.
You release a new version of your app, and suddenly you hear that the new feature you launched is causing crashes.
Everything looks okay, except for chat room's wildcard.
But it doesn't really involve pizza this time.
I don't know why kids get all the fun.
Woo! Zombie has power, zombie can jump. And what exactly is the life for a zombie?
This is something people really want to know, Michael. Tell me when the release is.
I don't know.
Just tell me the release date.
I'm not answering that one.
So let's open our pod file in Xcode and add Fabric and Crashlytics pods.
I'm not a robot, I promise.
Oh, who's a smart little database? Yes, you are.
My Furby is dead. I can do what I want.
Can we do that one again?
It is. Ugh. Do you have like a copy of like War and Peace or something?
Firebase Semi-Live, the live coding show where I live code it right here, but you watch it not live out there.
Sharing photos can be hard, especially when everyone's on different devices and using different apps. So we built shared albums in Google Photos, which makes it easy to send photos to anyone using a link.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Firebase Dev Summit.
Our mission is to help developers build better apps and grow more successful businesses by providing tools to help you across the lifecycle of your app.
How did you get into the studio? What are you doing?
I gotta go.
Cheese! Oh, you blinked. What do I love about the Firebase Developer Conference? Well, just getting a chance to get out from our corner of the world and do a little traveling and meet developers, it's fantastic.
I'm considering Firebase as a backend for our next project.
I came from Macedonia to Firebase to see what is going on with the innovations in mobile world. In order to grow your business, you must know all of this.
I love the Firebase Summit because it's a chance to meet all the members of our community, bring everybody together, and really just learn from all the folks in the room, because we're all better together.
Well, I'm excited to be announcing that Firebase Predictions is going into general availability from beta today.
Today, we're excited to announce that we'll be providing enterprise-grade support through Google Cloud.
I love being here at Firebase Summit because it's so cool to hear from our customers all the incredible things they're building with Firebase and to get their feedback on how we can make it even better.
I'm just here to crush people on AppShift.
Well, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but my brain is full. Like, I don't think they could teach me one more thing. There's just no room for it to fit in there. But I hope you all learned something too, and I hope you enjoyed tuning in to the Firebase Summit livestream 2018 here in Prague. We will see you at around the same time next year, 2019, at somewhere equally exciting. Thanks again for watching, and we'll see you soon.
I try to figure